Alright guys, this is our first part in Python GUI crash course. So in this part we are going to talk about the PyQt5 and also we are going to create examples on a PyQt5. So first of all, what's PyQt? Now it is a set of Python bindings for Qt application framework, and PyQt is used for cross-platform application development, and it runs on all platforms including Windows, OS X, Linux, iOS, and also Android. So there are two versions of PyQt that we have. So the first one is PyQt4. It supports Qt version 4, and the second is PyQt5, and it supports Qt version 5. So the bindings are implemented as a set of Python modules, and it contains over 1000 classes. So PyQt4 and Qt version 4 are no longer supported, and there is no new release for this, and it's strongly recommended to use PyQt5, as we are also using PyQt5 in this part. So now for the installation of PyQt5, you can just use pip install PyQt5 and it will be installed. So now let's just talk about the license of PyQt5. So as you can see, PyQt5, PyQt or PyQt5 is related to the Riverbank Computing Limited, and there are two licenses for PyQt5. We have a commercial license, a commercial version of PyQt, and also we have free. So you can see like Qt itself, so as Qt is related to Qt company, they also have their commercial license and also free license. Now like Qt itself, Riverbank software, PyQt5, PyQt4, PyQt chart is provided under a number of licenses depending on how it's going to be used. So you can use free license, and also you can use the commercial license. So for the commercial license, you can see the price is 550 USD, and you can see it, you may pay in either US dollars, GBP, or euros. So now if you're using for example for as we are using for educational purposes, you can just use a free license and there is no problem. So now let's just create our first window in PyQt5. So now let's just create our first window in PyQt5. So as I have said, you need to first install PyQt5. You can just simply say pip install PyQt5 and it will be installed on your computers. So I've already installed this. Now, so the first thing we need to import some classes from PyQt5 library. So from PyQt5.qt widgets, import GUI application. And also we need to import GUI main window. Also I need to import sys. Okay, now I'm going to create a class for my window and I'm going to call it window. Now by this class extends from GUI main window. So I will describe this GUI main window, because also we have a GUI widget and also we can use GUI dialog. So now after creating your class window and it extends from GUI main window, now let me just create my init method in here. Sorry, div init and super. Okay, now when you extend from a base class, our drive class can access to all features, attributes, and also methods of this our main window class. I will show you, but for right now we are just created our window class that extends from GUI main window. Now we need to just in here we need to just create the object of our this window class, underscore name. Okay, now the first thing we need to create the object of GUI application. So you can do like this, and also you need to pass sys.argument v in here. Now let me just describe this code. What does it means? Now every PyQt5 application, every PyQt5 application creates an application object. So you must create this when you want to create a window for PyQt5. You need to just create the object of Q application, and the sys argument v parameter is a list of arguments that's used for command line. And after this, we need to create the object of our this window class that we have created at the top. So window, and after this we need to just start our, so let me first write sys.exit and app.execute. Okay, now in here this is the place that we start our main loop. So in here, and but all events handling starts from this place. So in here the main loop receives all events from our window system and dispatches them to the application widget, so our application. Now also you need to show your window, because okay, now you can see that this show is related to our QMain window, because if you want, now you need to, if you want to access to the show method, you need to just use self. So you can say self.show. Now if I run this, you can see that I have a nice window and then a small window. Right now we haven't added any more functionality for this. Now I have said that also you can use Q dialog in here. I will say the difference for this. So first let me just add Q widget. So Q widget, and let me just write Q widget in here. And if you run this, you will see that we are receiving the window. You can see that now we are receiving the bigger window. Now the QWidget class is the base class for all the user objects. So now if you change this to another one that's called QDialog, and let me just add QDialog in here, and if I run this, you will see that I am receiving a dialog window. You can see that this is a dialog window. Now the QDialog class is the base class for the dialog window, and dialog window is usually used to communicate with the user. For example, we can say like dialog boxes. So also now if you see the QMain window, now the QMain window is the class provides a main application window with a menu bar or also with the toolbars. So it will be your main window, and when you extend from QMain window, you can access to menu bar, menu items, and also toolbars. So we are using QMain window. Okay, so now we have created this in here. Now let's we need to, right now if you see, we don't have any title for our this window class. For this I'm going to just create a new method in here. I call it create UI, and in the create UI, the first thing I need, I'm going to just say self.set window title, because I'm extending from the QMain window. Now if I want to access to the window title, I'm going to say self set window title, and you need to give, for example, I'm going to just give it PyQt5 window. Also I'm going to just cut this and bring this in here, and also now you need to call your this create UI. So self.create UI, and let me just close this. Okay, now if I run this, you can see that now I have a window, but this time I have a title of PyQt5 window, so you can see at the top. Now also you can do more. For example, I can set the geometry for the window, so it is used for giving the X and Y position. For example, I'm going to give the X and Y 200, 100, and also for the width and height I'm going to give you 600 and 300. Also you can add an icon, so self.set window icon. Also you need to import another class, so from PyQt5 Qt GUI import QIcon, because we need to use QIcon in here. So QIcon, and in here you need to add your icon name. I have already copied my icon in here, so it is Python, it is pyicon.png. so you need to add your icon where you have your this mywindow.py file. Now if I run this, you can see that we have now a complete window with icon, title, and also we have set the geometry, the X and Y position, and also width and height of the window. Alright guys, now let's just create a Q push button in PyQt5. So we are going to create a button. So now let's just create a new method in here. So and I'm going to call it diff create whatever you want, but I'm going to just call it create button. And we need to import the button in here, so let me just remove these two, and I need a Q push button. So it's a Q push button class. You can access to all button features. Okay, so now we are going to use self.btn. I'm using self because when in the later part of the video when we are going to talk about the signal and slots, we will use this button. So I'm going to use self.button and Q push button. And for the text, I'm going to just give it click me and the parent is self. So now you can call your this self.create button in here. So let me just call it create button. And now if I run this, now you can see that I have a button of click me in here. So you can see that I have a button in here. Now you can do more for this button. For example, I want to set geometry for this button. So self.btn.set geometry, not graphic effect, but it is set geometry. And so the geometry takes a QRect where you can specify the X and Y position of the button and also the width and height of the button. So first we need to import QRect. So from PyQt5 Qt5 import QRect, and now in the set geometry we need to set the X and Y position. I'm going to give it 50-50, and the width and height of the button, for example, 150. So this is the width and this is the height. So this is the X and this is the Y position. Now if I run this, you can see that I'm receiving a bigger button, and you can see that now the X and Y position is in the 50-50, and now the width of this button is 100 and the height is 50. So also you can set icon for your button if you want. So self.btn.set icon. For the icon we need to import a QIcon. So I've already imported in here. You can use QIcon. So sorry. Okay. Now in here we are going to use QIcon. And I need to give the icon name. I have already added. So I'm using the same icon for my window. So let me just add it in here. Now if I run this, you will see that I have a button with the icon. Now you can see, so this is my button text, and also I have a Python icon in here. Now if you want to set the icon size, you can also do so. Self.btn.set icon size. So set icon size. Now this icon size needs a QSize class, so we need to import that. And I'm going to just from PyQt5 I think I need to add this in here, Q size. Yeah, so from PyQt5 code we need Q size, and in here I'm going to just add a Q size, and you need to specify the size of your button, so it's I think width and height. So I'm going to just give it, for example, 4050, and now let me just run it. So now you can see that our icon size is now a little bit bigger. Also, if you want to set the tooltip for your button, you can do so. You can simply say self.btn.setTooltip, and you need to add your tooltip in here. For example, I'm going to just say I am a button. Now if I run this, and if I mouse hover, you can see that I am receiving I am a button. Also, you can add HTML. So for example, I want it should be in an h2 tag, like this. Now if you run this, you will see that the text of tooltip is a little bit bigger. Now you can see that I am button. Okay guys, now let's just create our label in PyQt5 using QLabel class. So I'm going to just change this to create, for example, widget, because I want to add label in my label in this method, and let me change this to create widget. So for creating a label, first thing we need to import QLabel like this, and so now in here I'm going to create my label. So this is for create push button. So now let me just say self.label and QLabel, and now you can give the text of the label that you want. I'm going to just say I am a label, and also we need to add self in here. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a label, and yeah, you can see that I have a label and it's telling me that I'm a label. So it's above of the my click me button. So you can add some features for this label. For example, I want to set the font for the label, and for this you need to import QFont class from PyQt5 Qt GUI. So QFont, and let me just say QFont, and the first is the type of the font. I'm going to just use sans serif, and whatever you want you can use. You can use Times New Roman, and so it is 15. So this is the size of the font, and this is the type. And now if I run this, you can see now it's changed, and let me just give it also Times New Roman if I am correct with the spelling. So you can see that I'm seeing a change in my label. So let's just set a style sheet for the label. For example, if you want to change the color, so it's good in PyQt5 that you can set the style sheet for every widget that if you want. So set a style sheet, and you can give like CSS. So you can give the color. For example, for the color I'm going to just give it green. Now if I run this, you will see that I have a green label. You can see I'm a label and the color is changed to green color. Also you can set the geometry like as we have set for the set geometry. So QRect, and you can give the X. So for the X and Y position, I want it should be so the button is in 50-50, and it should be, for example, 120-120, and the width and height is 100 and 100. So let me just run this. Oh, sorry, because I need to specify the label in here. And now let me just run it again. So you can see that we have our click me button, and it's in the 50-50 x and y position, but our label is in 120 and 120 position of an x and y. So it's called absolute positioning. So right now we haven't learned about the layout management in PyQt5. So now like this you can create label. Alright guys, now let's just talk about the event-driven programming in PyQt5. Especially we're going to talk about the signal and slots mechanism in PyQt5. So PyQt5 has a mechanism to deal with events that is called signal and slots. So signal and slots are used for communication between objects, and a signal is emitted when a particular event occurs. So a slot can be any callable function or method in Python programming language. So a slot is called when its connected signal is emitted. So now there are different predefined signals that we can use in PyQt5 widgets. For example, for push button, if you click, we have a signal that's called clicked. Now this clicked signal needs a slot or a method that we will create. So now let's just show you a practical example and you will know that what I mean. So in here I'm going to just say diff btn clicked, and when the user click, I want to change the text of this label. So cell.label.setText, and I'm going to say that button is clicked. So now if I run, so now if I run this, nothing will be happen. So if I say click me, there's no change in the label, because we need to connect this method to the signal of the button. So you can just simply say self.btn.clicked. So this is the signal, and we want to connect this with the method or slot that we have. So we can call it method. So for btn clicked, you can just simply say self.btn clicked. And now if I run this, and if I click on this, you can see button is clicked, and we are not receiving this the rest of text, because in the label we have specified this is the width and height. Let me just make it 200 and 200. Let me just run it. And if you click on this, you can see that button is clicked. Okay, also I want when the user click on the button, I want to also change the color text or the style sheet of this label. So you can just simply say self.label.set style sheet. So set style sheet, and I can give color from green to red. Now you can run this, and if you click on this, you can see that text is changed, the color is also changed. So now let's just talk about the layout management in PyQt5. So there are different layouts that you can use. We have H-box layout or horizontal box layout that align the widgets horizontally. We have ViewBox layout that aligns the widgets vertically, and also we have grid layout that aligns the widget in a row and column. So now let's just create I have this simple window code from the previous parts, and now in here first I need to just change this Q main window to Q widget, and I'm going to just add Q widget in here. So this time I'm using Q widget. Okay, now the first thing we need to create a method. I'm going to just call it diff create layout, and the first thing we need to create a group box. So we need some imports. We need a Q group box. We need a Q H-box layout. So the group box is used for grouping the widgets or layouts. So we will use this group box also in this part. So also we need a QHbox layout. I'm going to use HBox and VBox layout, and for the grid layout we will create a new method. So now first thing I'm going to just create a group box in here, a group box object. So I'm going to just say what is your favorite operating system, and we need to set the font for the group box. So I'm going to just use Q font and times New Roman, and the size of font is 12. Let me just create an HBox layout object. So QHbox layout, also VBox layout. I'm going to call it QVBox layout. So after this I'm going to just copy some codes from my button. So this is my push button that I have created. Let me just copy, because I don't want to repeat the codes again and again. And so let me change this to Apple. So I have some icons. I have added some icons to my, this time I'm not going to use this geometry because I'm using layouts. I need the icons, so the icon is apple.png, and this is the text size, and also I don't need the tooltip in here. Okay, so this is my first button. Let me just, now you need to add this button. So hbox.add widget, you can use add widget to add the widgets to your layout. So we are going to just use even we don't need the self in here, because we are not going to use this button. We just add these buttons to the layout. So we are going to just add a btn in here. So now let me just copy this, and we are going to just copy. So this is btn1, 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 and this is Windows, and the icon is windows.png. I have already added these icons to my working directory, and I want to add the btn1. So let's just copy once more, and this should be btn2, 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 and this is btn2, and change this to Linux, and also change this to linux.png, and we have added this to our layout. We have added the btn. So we have 3 btn, and we have added these buttons to our HBox layout. So now after this, if you see, we have a group box. Now we need to add this, we need to set the layout to the group box. So I'm going to just say group box dot set layout, and I want to add HBox layout in here. Also we need to add this HBox this group box to our HBox layout. So we can say to our VBox layout, sorry, we have a vertical box layout. Add widget, and we are going to add the group box. Now if you run this, you will not see the widgets in here, because you need to set the main layout for your window. So it's necessary when you create layout, you need to use self.setLayout. So it's setting the main layout for our window. So for the main layout, I'm going to just use VBox layout. Now let's just run this, and okay, we are not okay, because we need to call this method. We have created this method, and we need to just call this in here. So self.create not UI, and because it is self. Okay, so we have indentation problem I think, and let me just cut this and paste it in here, and we are going to call our this layout in here. So self.create So let me just call it cell.createLayout. Okay, so now if I run this, now you can see we have our group box and we have grouped these widgets, these buttons, and we have a nice icon, and you can see that how it's we have used this. Now you can see it's changing according to our layout like this, and you can make it bigger. So like this we have used Q HBox and Q VBox layout. Also we have used Q group box. Now it's time to talk about creating grid layout. Okay guys, now using grid layout you can add widgets in columns and rows. So now let's just create this. So I have created a new file at the name of grid layout, and it's just a simple window with the grid layout title like this. Okay, so now we are going to create a new method in here. I'm going to just call it diff grid layout, and we need some copy pasting from our previous code. So let me just copy these and add it in here. So we need a group box. So I don't need HBox layout, so instead I'm going to just say grid, and this should be a Q grid layout, and we need to import this. You can just say Alt Enter and import this name, and you can just use grid from Qt widgets grid layout. Now it's imported. After creating of these, now we need to add our widgets. So I'm going to use buttons. I need to just copy all of these buttons, 3 buttons, and paste it in here. Now instead of HBox, we are going to just use the grid layout, but this time we need to add the column and rows in here. So you can just simply say 0, 0. These are the column and rows, and this is grade, and this should be I think it should be 0, 1. Yeah, 0, 1. And also we have just one more button, so this should be 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay, now let me just set the layout for the group box. So group box dot set layout, and I'm going to add the grid, and we need to just add widget to the VBox layout. So we are going to add the group box widget, and at the end we need to set layout to the VBox. So self.set layout, and we are going to just set this to the VBox. So this is just the code, and you can see that we have our group box, we have our grid and VBox layout. We have created 3 buttons, and we have added the buttons to the grid layout. Now when you are using grid layout, you need to add the row and columns like this, and after this we have added the grid to the group box, and we have add widget to the group box, and at the end you need to set the main layout to the window. Now if you run this, you're not seeing anything because I have always forgot to call my method in here. So self.grid layout. Now let me just run it again, and you will see that now you can see that I have, but this time you can see we have column and rows, column and rows. So this is the first column, second column, first row, and second row. So in the second row we have just one item, that is Linux, but you can copy, add more items. So like this you can work with layout management in PyQt. Okay guys, so now let's just create a combo box widget in PyQt5. So I have my simple window in here. Now after this I need to, my window is extending from Q widget, and after this I'm going to just import Q combo box, and also I will need a Q label because we are going to use signal and a slot mechanism for this combo box. So now let me just create a new method in here. So in here I'm going to just call it div create combo, and the first thing we need a VBox layout. So VBox and QVBox layout. We need to import this. You can just hit Alt Enter, import this name, and we need this QVBox layout. So after this we need to create our combo box, and it's the Q combo box object. Now we need to add items to this combo box. So self.combobox.add item, and we are going to add, for example, whatever you want. For example, I want to add Java, and let me just copy this, and I need to add some more. So C++ and Python. You can add, for example, Kotlin, and add C#, and so just this is enough. So after adding this, now we need to add this combo box to our VBox layout. So VBox VBox.add widget, and we are going to add our self.combo in here, combo box. And let me just call this create combo in here, this method. So create combo, and this is the code. Now if I run this, let me just run this. I should see create, oh sorry, because we need to set layout for our main window. So self.set layout to the VBox layout. So this is the layout for the main layout. If you don't do this, you will not see any widget in your window. Now you can see that we have a combo box, and these languages are populated. Now there is a signal for the combo box that's called current text changed. Now for example, I want if a user select one of these language, we need a label in here, and we should write the name of that language in here. So for this we are going to just create a new label. So in here I'm going to just create a new label. So I call it label and Q label. I don't want to add any text for this label, and I can just so let me just say self.label because I need this label for my method. So self.label dot set font, and the font I want, it should be Q font, and we need to import this Q font, Alt Enter, and this is related to Qt GUI class. So I'm going to say Times New Roman, and this should be 14, and we need to add this to, also you can set the style sheet, but I don't want to set, but you can do if you want. So we need to add this in our VBox layout. So VBox.add widget self.label. Okay, so after this I'm going to just create a method, or we can call it slot. So I'm going to just call it div combo changed, like this. Now the first thing we need to get the text from the combo box. So for this you can just use self.combobox.current text. So by using current text we can get the text from the combo box. After that we need to set this text to our label. So self.label.setText, and I'm going to say that you have selected and dot format, and we are going to just add our text. So now we need to connect this at the top with this current text signal. So I'm going to just find my combo box, and here I'm going to just say self dot combo box dot current text changed, and we want to connect this with the self dot combo changed method that we have created. So now if I run this, and if I choose from here Python, you can see you have selected Python, and if I choose, for example, Java, you have selected Java, and C#, you have selected C#. So like this you can work with a combo box in PyQt5. Okay, now let's create a text edit in PyQt5, a text edit widget. So for this, this is my simple window that I have already created, and this is my code. I have just changed this to the title to text edit, and we are extending from Q main window. Now we need to import Q text edit at the top like this, and let me just create a new method in here. So call it def create text, and in here you can just simply say text and Q text edit, and now we need to call this. So let me pass the parent to self, and we need to call this self dot create text. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a nice, it's not nice, but a good text edit. So you can write. So if you want that your text edit take your all window, you can just set the central widget. So in here you can say self dot set central widget. So this is related to our Q main window, and you can add text in here. So now if you run this, you can see that now we have our all, so the text edit is filled all our window. Also you can change the font. So self dot so sorry, not itself, just text dot set or dot set font, and we are going to say Q font. You need to import this, alt enter, and import this name. We are going to use PyQt5 Qt5 Q font, and you can give for example Times New Roman, and I'm going to just give it 15. So now if I run this, now you can see that our text has changed. Please subscribe my channel. Now the text has changed. So like this you can create simple text edit in PyQt5. In this part we are going to learn about the creating of Spinbox. That's how you can create a Spinbox widget in PyQt5. So I have my window code, so this is just a simple window. Now I've just changed the title to Spinbox. We need to first import the Spinbox in here. Q Spinbox. Also I need a Q label, Q VBox layout. Okay, now in here I'm going to just say create a method, and I call it def create Spinbox, and we need to create a VBox layout, so Q VBox layout. And after this we need to create our Spinbox, so self.spin, and we need to create the object of Spinbox. I'm using self because I will need this Spinbox when I used signal and slot. So now after this we need to add this to the VBox layout, so VBox layout dot add widget, and we need to add self.spin, and after that we need to self this layout to our main window, so self.set layout to the VBox layout. Now let me just call my this function or method in here, so create spin, if I run this, you'll see that I have a nice spin box. Yeah. Okay, so now if you want to, for example, when a user select the spin box, we want to add the value of the spin box to a label, and there is a signal for the spin box that's called value changed. Now we need to use that. Okay, so and here I'm going to just create a label, so I'm going to just call it self.label QLabel, and I don't want to add any text in here. I need just an empty label. Let me just self.label dot set font, and I need to set the font for the label. I need to import this font, Alt Enter, import, and we need to import this. And this is Times New Roman, and the text is 14, or for example 20, whatever you want. You can set the text. And now we need to add this to the VBox layout dot add widget, and we are going to add the label to the VBox layout. So after this, now we need to just create a method, and I call it Spain changed. And we are going to, the first thing we need to get the value from the spin box. So let me just say spin value. You can simply say self.spin.value, and after getting of the spin value, now we need to set this to our label. So you can simply say self.label.setText, and we are going to just say selected value as dot format, and we are going to add a spin value. So after this, now we need to connect this in our spin box, and we can just simply say self.spin.value changed dot connect, and this is self.spin changed. Now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I change the value, you can see selected value is 2, 3, and like this you can work with the spin box in PyQt5. Okay guys, now in this part we are going to learn that how you can create checkbox in PyQt5. So I've already written some codes, and for example I have a group box. Also this is the font for the group box, this is my hbox layout, vbox layout, and I have a label. So these are the concepts that we have already know about this. So and also at the top I have just a class window that extends from Q widget. So I've copied these code from my previous parts of the video. So now in here I'm going to just create a checkbox. So first of all you need to import checkbox, and in here I'm going to just say Q checkbox, and in my method so in here I'm going to just create a checkbox. So I'm going to call it self.check1, and so I'm going to create 3 checkboxes, Q checkbox, and I'm going to just give it to Apple, so the name for the checkbox. After that I'm going to just set the icon for my checkbox, so self.check1 dot set icon, so set icon, and Qt GUI dot Q, or you can just say Q icon if I have, yeah, Q icon, and you need to give the name of your icon. This is apple.png. I've already copied this icon in my original directory, and I'm using that icon. So after this we are going to just set the size for the icon, so for the checkbox icon, so we can say self.set icon size, and we are going to just say Q size, and let me just check that I have this Q size, and from PyQt5 Qt import queue size, and let me just add the queue size in here. So queue size, and you need to give the size of 40. So this is the width and height of the icon. And also I'm going to just set self.check1 set font, and for the font I'm going to just say Q font, and you need to give the type of the font. It is sans serif, and also the or I'm going to use Times New Roman, and also the and after this, now we need to add this to our hbox layout. So hbox.add widget, and we are going to add self.check1. So now I'm going to just copy this and paste it 2 more times because I need this. So change this to check2, 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 and check2. So this should be Windows, and the icon should be windows.png. And let me just copy once more. This time we need Linux, and this should be check3, 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 and also check3. So now we have created our 3 checkboxes. It's time to add this in our layout and also group box. So let me do that in, or let me just do this out of my in here. Okay, so I can just say that group box dot set layout, and I'm going to set the hbox layout, and now vbox dot add widget, and I'm going to add a group box in here, and at the end we need to just say self dot set layout to the vbox layout or vertical box layout. So this is the code for us that we have written, and now let me just run this, and we are checking that we have a checkbox or not. Okay, so you can see that we have checkboxes, and this is the label. We will use this label for the signal and slot mechanism. So right now you can see we have the checkboxes with the icons that are placed in a group box. So now you can see the layout is looking so good. Okay, now there is you can use toggled signal of checkbox. Let me just show you that how you can use that. For example, I'm going to just create a new method in here, and I want to call it diff on toggled, and in here I'm going to check that if self dot check1, if this is checked, so if this my first checkbox is checked, I'm going to change the text of the label that I have. So I want to change this label. So self.label dot set text, and I'm going to just say you have checked dot format, and in here you need to add self dot check1 dot text. I'm going to get the text of check1, or we can say it like this. So now we need to copy this, and we need to add 2 more time because we need. So if this says check2, we are going to say check2 dot text, and if it is check3, so sorry, if it's check3, we are going to just change this check3. Okay, after this, now we need to connect this, and you need to in here. So we are going to just do this for all our checkboxes that we have. You can just simply say self dot check one dot toggled, and now we need to connect this with the self dot on toggled method that we have. So on toggled, it's on toggles, or we have on toggle. Let me change this to on toggled. Okay, now so on toggle. Now I'm going to just copy this and paste it for the two more checkbox like this. And now let me just run this, and we are checking that it's working or not. So we have received, okay, object has no attribute connect. It is toggled, not toggled, sorry, toggled and toggled and also toggled. Let me just run it once more. Okay, so now we have our simple application, and if I click on the apple, so you can see you have checked apple, and if I say Windows, it's not working because we have copied and we haven't changed these to check 2 and also check 3. Now let me run it again. So if I check this, so Apple, Windows and also Linux, we have error. So, and in here let me check that self.check3.toggled. Okay, now you can see that I have problem in here. This says label, and now let me just run it again. Okay, so if I checked Linux, you can see Linux and Windows and also Apple. So like this you can work with the checkboxes in PyQt. Let's just create calendar in PyQt5. So I have just my codes for the window, and I'm extending from QWidget. So the first thing you need to import the QCalendar class from PyQt5 Qt widgets. So it's called QCalendar widget, and now in here I'm going to just create my calendar. So first I'm going to just create a VBox layout, so QVBox layout, and you need to import this. Let me just alt enter and import this name, and we are going to import QVBox layout. So after this we need to create a calendar object, so QCalendar widget like this, and now we need to add this calendar to the VBox layout, so calendar like this. Now let me just run this. You will see that I have a nice calendar. Oh, I will not have, because I need to set the layout, so set my main layout, so self.set layout to the VBox layout. And now if I run this, you will see that I have a calendar. You can see that I have a nice calendar in here, and you can change the date, and you can just change the month, and like this. So after this, now if you want to, right now we don't have any grid. If you want to, the grid should be visible. You can just in here say calendar dot set grid visible, and it takes a boolean value. By default it's false, and we are going to just make it true. So now if I run this, you will see that I have grids in my this calendar. So like this you can work with PyQt5 calendar widget. In this part I want to show you that how you can build plain text edit in PyQt5. So now this is my code from the previous for the window. I'm just extending from the QWidget. So now in here, in the create UI method, I'm going to just create my plain text edit. edit. So the first thing we are going to just import VBox layout. Also we need to import plain text edit. Okay, now in here, so I'm going to just create a VBox layout object. I'm going to just call it VBox layout, and after this we need to create the plain text edit object, and I'm going to just say plain text edit. Now you can add this to your VBox layout, so plain text edit. So now if I run this, you will see that I don't have any plain text edit in here. So plain text edit. Okay, so because we need to set the layout, so self dot set layout. This is our main layout for the window. So VBox, and now if I run this, you will see that I have a plain text edit. You can see that I can write, so it's like text edit. And but the difference is this, that you can add more features to this plain text edit. For example, you can set the placeholder, so plain text edit dot set placeholder. We can say please, or we can say this is a placeholder. And now if I run this, you can see that we have a placeholder, and you can say like this. You can append your text to the placeholder if you want. You can also set read only. So let me just first say plain text edit dot set read only, and by default it is false, and we are going to make it true. And now if I run this, you will see that I cannot write anything to this this plain text because it's read only. And also you can append any text to your placeholder. So you can just say this is appended text, and you can just say plain text edit dot append plain text, and we are going to just append our text that we have created. And now if you run this, now you can see that we can write from here like this, and you can append. So if you remove this, we have our placeholder in here. So like this you can work with the plain text edit in PyQt5. So in this part we are going to learn about the adding image in PyQt5. We are using QLabel and also QPexMap for this. So now first of all, I need to just import in here a QHbox layout. I need a QLabel, also I need a QPexMap. So you can use QPexMap, so it's related to Qt GUI. You can use for QPexMap for image functionalities. Now in here, the first thing I need, I'm going to just create an HBox layout, and I'm going to just say QHbox layout. After this, I'm going to just create a label in here. I call it image label. After this, I need to create the object of PexMap, so QPexMap, and in the PexMap you need to add your image name. So I have already copied image in my working directory, and I'm going to just say pyqt.jpg. And after this, we need to say image label dot set PexMap. We are going to set this PexMap to our label. And after this, we need to just add so this image label to the layout, and at the end we need to set our layout for our main window. So we are going to set the HBox layout to the main window. So now if I run this, you can see that this is my image that I have added this to my PyQt application. Let's learn about creating QCompleter in PyQt5. So There is a class of QCompleter that you can use in PyQt5 for creating a completer. So you can see that this is my code and I'm extending from QWidget. This is my main window class, and in my create UI app I need to create my QCompleter. So the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a QVBox layout. So a QVBox layout, and I need to import this QVBox layout like this. After this, I need to just create a list of some names for my QCompleter, and I have added some names in here. And after this, we need to create the object of QCompleter. So QCompleter, and we need to add the name list to the QCompleter. So after this, we are going to just create a QLineEdit. So also we need to import QLineEdit. So I'm going to just say line edit and QLineEdit, and I need to import this. So Alt Enter and QLineEdit. So it's related to Qt widget class. And now we need to set the completer to our lineEdit. So lineEdit dot set completer, and we are going to just add our completer in here. And after this, we need to add our lineEdit to our VBox layout. And at the end, you need to just set your main window layout. So self.set layout to the VBox layout. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a QCompleter, and if I write, for example, you can see that I am receiving this completer in here. And if I say A, like this. So like this, you can work with QCompleter in PyQt5. In this part, we are going to learn about creating of file dialog in PyQt5. So for this purpose, we are using QFileDialog. So first of all, you can see that this is my code. I'm extending from QWidget, and this is my UI method that I have called it in my main window class. So now in here, the first thing I need, I'm going to just import QVBox layout. Also, I need a QPush button, and so I need a QFileDialog. Also, I need a QPEX map. So this is related to Qt GUI, but we are going to import the Q label in here. And now for the QPEX map, we are going to import this in Qt GUI module. So QPEX map. Okay, now let's just create our first. We are going to just create a VBox layout in here. So VBox and QVBox layout. After this, we need to create a button. I'm going to just call it btn and QPush button, and I'm going to just say browse image. And now we need to add this button to the VBox layout. So VBox.addWidget, and we are going to just add our button. So also we need to create labels. Let me just create a label in here. For this, I'm going to just say self.label QLabel. For the text, I'm going to just give it an empty text, and now I'm going to just say VBox.addWidget, and I want to add my label in the VBox layout. So after this, we need to just say self.set layout to the VBox layout. Okay, so right now if I run this, you will see that I have just a button in here. You can see that now I have just a button, but now it's not working, it's not functional. After this, I'm going to just create a new method in here, and I call it diff browse image. And I'm going to just first create the QFileDialog object. So QFileDialog, and I'm going to use get open file name, because we are going to open, so we are going to use get open file name, and the parent is self, and this is the text. We are going to just say open file, and in here you can specify the path. So which path should be, I'm going to just say C drive, C, or I'm going to just say that my local directory. And in here you need to just add what files you want. For example, I'm going to just say image files, and now you need to specify the files that you want. And after this we are going to just say that we want the GPG, so all.gpg, and also you can use, for example, PNG or GIF, whatever you want, and all .png. So these are the formats that we want for our image when we browse. Now after this we are going to just create an image path variable, and we are going to just get the 0 index, and so let me just say image path. And after this we need to just create pexmap object, because we want to browse the image and set the image to our label. So in here we are going to just add the image path to our pexmap. So basically after this we need to just say self.label.set pexmap, and we are going to just add we are going to just say qpexmap, and we need to add pexmap in our qpexmap. And now you can just connect this with your push button that you have. So in here you can just say btn dot clicked dot connect, and we are going to just say self dot browse image. Now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I click on the browse image, let me just find an image. Okay guys, so it's not finding the images because we need to just remove this from here. And now if I run this, you will see that it finds the images that's located in my directory. And if I choose an image, if I open, you can see that we have our image in here. And if you choose another one, you can see that like this you can add image. Also you can set the size for the image. If you want, you can just resize the image. You can say self dot resize and pexmap dot width, and also for the height we are going to just say pexmap dot height. Now let me just run it again, and if I choose an image, Python PyIcon, so you can see that it is doing this according to the width and height of our window. So like this you can work with file dialog in PyQt. Now let's just create an example of message box in PyQt5. So for this I'm going to just create a new method in my code. So I'm going to just call it diff, or we can do this in here. We don't need to create, we need to first import a QV box layout, and also we need to import a Q push button. So now in here we need to just create the object of VBox layout, QVBox layout, and we are going to create a button, so Q push button, and I'm going to just say open message box, And after this we need to just say vbox.add widget. We want to add the btn, and we need to set our window layout to the vertical box layout. So after doing this, now we need to create a new method, and let me just call it def create message box. And now there are different message boxes that you can use. For example, we have warning message box, we have about message box, and we have information message box. So first let me just show you the information message box. So I'm going to just say Q message box. I haven't imported Q message box, so we need to import this Q message box. And now let me just in here say Q message box dot information self, and now we need to give the title. So I'm going to just say choice or information info message box, and you can give the text so whatever you want. For example, you can say this is message box. And let me just now connect this to my button. So btn dot clicked dot connect and self dot create message box. Now let me just run this, and if I click on open message box, you can see that now I'm receiving an information message box, and you can see the icon. So the icon is the information message box icon. So you can change this to, for example, warning, and you can just say, for example, warn message box. And if you run this, you will see that we have a warning message box with the icon of a warning. You can see that we have a warning icon. So also you can use about message box. You can just add about and about, and if you run this, and click on this, you can see that we have for the about we don't have any icon, but we have our main window icon. So like this you can work with the message box. Also you can create multi-choice message box. So let me just show you. I'm going to just comment this, and in here the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a message and Q message box, and I'm going to just use the question. So now you need to give some first one is self, and also you need to give the title to choice message box. And now in here you need to say that for example, do you like Python? And in here we need to just give the yes and no choices. So for example, you can use Q message box dot yes, and or we are going to just use or Q message box dot no. And in the else, so okay, so now we have created, now we are going to check in here. So if message is Q message box dot yes, we are going to just say print yes I like Python. And in the else case, I'm going to just say so for example, you can say print no I don't like. So you can do like this. And so let me now just run this, and if I click on open message box, you can see that I am receiving choice message box, do you like Python? And if I click on yes, you can see that I am receiving yes I like Python. If I click on no, you can see no I don't like. So like this you can work with the multi-choice message box in Python, especially in PyQt5. In this part we are going to learn building LCD number in PyQt5. So for this we are going to use QLCDNumber class. So now let's get started. That's what I mean. So this is just my simple code. I have my window that extends from QWidget class. Let me just create a new method in here and I call it diff LCDNumber. So the first thing we need to import. So we are going to just import QVBox layout and also QLCDNumber. Also we need to import QPushButton. So we need to create a QVBox layout, and after creating a vertical box layout we need to create our LCD number object. So QLCDNumber. And after this you need to just we are going to set the style for the LCD number. So first let me just add this to my vbox dot add widget, and I'm going to add self.lcd, and after this I'm going to just say self dot set layout to the vbox layout. So let me just call my this self.lcdNumber method in here. Now let me just run this, and okay, so now you can see that we have this is like LCD number, we have 0. Now we need to add some we are going to add a background color for this, and also we need to just create a random generator or whatever you want we are going to do. So we are going to just create a handler for this. So now, so first let me just add some design for this. The first thing I need, I'm going to just add self.lcd dot set style sheet, and we are going to just give the color to or we are going to just give the background color. So background color to whatever you want, but I want it should be red. So you can change this to green and there is no problem. So after this now we need to just create a push button, and I'm going to just call it self dot, or I'm going to just call it btn and QPushButton, and I say random number generator, and you can set the style sheet for the button. So set style sheet, and background color is green. Also we need to add this to the vbox layout. So vbox layout dot add widget, and we are going to add our btn in here. So after this now we need to just create a new method because we want to use the clicked signal of our button. So I'm going to just call it LCD handler, and the first thing we need to just create a random so a random object. So I'm going to just use randint. So randint, and we want the integer number, the random integer number between 1 up to 200. So we need to import this and I think, yeah, this is the class, and you can see that it's from random import randint. So after doing this now we need to set this random number to the LCD. So we are going to say self.lcd.display, and we want to add the random. So after this we need to connect this to our button, and in the button I'm going to just say btn dot clicked dot connect, and I want to connect my LCD number, or LCD handler, not number. So let me just run this. So now you can see that we have a nice, and if I click on random number generator, you can see that we are receiving random number between 1 and 200. So like this you can work with a QLCD number and you can build a simple random generator number in PyQt5. In this part we are going to learn creating of table widget in PyQt5. So in table widget where we will have columns and rows, and we are going to set the items in column and rows. So now the first thing we need, so you can see this is my code for the window, and I have these are that I have created. Now we need to just import QVBox layout and also QTable widget, also QTable widget item. So now we are going to just create a new method in here. You can do in here, but I'm going to just make the code clean. So I'm going to just say create a table, or whatever you can call it. We need to create the object of QVBox layout, and after this we need to create the object of QTable widget. And now we need to set the row and also column count. So let me just call it table underscore widget. So table widget dot set row count, and I'm going to just choose 5. Whatever you want you can choose, but I'm going to just choose it 5. And for the set column count, I want it should be 3. And now we need to set item for our this table widget. So you can use set item, and you need to specify the row and column, so 0 0. And after this we are going to use QTable widget item, and you need to write the item that you want. So I'm going to just give it name. So we are going to just copy this because we need to add some more for this. This is 0 1, and this is email, and also we have in 0 2. So these are the columns, column 0, column 1, and column 2, and this is a phone number. And now let me just add this to my VBox layout. So VBox.add widget, my table widget, and self.set layout to VBox layout. So this is my main layout for my window. Let me just call this in here. So self.create table, and now if I run this, so you can see that I have the first column, second column, and the third column. Now right now we haven't added any item to this, we have created the widget items. Now for adding this, we are going to just say table widget, or we are going to just copy this and paste it in here. We will change this. So this time we are going to just say row 1 and column 0, and we are going to, for the name, we are going to just give Bob, and copy this. So this is 1 1, and you can give, for example, bob@gmail.com. So for the row 1 and column 2, it means column 3, I want to add for this column phone number, so you can just give a phone number, whatever you want. And now let me just copy this. So if I run this, you will see that I have this item, widget item. You can see that the name Bob, the email, and also I have the phone number. And you can add more as you want. So this time I want the second row and column 0, second row and second row. Change this to and change. So now if you run this, that we have 2 items in our table widget. You can see that these are the 2 items that we have. So like this you can work with the table widget in PyQt5. In this part we are going to learn about creating of list widgets in PyQt5. So using list widget you can insert items at specific row and columns. So now let's get started. This is my basic code for the window. I'm going to just import QVBox layout and also QList widget. So now in here I'm going to just say div create list widget, and let me just create a viewbox layout. I'm going to just call it QVBox layout. So now we need to just create a self.list QList widget. This is the object of our list. Now you can insert items to this list. So self.list dot insert item. So in the 0 I'm going to just say Linux, and let me just now say vbox dot add widget, and I want to add the list, and self dot set layout to my vbox layout. Now I need to call this self dot create list widget, and now if I run this, so you can see that I have the first item, I have Linux. Now we need to just copy this and we need to add more items. So it's not in the row and column. I have said that mistakenly I've said that you can add in the row and columns, but it's the index. So in the table widget we can add in the row and columns, but in the list widget we can add in a specific index. So this is 0 index, this is the first index, and Windows, and in the second index I'm going to just add Mac. In the third index I want to add Android, and in the fourth index this should be iOS. So now if I run this, you will see that I have my items in a specific index, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Also you can set, for example, if you want to handle clicks on this list widget, you can do. For this I need to just create a new label in here. I'm going to just so first let me just add some features to the list widget. You can change the font of the list widget, so you can say set font and Q font, Q font, so times New Roman, and the size you can give, for example, I'm going to give it 13. We need to import this Q font, and now if you run this you can see that the size and type of the text is changed. Now you can see that we have a bigger text in here. Now let me just create a label in here. I'm going to call it self.label QLabel, and we need to import this QLabel like this. So let me just set the font for the label. Let me copy this and change this to label. So now we need to add this to our vbox. So vbox.add widget, and we are going to add our label. Now we need to create a method in here. Whenever you want you can call. For example, I'm going to just say div list view clicked. The first thing I need to find the current item index from the list. So we're going to just say self.list.current item, And after this, we need to set this current item to our label. So self.label.setText, and we need to convert this to string because it is integer, and we need item.text. So item.text. Also, I'm going to change the style sheet of this label. Self.label.set style sheet, and so color to the red. And now it's time to connect this with the list item. So in here we can say that self.list, even you can we need self. Okay, so self.list dot clicked dot connect with self.list view clicked. Now let me run this. Like if I click on Linux, you can see that I am receiving Linux, Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS and the label. So like this, you can work with a list widget in PyQt. PyQt5 video, I'm going to talk about MDI, or we can call it multi-document interface application or window in PyQt5. So in many GUI applications, we will arrive in a situation where we need to open more than one document at a time to process them. So we will want to design our application to handle this, and there are two ways that you can handle this. The first one is SDI, that's called a single document interface, or SDI, and the second one is MDI, multi-document interface. So a single document interface or SDI application implements this by creating separate windows for each of the documents. This is done by creating a window subclass that handles everything by itself, including loading, saving, cleaning up, and so on. And so the second approach that we are going to use in this video is multiple document interface or MDI applications, where the central widget is instantiated with multiple instances, and all these widgets will be interrelated with the main window and share the common menu bar, toolbar, and other components. So now let me just we are going to create a nice example. So okay, first I need some imports. The first thing I need from PyQt5.qt widgets, import Q application. I need Q main window. Also I need because we are using so you need to MDI, you need to import Q MDI area, and also we need to import Q action, so we will handle the signal slots mechanism. Also we need Q MDI sub window like this, and also I need to import sys in here. Okay, so the first thing I need to create a class, so let me call it MDI window. So this class inherits from Q main window, and let me write init and super method in here, super.init. okay, so after this, now we need to create the object of MDI, so let me call it self.mdi and Q MDI area, and let me make the self.central widget to the self.mdi. okay, now we need to create a menu bar. Let me create self.menu bar. Now we need to create menu items, so bar.add menu. So the first one is file, and now we need to add action, so file.add action, new, file.add action. This is cascade, so casegit and file.addAction, and this is child. Okay, so like this. Let me also self.set window title, set window title, let me call it MDI application. Okay, so now let me create a method in here, because for handling my menu bar items and making a MDI window, so let me create window trick and also let me give another parameter of p in here. So if p dot text, so if the text is new, so if this is the case, I'm going to create, so first okay, first of all I need to create a variable in here, count, and make it to 0. Okay, now if this is the new MDI window dot count, MDI window dot count, so it's like this, count +1. So because, for example, we are going to create a new window, and we want to count this, for example, window 1, window 2, window 3, and we are going to add a subtitle to those sub windows. So also now let me create a sub MDI window, QMDI sub window. Now sub dot set widget qtext edit. Also I need to import qtext edit in here. qtext edit. Okay, so we are going to make the sub windows in the central widget of qtext edit, and now we need to set the title. So sub dot set window title, and for the title let me give for example sub window and plus str. I'm going to convert this MDI window dot count. So according to count, I'm going to determine my title. So for example, I have 3 sub windows. I will call it sub window 1, sub window 2, and sub window 3 automatically. Now self.mdi dot add sub window, and you need to add the sub in here, and at the end you need to show this. So sub dot show. So this was for the new. Now in the if we have p dot text, so it is casegit. In this case we are going to self dot mdi dot cascade sub window. We are going to cascade all sub windows. And in the case of fp dot text, so if this is child, and in this case we are going to self dot mdi dot tile sub windows, like this. Okay, so now at the end, because in in every PyQt5 application we must create an application object, and we need to pass the sysargv parameter, because the sysargv parameter is a list of arguments from a command line. Now you can in here, so let me give app GUI application sys.argv argument v, And finally, this is the main loop. We enter the main loop of the application because the event handling starts from this point, and the main loop receives events from the Windows system and dispatch them to the application widget. So let me app.execute. Also, I need to create the object of my MDI window. So MDI window like this. So now also you need to show this. So MDI window.show. Okay, now this is the complete code. Don't worry, I will add this complete code to my blog. You can check my blog for this code in the video description. Now I'm going to run this. So we have received central widget to money argument self.set central widget. So where is it? Okay, let me just check this. So guys, the problem is in here. It is set central widget. So set, let me remove this dot set central widget. Okay, now let me just run it again. Okay, so now I have this window, and if I click on file new, oh sorry, because we have created this but we have not connected this. So now we need to connect this in here. File dot triggered. So triggered queue action dot connect, and now we need to add self dot window track. Now let me run it again. Okay, so if I click on file new, let me just check it again. I have a okay, so the main problem is this, that if you see in here, it's telling me that object MDI window has no attribute count. So we are receiving the error from here. So from this line of code, this section. So because we don't have any count, we haven't defined this count. So I have defined this, but it's in the wrong place. I need to add this in here. I should make this like global. So now let me just run this. File new. Again problem. Another problem is in here. So in the qtext edit, I have forgot to add this, and let me run it again, and hopefully it will work now. Yeah, now you can see I have the first sub window, and this is the second sub window, and file new, this is the another window. So you can create MDI windows like this, and you can see the title. We have window 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. Now you can make it cascade like this, and you can make it tiled again, and you can. Alright guys, now it's time to create menu and toolbar in PyQt5. So I've already created the basic code for the window, and this time I'm extending from QMain window, because when you're going to work with menu and menu items and toolbars, you need to extend from the QMain window, because it gives the features for creating of menu and also menu items. So let me just create, you can do this in here as you wish, but also you can create a new method. So you can say create menu, and in here the first thing I need, I'm going to create a main menu. So main underscore menu, so it is self dot menu bar, so it's our menu bar. And after this we need to just create for example file menu, and we need to add menu to this. So the first one is file, and this is for example let me change this to edit menu. Edit, and this is for example view menu. So if you run your so you can see that we have a menu bar with these items. So you can see we have file, edit, and view. Now how you can add items to every for example for the file, for the edit, for the view. So for this we need to just create actions. So if you want to create items for your menu bar, you need to create action, and in the action you can give for example the name for the net menu items, and also you can give the icon for that. So for example I'm going to just create a copy action, and it should be Q action. We need to import this Q action, so you can see it's related to Qt widgets. And in here we are going to just use a Q icon because we are going to add icon for our this menu items. So the first one is copy.png. I've already copied some icons, and the text is copy, and also we need to give the self in here. Also you can set shortcut, so you can say copy action dot set shortcut, and for example control plus C, and now we need to add this to the file menu. So add action, and we are going to just add the copy action. So now if I run this in the file, you can see that I have a copy in here with the icon of copy, and also I have shortcut for this. So now we need to copy this, and we need to add some more, for example save action, and change this to save, and for the text we are going to just say save, and change this to Control S, and we need to add save action to the file menu. Also we are going to just create one more, and for this I'm going to just say exit. So let me just add the save to the edit menu, so like this. Okay, so this is exit action, and this is exit.png, exit, and you can say Control X for example, and we are going to add this to file menu. So now if you run this, you can see that in the edit we have save, and in the file we have our two more menu items like this. So also you can handle click events. For example, if you want to click on the exit, we want that this window should be exit. So for this, for the menu items in PyQt5 we have a triggered signal. So first we need to create a slot or a method in here. I'm going to just say exit window, and we are going to just say self.close, and now we need to connect this with the exit in here. So we can say that exit action dot triggered dot connect, and we are going to connect this with the exit window. So now if I run this, and now if I click on the exit, you can see that our window is closed. Now let's create toolbar. So toolbar. First you need to create the object of a toolbar, so self dot add toolbar, and we are going to just say toolbar, name it toolbar. And now we need to add actions to the toolbar, so add action. So the first one is the copy action, and we need to copy this and paste it once more. We have save action, and we have exit action. Now if we run this, so you can see that we have a toolbar in here, and you can change like this the position, and you can bring it in here, so it's so flexible. So like this you can work with the toolbar, menu bar, and menu items in PyQt5. PyQt5 video, I'm going to show you that how you can load a .ui file in Python. So before this I had a video that how you can convert your .ui file in Python. So for example, you want to create an application in PyQt5, you're going to open Qt Designer, you design your for example application on Qt Designer. Now after that there are two ways that you can interact the UI file with the Python. So a UI file is an XML file, and for that the first way was that you need to convert your .ui file to .py file. I have a video on that, so if you haven't watched, I will add the link to the video description. So the another way and the easiest way is that you can load your .ui file. So it's the good and the best way, because if you're good in the XML, so you can bring change to your XML .ui file. So now let's get started. The first I'm going to create a simple design for my UI file. So the important thing that I want to tell that when you are going to install PyQt5, you don't have a Qt Designer by default. You need to install PyQt5-tools, and after that you will receive Qt Designer. I have explained this on that video. You can watch that video in the description. So let me find, I have already installed, so you can install pip install PyQt5-tools, and this will be installed. It's easy and simple. So now I'm going to find PyQt5-tools from here, and where is it? Okay, yeah, this is PyQt5. No, this is not, and yeah, this is dash tools. And in here, if you see, you can see I have a designer. Now I'm going to click on this. Okay, now you can create, I'm going to create a main window. So I'm going to, just for the explanation, I want to add a text edit in here. Also I need to just a push button like this, and let me change this to click me. Let me make it click me. Okay, so now let me just give a layout for this. So I want to give it a vertical layout like this and make it bigger. So guys, now this is my simple UI design. Now I want to load this in my Python file. I cannot use this like this, and the first way was that you need to save this .ui file and you need to convert this to .py file, but it's a little hard, and for example when you want to bring some change, you cannot do that. So the second way is the loading the .ui file. So let me just save this, and I'm going to save this, and let me find save this in this folder, and let me give it a name. So my file, for example. Okay, so now I have saved this, and now let me just check my okay, now you can see I have this file in here, and now you need to copy this in your PyCharm ID. Let me just copy this and paste this in my PyCharm ID in here like this. So now you can see I have an XML version of this. You can see I have Q push button, Q text edit, and also a nice window. So now I've created a Python file load.py. Now I'm going to load this in here. Okay, now first of all I'm going to import some libraries, so some classes from PyQt5. So from PyQt5 Qt widgets, import Q main window. I need Q main window, I need Q application, also I need a Q push button with Q text edit. Also from PyQt5 import, we are going to use UIC in here, and also import sys. Okay, now I'm going to create a class of UI that inherits from Q main window. Let me write the init method and also super method. Super UI and self dot init. Okay, so you can simply use a UIC dot load UI, and in here you need to, the first thing you need to give the file name. So it is my file.ui, and this is the parent is self, so the base instance is self. Okay, so after this you need to show this self.show. Okay, now at the end we need to create our app. So now in every PyQt5 application we must create an application object, and so let me first create app Q application, and in here we need to give sys.argv. So this sys.argv parameter is a list of arguments from a command line. So because Python scripts can be run from the shell, and it's a way how we can control the startup of our scripts. And after that we need to create our this class object. So let me call it UI window. I call create the object, and finally we enter the main loop of the application. So the event handling starts from this point. So this is app.execute. The main loop receives events from the window system and dispatches them to the application widget, and the main loop ends if we call the exit method or the main widget is destroyed. And this the sys.exit method ensure a clean exit. Okay, now this is our code, and let me just run this, and hopefully we see this UI file in here. Let me just load this. Okay, now you can see that this is our window that we have created, and we have loaded our UI file in here. Now for example, you can see you can easily bring change. For example, the title is main window, and you can open your this UI file, and from here, for example, you can find this, and I call it UI window. And now if I run this, so now you can see this is changed to UI window. So for example, as you see, we have a text edit in here. Also we have button. For example, you want to implement signal and slots and mechanism, and you want to access to this edit text widget, or you want to access to this button. How you can do this? So for this we have a find child that you can use this. So for example, let me write self dot text edit, and from here you can use self dot find child. It is qtext edit, and in here you need to write the name of your qtext edit. If you see your .ui file in the widget section, we have a qtext edit and we have the name of text edit, we have a q push button, and we have push button name. So in here you need to add the text edit name. So let me just copy this and paste it in here. Also let me find the button, self dot button, self dot find child, find child, and it's qtext edit, and the name is push button, like this. Just copy and paste it in here. Okay, so now let me create a method in here that I want to show you the real example. So def clicked btn. So if a user click in the text edit, I want to write something. So self dot text edit dot set plain text, and in here let me write, for example, please subscribe my channel and like the video. Okay, like this. So now we need to connect this. If you have watched my signal and slot video, you know what I mean. So clicked, I want to connect this click btn slot or method to the clicked signal of the button. Dot connect, and this is self dot clicked btn. So now let me just run it again. Clicked, I have self dot button dot clicked. So I have problem in here. Let me just check this. Sorry guys, the main problem I have in here, it's not qtext edit, it's a q push button. So by this reason I have received the error. So let me load this, and okay, so now this is our window. If I click on this, you can see this is my text that I have written in there. In this part we are going to learn creating of qdial in PyQt5. So now let's just create this. We need some imports. For example, we need a q label, we need a q, for example, hbox layout, and also we need a qdial, not qdialog but a qdial. So let's just create a method in here. I'm going to just call it create dial, and first we need to just create a hbox layout, and after this we are going to just create the object of label self. I'm going to give it self because I will need this self when I'm going to create event handling for this simple application. So after this we can set the font for this, and you can use q font, so Times New Roman, and this should be 15. and we need to just import this Q font. After this, we are going to just create the object of QDial. So self.dial and QDial. Okay, now so we've created the label and also QDial. Now you can set some features to the dial. For example, you can set minimum. I want it should be 0, and self.dial.set maximum, and it should be 100. So I want 100, but you can change this. And so first let me just show you that what is it, and I'm going to just say hbox.add widget. I want to add the label, and hbox.add widget, and I want to add self.dial, and I need to set the layout for the window, so it should be hbox layout, and I'm going to call this method in here, so self.create dial. Now if I run this, we can see that we have a dial in here. Now I want when a user for example dial this, I want that the value should be print in a label in here. We have already created the label. So for this, first let me just also add a volume for this. So you can just say self.dial.set volume, set volume, not volume, it should be 30. Okay, so now we need to add the functionality for this dial. I'm going to just create a div on dial, for example changed. The first thing we need to get the value from the dial, so we can say self.dial.value, and after getting the value from the dial, we are going to just set the value to the text, so to the label. So self.label.set text, and we are going to just say dial value is dot format, and we can print the value, and also you can set the style sheet, so self.label.set style sheet, and the color to, for example, red, something like this. Okay, so after this, now we need to connect this with the signal of value change signal of the dial. So we can say self.dial.value change, it's the signal, and we are going to just connect this with the on dial changed. So now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I change this, you can see that the dial is changing, and you can see that the value is 100, the dial value, because we have set this to 100 and the minimum is 0. So you can do like this. So like this you can work with the dial in PyQt5. So now let's create context menu in PyQt5. This is my code for the basic window, and I'm extending from the Q main window. So for creating of context menu, we have we need to just add this method that's called context menu event. So this is related to for creating of context menu, and this is a part of our Q main window, and this is related to the Q main window. Also let me just change this to event, and now we can create the object of context menu. In here we need to create an object of Q menu. Let me just import the Q menu, so you can see it's related to Qt widgets. Okay, so after this we are going to just create the items for the context menu. So let me just call it a new, so we can say context menu, context menu dot add action, and this is new, and for example open context menu dot add action, and this should be open. Also we have a quit. Let me just say quit action, context menu dot add action, and it is quit. Okay, so after this now we need to execute this. So we are going to just say we need to add these actions to the context menu, and we need to execute the context menu. So we can say context menu dot execute, and we are going to just say self dot map from global, and we are going to just get the event, so event dot pose, and let me just call this self dot context, or we don't need to call this because it's related to cube main window, and we don't need to call this. So now if I run this, and if I right click, you can see that I am receiving the context menu, and but it's in here, and like this. So it is because it's not map from global, it is map to global. So now let me just run it again, and now we can see that we have our context menu. Now you can add actions to this. For example, if I click on the quit, the window should be quit, and for this in here we are going to just say if action. So if action is quit action, we are going to just self dot close. So now if you run this again, and if you right click, and if you quit, you can see the window is closed. In this part we are going to learn creating of dockable widgets or dockable items in PyQt5. So I have already created my window, and now I'm going to just create my dockable widget. So def create dock widget, and the first thing I need, I'm going to just create the object of dock. Okay, before this we need some imports in here. The first we need to just import a QDock widget. Also we need to import QList widget. So in here first we need to create the object of dock widget, and you need to give a name. So I'm going to just give it dockable, and also the parent itself. And after this we need to just create a list widget. So QList widget object, we need to create so list items, and we are going to just add some items to this list like this. Okay, so after this now we need to add this list to the list widget. So you can say list widget dot add items, and we are going to add list items. So after this we want text edit, and I want it should be as a central widget of my window. So I can just say self dot set central widget to qtext edit, and we need to import this. Okay, so after this now I want that my this list widget should be dockable. So for this I can just simply say that doc dot set widget, and it should be self dot list widget. We don't have self, it's just list widget. Okay, and after this I want that this should be in the right of the window. In the left I want a text edit, and in the right I want my list widget should be as a dockable. So you can just say self dot add doc widget and Qt dot, first we need to import this Qt, alt enter, and we need from PyQt5 Qt core we need Qt, so dot right doc widget area, and we are going to just add the doc in here. So now we need to just call our this method, so create doc widget, and now if I run this, okay, now you can see that in the left I have a text edit, and in the right I have this dockable widget, and you can see that you can dock this like this. So it's working like this. So this was just a simple example on creating doc widget in PyQt. Let's create font combo box in PyQt5. So font combo box, in the font combo box you will have a combo box that is filled with the fonts, different fonts from the PyQt5. So now let's just create, so it will be so simple and easy. And now we need to import VBox layout. So Q VBox layout, we need to import Q font combo box, and in here first create the object of Q VBox, and after this the object of font combo and Q font combo box. And now you need to set the font. There are different fonts that you can use. You can just say set font filters, so these are different font filters. You can just say Q font combo box dot mono space font, so we are going to just use this font. And after this we need to add this font combo to the VBox layout, and you need to just say self.set layout to the VBox layout. So this will be our main layout as a vertical box layout. So let's just call this create font combo, and now if I run this, you can see that I have a combo box, but it's filled with different fonts from PyQt5. In this part we are going to learn that how you can draw different shapes in PyQt5. So for this purpose we have a class that's called TKinter. So using TKinter class you can draw for example rectangle, polygon, ellipses, and also you can draw text. So now let's just create this. So the first thing we need to just import TKinter. So this is related to Qt GUI TKinter. So now you need to add a method or override a method that's called paint event. So this class is related to TKinter class, and after this now we need to create the object of our TKinter class in here, and now we need to just set the pen for the this painter. We are going to just use a QPen. So you need to import QPen. Now let me just import this QPen. Okay, now also we need to import from PyQt5 Qt core import Qt. Okay, now in here the first one is I'm going to just set the brush color, the pen color, so I'm going to just say black, and this is the size of pen, and this is the style of the pen, or we can call type. So I'm going to use solid line, but you can use a different, you can use, for example, but you can use solid pattern, and I think there is more about this. We're going to just use solid line. So after this, now let me just say painter dot draw rect, and this is the x and y position, and this is the width and height of the rectangle. Now if I run this, we are not seeing anything. Let me now just run it again. Okay, so now you can see we are receiving, but oh, the height is 100,000. This should be 100. 1,000, not 100,000. So it was 1,000, and now it's 100, and now we have a nice rectangle. So also you can set brush for your painter, so you can say painter dot set brush, and we are going to use Q brush, so we need to import this. It's related to Qt GUI, so Q brush. And now you need to give the color of the brush Qt.red, and we need the style to Qt.solid pattern. And if I run this, you can see now it's changed, the color is changed, the color of the rectangle. Also you can use another patterns. For example, let me just comment this, and let me just say painter dot set brush Q brush, and we are going to just use Qt dot green, and the type is Qt dot cross pattern. So now if I run this, you can see now that it's changed to cross diag pattern. So like this you can work with the Q brush in using drawing rectangle in PyQt5. So now let's draw for example polygon or draw ellipse. So for this I'm going to just so I need Q painter, and in here instead of rect I'm going to just use painter dot draw ellipse, and you need to give the x and y position and also the width and height. And now if I run this, so you can see I have ellipse, and if you uncomment this and if you run this, you will see that I have a solid line ellipse, solid pattern. So let's now create a polygon. So I'm going to just remove this, and the rest should be the same, and in here I'm going to just create a points. So we are going to just use Q polygon. We need to import Q polygon. I think it's related to Q polygon, or it's Qt GUI class. So Q polygon, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to just say Q polygon, and this is a list, and in here we need to specify our points. So we need to just import this in here. So I'm going to just say Q. We need QPython in here, and now in here we can just say QPython, and this should be 1010. Another QPython 1000. QPython, and this should be 110, and QPython, so 100. And after this we are going to just say painter dot draw polygon, and we are going to add points in here. So now if I run this, you can see that I have a polygon in here, and if you change comment this and uncomment this, if you run this, you'll see we have a cross pattern polygon. Okay, so now let's just how you can draw texts in PyQt5. We are going to learn about that. Let me remove this polygon. So now let me just remove I need to just for right now add the QPainter class, and I can just say painter dot draw text, and this is the position of the text, the X and Y position, and we are going to just say PyQt5 drawing text. So now if I run this, you can see that PyQt5 drawing text. Now you can do more with the drawing functionality of the QPainter class. For example, let me just create a rectangle in here. So QRectF, we need to import this, and you can just hit Alt Enter, and this is Qt core, related to Qt core. So now we need to just give the sizes for this rectangle 25, and now I can just say painter.drawRect, and I want to add my rect in here. And after this I want to say painter.drawText. I want to add this text in a rectangle, so for the position I'm going to just give rect, and we are going to just say qt.align center, and the text should be text in the rect. So now if I run it again, you can see now we have a text in the rectangle. Also you can use text document for styling of your text. Now let me just show you for this. For example, in here I'm going to just create the object of qtext document. We need to import qtext document, qtext document, and now we are going to just create a rectangle. I call it rect2, and it's a qrectf. We need to give the position and the width and height, so 250, and now we can say document dot set text width, and rect2 dot width. We are going to just get the width of the rect2 and assign that to our document. So now we can just say set HTML. We using qtext document, you can also set HTML for styling. So I can just say B, and I'm going to just say Python GUI, and now I'm going to just give an italic in here, Python GUI GUI Development. And also now you can give a color, so if you want to give a color also you can give. And in here I'm going to just give, so first let me just give font size, so font size to 10. And also I can just give a color, so color, and for the color I want it should be, for example, red. And also we are going to just give the text in here, so let me just close this font. And now we are going to add the text, so I'm going to just say development GUI, or I can say crash course. And after this now we need to just say document dot draw content, and we need to add our painter class object and our rect2. So now let me just run this. And so I have received this, but the color is not changed. Let me just check this, that where's the problem. Okay, I think I have misspelling in here. It's font, and now let me just run this again. It's not working. Okay, so the problems in here, I forgot to add this tag in here, and now if I run this, you can see that we are receiving the styling of this text. So like this you can work with the TKinter class in PyQt5. So particularly in this video I want to show you that how you can create this nice bar chart using PyQt chart. So you can see we have we are going to do this example. So first of all, what is a PyQt chart? Now it's a set of Python bindings for Qt company and Qt chart library. So the bindings set on top of PyQt5 and are implemented as a single module. First of all, you need to install PyQt chart. So if you want to use, you can simply use pip install PyQt chart, hit enter. So I've already installed and the requirement already satisfied, and you can use this way and install. If you face any problem, you can just give in the installation, you can just comment your problem, and I will solve that. So now the first thing we need, I have created a new Python file in PyCharm IDE, and now I'm going to first import my library classes. So from PyQt5.Qt widgets, I'm going to import Q application and also Q main window. So, and after this we need to import sys, because we will use that. So import sys, and also we are going to use our Qt chart modules. So let me import from PyQt chart from PyQt5.Qt chart. I'm going to import QChart. Also I need to import QChart view, and we need QBarSet. So these two are when we create charts. For example, we will create a bar chart in this example. In the next video we will create, for example, line chart. So these two are requirement for all of chart that we are going to create. So this bar set is, now this is the bar set, this is means that the bar chart. And also we need to use a Q% bar series, and at the end also we need to import a q-bar category access. So q-bar category access. Now after this also I'm going to, because I want to give a animation, so also I'm going to use from Qt GUI import QPainter. So QPainter like this, and from PyQt5 Qt core I'm going to import Qt. So now we are going to first create our class window that inherits from or extends from our Q main window. And now after this we need to create our constructor like this, and we need to create our super method in here, super.init like this. Okay, now because we are extending from Q main window, now I'm going to use self. You can simply use self and you can access to the methods, like for example window title you can give. Let me just give it PyQt bar chart, and you can set the geometry, so self set geometry, not graphic, so geometry. And for the geometry I'm going to give 100 and 100, 680 and also 500. And then you need to just do self.show. Okay, now after this we are going to first let me just create my window. You can watch my complete series on PyQt5, so I don't want to explain all of these. So I'm going to create a GUI application object, and I want to pass sys.argument v in here. So we have used the sys argument v because the sys the sys.argv is parameter is a list of arguments from a command line. Now Python scripts can be run from the shell, and it's a way how we can control the startup of our script. And after this we are going to create the object of our window class, so window, and now we can at the end, because finally at the end we need to enter our to the main loop of the application. Now you can simply use sys.exit and app.execute, so app.execute. Okay, now this was our window. If we run this, we are receiving just a simple window like this. Okay, now after this we are going to create a method in here. Let me just call it div create, for example, whatever you want. Let me call it bar. Okay, now the bar set class, so first let me just create. So I'm going to create set 0 and q bar set, and in here you need to specify for example, let me give some names. So this the bar set class represents a set of bars in the bar chart, and it groups several bars into a bar set. Now let me just copy this and create some more. So this is the first one, and you can give what name you want, and this is the second one. Let me just give it the another one is this is set 3, and we can give it, for example, let me just add one more and it will be good. Okay, so after creating these, now we need to create our set. So let me just copy the set. Okay guys, now these are the set of values that we are going to use. So, and after this, now we have created our data. Now we need to create a percent bar series. So series q percent bar series. Now we need to append our D's are set to the series. So you can simply use series dot append, and you can append set 0 like this, and you can do this for all of them. For example, set 1 and set 2, this is set 3, and this is set 4. Okay, now after this, doing this, this was for our bar chart. Now I have said when you want to plot a bar chart or a line chart in PyQt chart, you must have a chart, and also you must have a chart view. Now you need to add your this series in the chart, and after that you need to add your chart to the chart view. Now let me show you what I mean. First, let me create a chart object, QChart, and now I can add the series to the chart. So dot add series. Also for this, I want to need some access, but for other, if you want, you can. If you don't want, you can leave it. So now chart. Now I have added the series. Now I want to set the title for this chart, and I can give it, for example, % bar chart example. And also we are going to create an animation for this. So set animation, animation option, and we are going to use QChart dot series animations. Now we need to create some access. First, I'm going to create a categories. So categories, and this is a list of some months, for example, January, February, and March. We have April and May, and also, for example, June. Now after creation of categories, now we need to create our access. So access, Q bar category access, and now we need to append this access. We need to append this category to our access. So append, and we are going to add categories in here. And now we need to create the default access for our chart. So create default access, and also we are going to chart dot set access x to the access, and also we are going to add our series in here. Okay, now after this we are going to create chart view. So chart view, and let me create the object of QChart view, and we are going to add our chart in here. And also you can set render hint. So set render hint, and I'm using QPinter dot anti-aliasing. And at the end you need to set this chart view as a central widget of your main window. So self dot set central widget, and we are going to add a chart view in here like this. So I will add this source code to the video description, don't worry. And now I need to call my this self dot create bar in here. So let me just, okay, now let me just run this. So set render hint, I have a problem in here. QChart object set render hint, I have a problem in the set render hint. Okay guys, so it's not chart, it's chart view. So by this reason I have received this error. Let me run it again. Okay, so now you can see we have our % bar chart example. We have this title, and these are the axes, and these are the data, and these are the charts, bar charts. So like this you can create. Also you can add legends if you want. So let me just show you adding of legend. And in here I'm going to add legend for my chart. So chart dot legend dot set visible and make it true. It's a boolean value. And also you can use chart dot legend dot set alignment dot set alignment, and you can give this to Qt dot alignment bottom. So alignment bottom. Now let me just run this, and now we are good to go. So okay, I'm not seeing any legend in here. Let me just check this. Okay guys, now you can see we have some legends in here. So like this you can create a bar chart. So in the previous video we have learned that how you can create a percent bar chart in PyQt chart. So this is a nice example. So now in this video I want to show you that how you can create a line chart or line series. So I have already created some codes, some boilerplate codes. It's just a simple window that I don't want to repeat the codes, and I have just simple window, and I have some imports. So from QWidgets I have GUI application and GUI main window, and from Qt chart I have QChart, QChart view, and QLine series. So now from Qt GUI I need TKinter, and from Qt core I need Qt. Also I need to add wxPython from Qt core. Now after this let me just create a method in here. Let me call it div create line chart or line series, whatever you want. After this we need to create the object of our QLine series, and now we need to append some data to this series. So let me just copy the data. So these are the data we have appended to our series. These are some points, and also let me bring it in here, and these are some pointf that we have added to the series like this. After this now we need to create our chart in here. So let me call it chart, and it is a QChart. And after this we need to add the series to the chart. So add series, and we are going to add the chart. We are going to add this series to our chart. So this is not chart, this is series, sorry, series. Okay, now after this we need to set an animation. So chart dot set animation options, and we are using QChart dot it is a series animation, so series animation. And also you can set a titles for this. So set title, and let me give it line chart example. Okay, so I have said that now we have created our line series and our data, and we have created our chart. We have added the series to our chart. Now after that we need to create a chart view, and we need to add this chart to the chart view. So first let me just create legend for this source. Also I want legend dot set visible and make it true, and chart dot legend dot set alignment, and it is Qt dot alignment bottom. Okay, now after this we need to create our chart view, and we will add our chart to the chart view. So chart view, Q chart view, and we are going to, okay, so we need to add our chart in here. And now chart view dot set render hand, and we are going to make it QPainter dot anti-aliasing. Okay, so after this we need to make this chart view as a central widget of our main window. So you can use self dot set central widget, and we are going to add our chart view in here. Okay, so this completed. Now we need to call our self dot create line chart in here. Now let me just run this. We have, okay, I think, yeah, now you can see we have a nice line chart, and also we have a nice animation for the chart, and you can make it bigger like this. In this video I want to show you that how you can create a pie chart in PyQt chart. So I have just created some codes for creating just a window, because I don't want to repeat the code. So this is just a window code, and also I have some imports. So these are from QWidgets, and from the Qt chart this time I need QChart view, and also QPy series. And from Qt GUI I need QPainter, QPen, and also from Qt core I need Qt or Qt. So now I need to create a method in here, so I call it def create a pie chart, and now we need to create a QPy series, so QPy series. And after this, now we need to append some data, so dot append, and now you can add, for example, let me add Python, and let me give it some data like this. So copy paste, this is for C++, and also I need for Java, and for C#. And the last one that I want to add, for example, PHP, and you can add for whatever value you want. Okay, so now after creating this, we have created this. Now we need to create our chart in here. So chart, QChart, and we need to also we need to chart dot add series. So we need to add our series to the chart, and after this we need to set the animation. So chart dot set animation options, and QChart dot series animations, and also you can set the title for your chart. So it is pie chart, for example, programming pie chart. After this we are going to create a chart view. So chart view, and this is QChart view, and we need to add our chart to the chart view. And after this let me just chart view dot set render hand, and Qt dot anti so Qt dot okay, so QPainter dot anti-aliasing. Okay, so now this is we have created, and also at the end we need to self dot set central widget. We need to make this chart view as a central widget. Now let me just call my code, my method in here. So self dot create pie chart, and now if I run this, you can see I have a nice chart in here. So we have a nice animation, and this nice pie chart for programming language. These are the data that we have added. Okay, so now if you want to add a slice to your this pie chart, for example, we want, for example, a slice the Java. So for this we need to add a QPy slice in here, QPy slice, and I don't need this. I think I don't need this Qt and also QPen. In okay, we will use this QPen. So let me just add Q. We will use this Qt now. Okay, so we have added QPy slice. Now for the slicing, let me just in here create adding slice. So we need to create a QPy slice, and after this slice we are going to dot slices, and we need to slice. So if you see, it is 0 index, 1 index and second index. So I want to slice the second index. So after this, now we need to slice dot set exploded. So slice QPy slice. Okay, so slice dot set exploded, and I want to make it to true. And now if I run this, okay, now you can see we have this exploded. Now you can see our second indexes. Now it's we have sliced this. Now you can add more functionality to this. For example, you can set label. So slice dot set label visible and make it to true, and also slice dot set pen, and I want it should be qpen and qt dot dark green, and you need to give the pen size to 2. Now if I run this, now you can see we have the label in here is Java, and now it's you can see it's we have a nice dark green in here. Also you can set brush, so you can slice dot set brush and qt dot green. And now if I run this, you can see now we have a green one in here. So in this video I want to show you that how you can create donut chart in PyQt chart. So now let's get started. I have created a new Python file, and this is just a window code. So you can see this is a code for creating of my window, and I don't have anything in here. So I have added some libraries. So from PyQt5 Qt chart, import qchart, qchartView, qpyseries, and also qpyslice. Also I have added qkinter and pent, and also I need to import qt. So now after this, let me just create a method. So diff create, I call it donut chart. Now the first thing we need, we are going to use qpyseries for this. So qpyseries, and after this we need to set the hole size. So set hole size, and I want to give it 0.35. And after this we need to append some data in this. So it's, let me write protein. It's the example from C++ programming language, and from the Qt documentation that we are going to use this in Python. Now you can give the percent in here, and after this you can give the value, so like this. Now after this I'm going to create a pie, so I call it slice. So slice QPy slice, and now I'm going to slice series dot append, and I want to append another thing, so it is fat 6%, and you can add the data in here. 0.6, it's not at 50.6, it is 4.28. Okay, now after this we are going to set the explode, so slice dot set explode and make it to true, or we don't just set the explode, and slice dot set label visible, and also I think by default these values are true and we don't need to add, so we will check that if it works. And also we need to slice dot set label visible, okay. Now we need to append some more data, so series dot append, and let me write other 23.8%, so 23.8, and series dot append, so carbs 56.4% and 56.4%. okay, so now this is the data that we want to add. And after this, now let me just create a chart object, so QChart, and now I can add the series, so you can add, so chart dot add series, and I want to add series in here. Also you can set animation, so chart dot set animation options, QChart dot series animations, and you can set the title dot set title. It is, for example, donut chart example. And also so first let me just create my chart view, so chart view, QChart view, and we are going to add our chart in here, and chart view dot set render hint, QPinter dot anti aliasing, and also okay, I don't need to this pen, and also I don't need to this Qt library because I have copied from the previous video. So now you can set your chart view as a central widget, so solve dot set central widget, and we are going to set the chart view. So now if I call my cell dot create donut chart, and if I run this, okay, QPy slice object has no attribute set explode. Let me just check that where's the problem. We have slice QPy slice, so now slice dot, oh, it's set exploded. Now let me run this. Set label visible, again we have a problem. Slice dot set label visible. We have let me remove one of them, and now let me run it. Okay, so now you can see we have a donut chart example like this, and we have fat, and also you can set for example, if you want to set a theme, also you can do. So now let me show you how you can set dim. So after set title, in here we are going to use chart dot set dim, not title, set dim, and qchart dot chart dim blue. We are going to use this. Now let me just run this. Okay, now you can see we have a nice donut chart with a nice color. Alright guys, now this is our second part in Python GUI crash course, and in this part we are going to talk about the fundamentals of wxPython, and we are going to create examples on wxPython. So now first of all, what is wxPython? So wxPython is a Python wrapper for wxWidget. Now wxWidget is written in C++ and it's a popular cross-platform GUI toolkit for C++ programming language. wxPython is implemented as a Python extension module, and just like wxWidget, wxPython is also free. So there's no license for this. You can use free. And the principal modules in wxPython API includes a core module that it consists of wxWidget class, which is the base for all classes in the API. So now you need to install wxPython. For the installation, you can just simply use pip install wxPython, and it will be installed. So now let's just create our first window in wxPython. In wxPython. So first of all, you need to install wxPython using pip install wxPython. So after installation, we are going to just import a wx, and after this we need to create a class, a frame class. Now in every wxPython application we have a frame class that is a top level window, we can call it, and in the frame class we will have our panel. That this panel is used for adding widgets, like for example buttons, menu bar, checkboxes, and like this. So I'm going to just use a class myFrame, and so now this class extends from wx.frame. So wx.frame, and we are going to just create our init method in here, and we need to add, because we need a parent for this class, and also we need a title for this class when we create the object of this class. So and after this, let me just create also my super myFrame, and also I'm going to also add the self in here. So this is my super method, and for the parent I'm going to just give it parent, and for the title I want the title, because I want to set the title when I create the object of myFrame. So for the title I'm going to just give it title. So now we have created our myFrame class, and now it's time to create our myApp class. Now so for every wxPython application you need to create the object of application object in the application, because every wxPython application should have one application object. So for this we are also using a class, because we want our code should be clear. So in here we need to just create another class, and I'm going to just call it myApp class, but it's whatever you want you can call it. We are going to just call it myApp class. So I'm going to just create a class, and it is myApp class, and it extends from wx.app. So now in here we need to just create add an onInit method, because in the onInit method we are going to just return our this myFrame class, and we need to show the myFrame class on that method. So you can just say diff onInit. So diff on init, and in here we are going to just create the object of our myFrame class, myFrame. Now for the parent I need to just give it none, and for the title I'm going to just give it wxPython window. And also now you need to show this frame, so you can just say frame.show, and we need to just return true for this. Now after this we need to just create the object of my app class. So app, and I'm going to just say my app. Now we need to run our main loop, so app dot main loop. So this is our code. Now if I run this, you will see that I have a window, but there's no panel for this window. You can see that I have a nice window in here. So also you can add size, so let me just give a size, for example 500, or we can call it 400 by 600. And now if you run this, so you can see we have a bigger size, and let me just make it 300 by 800, and let me run it again. So I think it's the width, and for the width we need to just give it 300, and for the height we are going to just give it 600. You can see now we have a nice window. Now it's time to create our panel. Now I have said that in every wxPython application we have a frame class, so in the frame we need a panel. So because in the panel we are going to create our widgets like checkboxes, buttons, and the widgets that are available in wxPython. So there are two ways. You can just simply use for example you can say panel and wx.panel and like this, and if you run this you will see that we have a window with the panel. You can see we have a panel in the window. And also let me just comment this, you will see the difference because we have another color in here. So also this is a good way that you create a main class for the panel. So I'm going to just create another class. I call it my panel, and this class extends from wx.panel, and we are going to just create diff init in here. Let me just add my parent and also super dot init and my panel and also self. So now in here you can just say panel and self dot my panel. So my panel, or we don't need self, we can just give my panel. And now if you run this, so missing one requirement. Okay, I have forgot to add the parent in here, so now let me just run it. Now you can see that we have our first window in wxPython. In this part we are going to learn how you can build label or static text in wxPython. So I'm using code from the previous part. This is just a window. So now in my panel, I'm going to just create a label. So a label is static text in wxPython. Now you can give the parent to self. Also, you need to give the label, so or the text that we want. For example, this is a label. So now if you run this, you can see that I have a label in here. This is a label. So now also you can add a position. So right now we haven't learned about the layout management in wxPython, but you can add absolute positioning. For example, you can add pose, and you can give 200, for example, 100. And if you run this, you can see now the position is changed to 100x and 100y. So let me just create another label. I call it label 2 wx dot static text, and the parent is self, and the label is, this is label 2, and I'm going to just add a pose of 130 and 130. So this is the x and y position. Now if you run this, you will see that I have another label. So like this, you can work with the wxPython label. In this part, we are going to learn about the layout management in wxPython. So in every GUI framework, the layout management or layout concept is one of the important articles in the GUI frameworks. So in wxPython, and also every GUI framework has their own style for layout management. So in wxPython, we have different sizers, or we can call it layouts, that you can use. But we are going to just learn the box sizer, that you can align your widgets in row and columns, and also a grid sizer that you can align the widgets in a two-dimensional table. So now let's just create these two. So in the panel, I'm going to just create a sizer. So the concept of layout is sizer in wxPython. So we can say wx.box sizer, and you need to give the orientation. So you can use horizontal orientation, or also you can use, for example, vertical orientation. So I will show you. First I'm going to just, let me show you wx dot vertical. And now I need to create a label widget, wx dot static text, and the parent is self, and for the label I'm going to just give it first label. And now I'm going to just add this in my so let me change this to vbox sizer, and vbox sizer dot add, and we are going to just add label. So there are different parameters that you can pass. For example, you can arguments that you can, for example, you can add a proportion value, and also you can add flags in here, but we're going to just add the label simply. So now let's just create another label. I call it label 2 wx dot static text and self, and the label is second label. And now I can add this vbox dot add, and I want to add my label 2. And at the end, you need to just set the label to the panel. So self dot set sizer, and you can see we are going to just set the vbox sizer. Now if I run this, so you will see that we have a vertical layout with the two labels. You can just copy this, and let me just copy and change this to label 3, and third label, make it label 3, and if I run this, you can see I have the third label. Now if you change this to let me change this to horizontal, and let me change this to sizer, because it will be good, because okay. So now I'm going to change this to horizontal, so horizontal. And now if you run this, you can see that the layouts are arranged horizontally. So like this you can use box sizer and wxPython. Now let's just create a grid sizer, and how you can create grid sizer. So guys, as I have said, that grid sizer aligns the widget in a two-dimensional table, and every cell will have the same dimension. So now let's just create first I'm going to just create a grid sizer in here, and wx.grid sizer. Now in here you need to first give the column and the rows. So the rows and column, so this is row and this is column. Also you need to give the vertical gap and horizontal gap for the layouts or between the cells. So I'm going to just give it 5, 5. Now after this I need to just create some buttons. For right now we haven't learned about the buttons, but I'm going to just create. So for I in range and I'm going to just use 1 to 20. I'm going to create buttons between 1 and 20. So and now after this and this is a range. Okay, now after this I'm going to just create a button object. So I'm going to just say in here, I'm going to just say button, and I want to, because I want the number of the button, so I'm going to just convert the integer to the string. And now after this I'm going to just create my button. So I'm going to just say this is grid sizer. So grid sizer dot add, and in here we are going to just add the button, and we need to give self, and the label, for the label I'm going to just use the btn label, and also we need to give a proportional value of 1, and we need to expand this. So wx dot expand. So now if you run this, we have error, assertion failure at let me just check that where is the problem. Okay, so also we need to I forgot to set the sizer. So cell.set sizer, and we are going to just set this to grid sizer. Now maybe the problem is because we are using grid sizer, and maybe the range between 1 to 17. If I run this again, let me no problem. Yeah, now you can see that okay, now you can see that we are receiving the buttons, and these are the buttons that we have in a grid sizer. And if you see that we have 16 buttons in here, it's because of the grid sizer. And if you change this to 20, that I have done it before, and let me run this, you'll see that I'm receiving error because we are using a grid sizer, and you need to just, let me just make it to 17 again, and you can see that from one that we have 16 buttons in here. So like this you can create simple layouts in wxPython. Alright guys, now in this part we are going to just create a button in wxPython, and also we are going to just talk about event handling and how you can connect your button in wx events, wxPython events. So now let's just this is my code, and in my panel I need to just create a sizer. I'm going to just call it wx.boxSizer, and I'm going to just use wx.horizontal. So after this we need to create a label, static wx.static text, and so for the label you can just give for example you can just give for example hello because we want to change this text. And after this you need to just add this label to the your sizer, so label. And now we need to just create a button. So even we don't need self for button, we are going to just say btn, and we can just say wx.button. So you can see that you can use button for this. Now you can give self, and also you can give label. For example, for the label I'm going to just give it click me. So now let me just add this button also to sizer and btn. Now if I say I'm going to just set the sizer for my main layout for my panel, and if I run this you can see that we have a button with the click me. So right now there is no functionality for this. Now for this we need to just bind the event. Okay, now in here I'm going to just create a method. I call it on click, and I'm going to just change self dot label dot set label text. I want to change the set label text to for example changed text. And now in your button you need to bind this. You can just say self dot btn, or we don't have any self, so we can say btn dot bind, and this is wx button. So because we need to specify the binding widget, and after this you need to just add your method, so it's on click. Now if you run this, and if I click on click me, it's not doing anything. So on click take one positional argument, but two were given. So where is the problem? Oh, sorry, in here we need to just pass an event, so event. And if you run this, and if you click on this click me, you can see that it changes text, but because we have let me just change this to horizontal, not vertical. So now let me run it. Now if I say, you can see change text. So also you can do more. For example, I want to change the background of this label, and you can just give for example I want it should be green. So now if I run this, and if I click on this, you can see that the background of the text label is changed. Also you can set the background color for your panel. So you can say self dot background color, and we can just say for example red, or set background color, not set background color, and the color is red. And now if I run this, you can see that the color is changed, and also if I click, now it's working. So like this you can work with the buttons in wxPython. In this part we are going to learn that how you can build toggle button in wxPython. So now in my panel, first we are going to just create a vbox sizer. So wx dot box sizer, and also we need to give this to vertical. We want a vertical box sizer. So this is the orientation that we need. So now after this we are going to just create a label. So self dot label and wx dot static text, and for the label I'm going to just give it hello. So after this, now we need to just add this to the vbox. So add, and we are going to just add the label. So self.label. Now after this we need to just create a toggle button, and I'm going to just call it toggle btn, and you can use wx.toggle button, and by default we are going to just give a label to click to on. Okay, so after this we are going to just add this to the vbox. So vbox.add, and we are going to just add our toggle btn. So now if I run this, let me just set the sizer. So self dot set sizer to the vbox. So this is the layout for our main panel, and if you run this, you can see that we have received, and right now there's no functionality for this toggling the button, because we need to add an event for this, and we need to bind the event to the toggle button. So now let's create our event method in here. I'm going to just call it diff toggle click, and you need to pass event in here. So now first we are going to check get the event of the object. So we are going to just say get event object dot get value, and now we are going to check that if the state is true, we are going to just change the text of the label, and we are going to set label text to off, and in the else case we are going to just say self dot label dot set text, set label text, and make this on. So now we need to bind this to our toggle button, and we need to bind this in here. Toggle button dot bind, and the event is wx dot event toggle button, and the button the method is self dot what it was toggle click. So toggle click. So now if I run this, let me just run this, and okay, so now if I click on this, you can see on off on off. Now we also want to change the text of this button, so also we need to do this. So for this you need to come down, and in here you can just say event dot get event object dot set label, and we are going to just say click to off, and let me just copy this and paste it in here. So in here we are going to just say click to on. So now if I run this and if I check this again, you can see our text in the button is changing. Click to on, click to off. So like this you can work with the toggle button in wxPython. In this part we are going to learn about the creating of bitmap buttons in wxPython. So I've created a vbox sizer and also hbox sizer, and after this I'm going to just create a variable of image file, or we can call it image name, and we are going to just add our image name in here. I have already copied some images in my working directory. So after this we are going to just create a wx.image in here, and we need to add our image name in this section. So after this we need to just specify the type of this image or bitmap. We are going to just say bitmap underscore type underscore any, and also we need to just say dot convert to bitmap. After this we are going to just create our button. I'm going to just call it button1, and we are going to just use bitmap button, and self. Also we are going to just the bitmap for this, and for the bitmap I'm going to just use image1, and also you need to just give a size for this. So I'm going to just say image1 dot get width plus 40, and you need to do this for the height also. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. This time it is not width, but it is height plus 40. And now after this you need to just add this to the hbox sizer. So dot add, and we are going to add button1. Now we need to just copy this, and because we need 2 more buttons. So this is apple.png, and this is image name. I should change this to image name 1, for example, and change this to let me just make it 2 because I have this one in here. So 2, and this is button 2 and button 2, and we need to change this to image 2, image 2, image 2, and also image 2. Okay, so after this we need to just copy this once more and paste it in here, because we are going to just add this also. So this is image 3, image 3, button 3, button 3, just you need to change this and there will be no problem. Okay, so also I'm going to just change this. I'm going to just add 0 in here, and also I want it should be align center. So wx dot align underscore center, like this, and I need to add these in my this edge box also, like this. So after doing this, now also I need to change this to Linux because I'm using 3 image icons. So now after this we need to just add this to the vbox layout. So I'm going to just say vbox dot Okay, now I need to add this view edge box to the viewbox layout. So viewbox dot add, and I want to add the edge box, and 1, and also make this to the center. So wx dot align center, and at the end we need to just say self dot set sizer to the viewbox sizer. Now if I run this, you will see that I have a 3. So I have an error. So wx has no attribute bitmap type. Oh, we have a misspelling in here, a typo, so it should be type. And now if I run it again, also bitmap type any, wx dot bitmap type any, it should be, let me just check this, that where is the problem. Okay guys, also I have problem in here. It is bitmap and bitmap, and also because we have copied and we need to just bring changes to this. So this is a type, and also at the top we have error, so type, and this is also bitmap, this is a type. Okay, now let me just run it again. Okay, so now you can see that we have our 3 buttons. These are image buttons. So like this you can work with wxPython bitmap. In this part we are going to learn about building combo box widget in wxPython. So for this, in the my panel class, I'm going to first create a label. So I'm going to just say wx.static text, and also you can add a cell and you can add a label. For the label, I'm going to just say choose operating system. Like this, and after this I'm going to just create a list. So I'm going to just call it for example a list, and I'm going to just add, for example, Mac, Windows, Linux, and let me just add some more, and let me just add Android and also iOS, for example. Just a working example. So now we are going to create the object of a combo box. So I'm going to just say combo and wx.combo box. We need to give now choices. So for the choices, I'm going to just give this my list that I have created, and also you can give a pose or position if you want, because I'm not using label in this. So I'm going to just add an absolute position, so 50 50. Now we need to create another. If I run this, let me just run this, and static text, we have error in here, it's static text, and you will see that I have a combo box. Yeah, so now I want, when we choose an operating system, we want to change the text of the label. So for this functionality, first of all, we need to just create a label. I'm going to just Even we don't need the self in here because we just need label, but for this label we need a self.label, and this let me just copy this. Self.label2, and for the text I'm going to just leave it blank, and I need to give a position. So ET. Okay, now after this we need to just create a method in here on I'm going to just call it on combo. The first thing we need, so we need to set the label text or first we are going to just get the value from the combo box. So I'm going to just say value, and I'm going to just say self, or we need to just add self in here. So self.combo dot get value. So now after getting the value, now we need to just set this value to the label. So self.label2 dot set label or label text, so like this, and we are going to just say you choose or you like dot format, and we are going to add the value in here. So now we need to bind this at the top, so where we have our combo, self dot bind wx dot evt combo box, and this is on combo, and this is the method that we have created. Okay, now if I run this and if I choose on combo take one positional argument, okay, sorry, I think yeah we also need to add event in here. Now let me just run it again, and if I choose Mac, you like Mac and Windows and Android, so like this you can work with the combo box and the events in wxPython. Now let's just create a radio button in wxPython. So it's so simple and easy. We can just first create, so we can rb1 wx dot radio button. First I'm going to just create a vbox, so wx dot box sizer, and this should be vertical. Okay, now so in the radio button, the first one we are going to just give self, the parent, and we need to give the label to Apple. And for this I want it should be, the style should be for the first one, just we need wx dot rb group, because I want it should be in a group. So after this, now let me just copy this, and we need to just add rb2 and Windows. Let me remove this, for this we don't need, and also rb3, and this is for example, let me just change this to Mac, change this to Linux, and we don't need this. So now we need to just add vbox dot add rb1, and we are going to just copy this and paste it. This is rb2, and this is RB3, and we are going to just say self.setSizer to the VBox. We are going to just set the main layout for our panel or window. So now you can see we have Windows, Mac and Linux in here. Now we are going to just add a label, so because we want to add events to our radio buttons. So for this I'm going to just say self.label, and this is wx.static text, and for the label I'm going to just say I'm going to just leave it empty, and we need to add this to our VBox layout. And in here we need to just create a div on radio button, on radio change, or we can call it change. We need to add event in here. So the first thing, we need to get the value of the radio button, so we can say get event object, and after this we are going to just set that to our label. So set label text, and we say that you have selected dot format, and we are going to just say rb dot get label. We are going to just get the label from the radio button. So after this we need to just bind this with this okay, now in here we are going to just say self dot bind, and this is wx dot evt radio button, and this is the bind type, and the method we are going to use is self.on radio change. So now let me just run this, and for example if I choose Windows, you can see you've selected window. I have written window. Linux, Mac, you can change this to Windows and run it again. So Windows, Linux and Mac. So like this you can work with radio button in wxPython. In this part we are going to learn creating of checkbox in wxPython. So this is my VBox sizer or VBox layout. Now I need to create checkbox. So let me just call it cb1 and wx.checkbox. We can use checkbox and self, and the label is for example Windows or whatever you want. For example, let me just give it Python, and now we need to add this to the VBox dot add cb1, and let me just copy this. We need to add some more cb2, and this is C++, and we have another one. This is Java, and at the end we need to just say self.setSizer to the VBox sizer. Now if I run this, you will see that we have a checkbox like this. Okay, now how you can bind event to this checkboxes. So for this, the first thing, we need to just create a method, and we are going to just call it onChecked, and we need to pass the event in here. So we need to get the value from the events, from the event object. So we are going to just say event.get object value or dot get event object, And now we need to set that to the label. We haven't created a label till now, and we need to just create a label in here, wx.static text, and the label should be empty. And also we have need to add this to the VBox, so add self.label. Okay, now we need to add this checkbox value to the label. So self.label set label text, and we are going to just say our selected value is dot format, and we are going to just say cb.get label. So we are going to just get the label of the value of the label from the checkboxes. Now after this we need to just bind this, so self.bind, and it should be wx.evt checkbox, and the method is self.onChecked. Now let me just run this. So if I choose Python, C++, Java. So like this you can work with checkboxes in wx. In this part we are going to learn building of tooltip in wxPython. So for this, in the my panel class, I'm going to just create my tooltip. So first I'm going to create two tooltips, and also I want two buttons. So I'm going to just say, for example, tip click, and wx.tool tip, and you need to write your tooltip in here. For example, I'm going to just say this is click tooltip, and the same I'm going to just create another one that's called tip open, and wx.tooltip, and I'm going to just say this is open tooltip or open button, whatever you want. You can just write that. So now after this we are going to just create button, so wx.button. So we're going to just say self, and for the label we are going to just say click, and I'm not using label layout in here, so I need to just give absolute positioning, and I'm going to just say et. So now you can set tooltip for this button. You can just say button dot set tooltip, and you can add your tooltip in here. So let me just copy this, and I want to add for my I want to create another button, and so let me just say button 2, and I need to change the position to 120, and for this I'm going to just use tip open. So now if I run this, okay, you can see I have two buttons, and if I mouse hover on this, you can see that this is a click tooltip, and you can see this is open tooltip. So like this you can work with the tooltips in wxPython. So now let's create spin control in wxPython. So if you're familiar with the another GUI frameworks, spin control is like, for example, a spin box, and especially in PyQt5 we have spin box, but in here we have with the name change of spin control. So now let's just create a spin control. The first thing I need, I'm going to just create the object of wx.spinControl, and I need to give self, and also I want the text be empty, and also the position I want it should be at 3050. So after this you can set the range for your this spin box or spin control, and I want it should be between 1 and 100. And also you can set the initial value for this, so set value, and I want 5. So now if you run this, let me just run it. Too many spin control. Okay, I think I need to also pass -1 in here. So now let me just run it again. Okay, so now you can see we have a spin box or spin control. The initial value is 0 and it is between 100 and also 1. So now how you can handle events for the spin control? For this we are going to just create a method in here. I'm going to just call it diff on spin, and also we need to add event. First thing, we need to get the value of the spin control, and I can say self.spinControl.get value, and after that I need to set the value to the label. So also I'm going to just create a label of static text, so wx.static text, and for the value I'm going to just leave it blank or empty, and also for the position I can give it 30, 80, the x and y position. And now we can just simply say self.label.set label text, and we are going to just say the value is dot format and spin value. Now we need to bind this in here. We can say self.bind, and this is event spin control, and the method is self.onSpin. And now let me just run it. So static text, I think I need to give a label in here. So now let me just run it again. Okay, so now if I change the value, you can see that the value is changing and it's printing on the label. So like this you can work with the spin control in wxPython. Let's create message box in wxPython. Okay, now for creating of message box, first I'm going to just create a button. So I'm going to just say button and wx.button, and this is self, and the label is open message box, and also I need to create a vbox. So wx.box sizer, wx.vertical, and we need to add this, so add button. Okay, so after this now we need to create our method, so I'm going to just call it message box. Also we need to add event in here. So there are different type of message box that you can use in wxPython. So for example, we have warning message box, we have info message box, we have error message box. So now let me just show you. So first one, I'm going to just say wx.messagebox, and I'm going to just say we want to add the text, so I'm going to say message box dialog info icon, so it's and this is the title dialog, and for the I'm going to just say wx.ok or okay, and we need to also add the icon wx dot icon underscore information, and now we need to bind this in here, solve dot bind, so it is wx dot evt button, and now we are going to just say message box like this. Okay, so now if I run this, if I click on open message box, you can see that we are receiving a warning message box with the icon of warning, and we have an OK in here. So this was a warning message box, and now we are going to create so this was information message box. Now we are going to just create info warning message box. Let me just copy this. So we need to just the same code, and just we are going to change the icon. So let me just say warning message box, and let me just say warning, and this is icon warn, and let me run it again. If I click on this icon warn, oh sorry, it's warning, not warn. Let me run it and open message box. You can see we have a warning message box. So another one is error message box. Let me just copy in here, paste in here, and change this to error message box. Just you need to change the icon to error, and now if I run this, click on open message box, you can see we have an error message box. So like this you can work with the message boxes. In this part we are going to learn about creating of message dialog in wxPython. So for this, first of all, I'm going to just create a button. So I'm going to just say wx button and self. So the label is open dialog, and I'm going to just give an absolute position because I'm not using any label. So 100 100. And now we need to create our div. You can call it, for example, let me call it question dialog. And now I'm going to just create the object of wx dot message dialog, and I'm going to just give it none to parent, and I want to just ask for example, do you want to close, and the title is close. And after this we are going to just set wx dot yes no, or we also add the icon, so wx dot icon question. Now we are going to just say if also now we need to just say result, and we need to show this dialog, so we are going to use dialog dot show model, so show model. Okay, now we are going to check that if our result is wx dot id yes, we are going to just print yes closed, and in the else I'm going to just print no opened. and this is message wx message dialog. Okay, so now we need to bind this self.bind. We want to use wx.evt button, and this is self.question dialog. And now let me just run it. Okay, so if I click on this, we are not receiving attribute message dialog. Oh, we have misspelling in the message dialog, so this is message dialog. Let me run it again, and if I open, you can see do you want to close, and if I click on yes, you can see yes closed. If I click on the no, you can see no opened. In this part, we're going to learn creating of radio box in wxPython. So for this, first of all, I'm going to just create a list. So I call it, for example, item list, or whatever you want, you can call it. And I'm going to just add Python, or maybe I call it pro list, programming list. C++ and also Java. Now after this, we are going to just create our radio box. So self.radio box and wx.radio box self, and the label, for the label I'm going to just say radio box, and we are going to just give an absolute positioning, and I want it should be 50-50. So also okay, this is the position. Now we need to add choices, so choices, and this is pro list, and also we can give a style, so the style should be wx.ra_spc5 rows. So also you can use columns, I will show you. So now if I run this, let me just run it, that I have a radio box or not. Okay, now you can see I have radio box. So you can see it's the stylus column. Now if you change this to a row in the stylus, if I change this to calls, let me, what will be the output? I haven't, yeah, you can see that calls, we have calls and we have a row, so it's looking good. Now how you can, now we need to just bind the event for this radio box. The first thing we need, we are going to just create a label, wx.static text, and for the label I'm going to just leave it empty, and the pose I want to give it 50 and 80. It should be good. So after this, now I'm going to just create my method, and I call it, or function on radio box. So we need to just get the selection from the radio box, so I'm going to just say selected value and cell.radio box dot get string selection, and now I can set this to the label. So I can say cell.label dot set label text. You have selected dot format, and we are going to add the selected value. So we have indentation error. Okay, now we need to bind this to the radio box, so self.bind, and the event is wx.evt radio box, and our method is .on radio box. So now if I run this, and if I choose C++, it's because let me change this to 150, and if I run it again, so you can see you have selected C++, you have selected Java, and you have selected Python. In this part I'm going to show you that how you can build the status bar in wxPython. So in our panel, okay, so we need to create status bar in our frame. So okay, now in here we are going to just say status bar, and we are going to say self dot create status bar, and you can give the style of the status bar. For example, I want it should be wx.border none, because I don't want a border for the status bar. And also I'm going to just say self dot status, or not self, status bar dot set style sheet. Also you can set, so status bar set status styles, and you can just give wx dot sb flat, and also you can set the color. So you can say status bar dot set background color, and you can give it, for example, gray. And now we need to just say status bar dot set status text. This is status bar. So now let me just run it, and you will see that I have a status bar. Set status styles, return false existing, and status styles. Okay, if I say self, so let me just check where's the, okay, so it is because we need to give a list in here like this. And now if I run this again, we have error, set background color, and maybe there is error that we have, and I think we need to just give it like this. Okay, so now we can see that we have a status bar and the color is gray, and this is our status bar in wxPython. So now let's just create a text control in wxPython. So there are different text control that you can use. For example, we will have text control for password, multi-line text control read-only, and now let's just create these text controls. So in the panel I'm going to just say text control, and I can say wx.text control and self. Okay, now you can give the style. So what style you want for this? For example, I want it should be te_password. And now if I run this, so you can see that I have a text control, but this is password text control. It's like we can pass password in here, we can add. So now let me just copy this, and we are going to just comment this. You can use, for example, multi-line. So let me just remove this password from here and make it multi-line. And now if I run this, you can see that I have a multi-line text control. You can see that we can write in this text control. Also, you can make a text control read only. So you can just change this to read only. Read only. And now if you run this, you can see that we cannot write anything in the text control. So also you can give size for the multi-line text control. So let me just copy this and paste it in here. So you can just this should be multi-line, so multi-line, and you can give a size. So it's a tuple. For example, I'm going to give the x and the width and height. And now if I run this, you will see that I have a bigger text control. So you can see that it's now a bigger text control. So this was text control in wx. In this part, we are going to learn that how you can build font dialog in wxPython. So for this, I need to first create a button in here. So I'm going to just say wx dot button. So for the label, I'm going to just give open font dialog. So I'm going to use absolute positioning of post position I want to give. So for the position x and y, I'm going to just give it 100 100. Also, I need to just create a text control. So text control wx dot text control, and for this I'm going to just give a size of 400 and 300, and also I need a style because I want a multi-line wx dot multi-line text control. And also you can add a pose, so position for this I want 100 and 150. So now after this we are going to just create our open font dialog method. So open font, I'm going to just say open font. The first thing we need to create a font dialog object. So wx dot font dialog, and we need to give none, the parent, and also we need to give wx dot font date. So now we are going to check that if our dialog, so if we show the dialog model, so we are going to just say show model. So if this was wx dot id okay, we are going to just get the data from the dialog.get font data. Also we are going to get the font data, get the chosen font. So data.get chosen font, and also we need color. So color, data.get color, and after this we need to set that to our text control. So I need to just say self.text control. So self dot text control dot set font, and we are going to just set the font in here. And also you can say self dot text control dot so we are not going, or let me just say control set a foreground. So set foreground color, and I want to add color for this. And also I need to just add event in here. Also now we need to bind this with the button, so we can say cell.bind, and for the bind, the first thing we need to add wx.avt underscore button, and this is cell.open font. So now if I run this, let me just run it, and we are going to check. So we have an error, wx has no attribute multiline. We have an error in here, it is multiline. So text control multiline. So it is te underscore multiline. And now let me run it again. So now we can see if I write something in here, hello world, and if I click on open font dialog, so we are okay. Module wx has no attribute font date, so it's font data, not font date, and I have made a mistake in here. So in here it is where is it? So it's in here, font data. And now let me run it again. This time it should work. So hello world, and open font dialog, and you can see we have a font dialog, and if I choose also a font, okay, now you can see that we have successfully created a font dialog in wxPython. In this part we are going to learn creating of print dialog widget in wxPython. So I have my basic code for this. Okay, this is just basically for the creation of the window. Now I need to just create a button, and I'm going to just say wx.button, and for the label I'm going to just say open print dialog, and also I'm going to just give a position of 100. So after this I'm going to just create a div print dialog. I'm going to just say print dialog, and also I'm going to just event in here. Okay, now in here the first thing we need to get the print dialog data. So we can use wx dot print dialog data. So after this we need to just use the data and enable. So data dot enable selection, and we are going to make it true. Also we are going to use data dot enable print to file, also make it true. Data dot enable page numbers, and I'm going to make it true. Also you can set the mean page and also max page, so we can use data dot set main page to 1 and data dot set max page to 10. And now we are going to just create our dialog. So I'm going to just say dialog dot print dialog, and we need to give cell, and also we need to add data in here. You can do just simply say dialog dot show model, and if you run this, open print dialog. So I think we have error. Okay, it's because we need to check this. So let me just remove this. Okay, now in here first I'm going to just say if dialog dot show model. So if this is wx.id underscore okay, we are going to just create a data in here, again a data, and we need to just get the print dialog data. And after this we can just print. So we are going to say get all pages dot format, and we can say data dot get all pages, and we are going to just destroy the dialog. So dialog dot destroy. And now let me just run this. Open. It's not working, but there is no problem. We have another problem. Even we don't need this, but you can do this for getting off the all pages. So let me just first copy this, and I'm going to just say dialog dot show model. So now I want to check that. Okay, so we haven't bind the event. So we have created the button, but we need to bind this. Sorry for this. So self dot bind wx dot evt button, and this is self dot okay print dialog. So now if I run this, and if I click on open print dialog, so you can see now I have a print dialog. So also if you want to test and the pages, for example, you can just add, let me just comment this and paste this again, and now let me run it again and click on this. Now if I so you can see if I click on print, so you can see that get all pages I am receiving true. So like this you can work with the print dialog in wxPython. So in this part we are going to learn creating of about box in wxPython. So when you're developing an application, for example, you need an about box for that to give information, for example, about your application or about you. So now for this, the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a button in here, and wx dot button. So the label is for example show information, and for the position let me just give it 100 and 100. Now we need to just create a div about box. Okay, so first I'm going to just create a also you need to import another library that's called so from wx dot adv we are going to import about box, and we are going to just say about box, and or sorry, we need about dialog box, not about dialog info, not box. So about dialog info, and okay, after this we need to just set the name for this. So we are going to just say set name, and I'm going to just call, for example, my application, and you need to just set the version. So info dot set version, and let me just give it this version, and info dot set description, we can give a description. For example, this is a simple application in wxPython. And also you can set the copyright, so set copyright, and I'm going to just say copyright, and I can say you can give a date, so 2019 for example, up to 2020. And also you can set the website, so set website and https www.codeloop.org. Also you can get the source code from this website. And also at the end we can just say add developer, so I'm going to just say my name. Now after creating of this, we need to just bind this with the button, so wx.evt underscore button, and for this we are going to just say about box. Now let me just run this, and if I click show info, we have error. Let me just raise the problem. So also we need to import about box in here, so about box, and we need to add this info in the about box, so about box, and we are going to just add the info. So now if you run this and if you click on this, you can see that we have this. So like this you can work with the about box in wxPython. Alright guys, till now we have learned a lot of concepts about wxPython. So now in this part we are going to just learn about creating of toolbar and also menu bar and menu items in wxPython. So we are going to just do this functionality in the myFrame. We can do that in the panel. So you need to do that like we have created the status bar in the myFrame. You need to do that in the myFrame. So now the first thing I need, let me just set a background for the panel. It's optional, but just I'm going to show you that you can set the background color also for your panel. So I'm going to just say white, and now let me just create a status bar and self.create status bar. So after this, now we need to create toolbar. So toolbar you can simply use, so toolbar is related to the frame class, so you can access the toolbar using self, and you can say create toolbar. So now also we need to just give a size to the toolbar, and I want it should be dot real size, real so toolbar real size, it should be like this. Yeah. So now let's create our menu bar. So menu bar and wx.menu bar, so menu bar. And then after this we are going to create our menu. So I'm going to just say menu1, and in the menu1 I want to just say wx.menu, so it is the object for the menu1, and we need to append this menu to the menu bar. So menu1 dot append, and we are going to just say we are going to say menu bar dot append, and we are going to just append menu1, and for the text I'm going to just say it's file. So after this let me just create menu2 and wx.menu, and now we can append this to the or we just need to append some items to this. So let me just say menu2 dot append wx.new id. We want to get the main id of the menu item. And after this now you need to just specify the, for example I want copy, and let me just set a text. It's optional, so copy in status bar, I'm going to just say like this. And also we are going to just let me just copy or this and paste it once more in here. So menu2.append, and it is a cat, and I'm not going to write anything. Let me just make it empty. Also let me copy this again, and for this I want, for example, option. So like, and I'm going to just say display option. So display option. And after this, now we need to just append this to the dot append to the append the menu2 to the menu bar. So, and we are going to just say edit. And after this we are going to just say solve dot set menu bar to the menu bar. Now let me just run this, and we are going to just check that it's working or not. So we have an error. Attribute toolbar object does not attribute real size, and oh, it is not real size, it's realize. Realize, and let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see we have a nice menu like this. We have edit, and you can see in the status bar, if I over and copy, mouse over, you can see copy in the status bar, and this is the text that we have given display option. So like this you can just work with the menu items and toolbars and menu bars in wxPython. Okay, so in this part we are going to learn about creating of grid tables in wxPython. So this is my simple code. Okay, now in my panel we need to first create, I'm going to just say my grid, and we can say grid. I think we also need to import this, so we can say import wx.grid as grid, and now we can just create our grid. So grid, and in here you need to just say self, the parent is self. And so after this, now we need to just create our grid. We have created the object, but now we need to just say my grid dot create grid, and you can see we need to give the num columns and also num rows, and we are going to just give 26 and also 9. And now you can add, so if I run this, let me just run it, and that I'm getting my grid or not. So you can see I have in here something like grid, but it's so small. And let me just add, for example, let me just add, say my grid dot set cell volume, and then 1 column 1 and row 1. I'm going to just say, for example, Python. Now let me just run it. So it's so small. I need to set size, I think, for this grid. Alright, let me just create a VBox sizer and that it's working or not. So wx.box sizer, and I want wx.vertical. So vertical, and now let me just add this. So vbox dot add widget add, and I'm going to just add my grid, and we are going to just say self dot set sizer to the vbox sizer. Now if I run this, and we will, yeah, now you can see we have our grid in here, and you can see that we have this is this set value that we have done for the grid. And you can do more. For example, I want to just say my grid dot set cell value, and in the the number of grids or row and columns, we can say in 5 I'm going to just say green color, and now I can give a color to this. So my grid dot set cell, so set cell text color. For example, I want it should be so in 5 I want the color of text should be wx dot, for example, red. So I have red in here, yeah. And now if I run this, so now you can see now the color is changed to red. Also you can say migrate dot set cell background color, and for the 5 for example I want wx dot yellow. I think I don't have yellow, or if I say for example green or white, so let me just say green. And now if I run this, so you can see now the background color is changed to green. Also you can set a cell to read only, so we can say migrate dot set cell value, and in the for example h3, so number of row and columns or grid, I'm going to just say read the text, I'm going to just say read only, and you can just say migrate dot set read only, and you can specify for example h3 and number of row and columns, and we can just say to true, so it's a boolean value, and you can see it's read only to bool, and it's I'm going to give, by default it's false, but I want it should be true. So and you can see now, so it's not read only. Why? I can write in here, oh sorry, it's 8, I have said 8 not 8 but 8.3. And now let me just run it again. So you can see it's read only, I cannot change this text. And also you can just say you can set the editor, so you can say migrate dot set cell editor, and row and columns 6 and 0, and we can say grid dot grid cell number editor. For example, I want number editor, and the number I want it should be between 1 and 20. So now if you run this, I'm getting error. So grid cell num editor argument is one expected type. It is number editor. Yeah. So cell number editor. Now let me run it again. So now if I see, so where is it? Okay, let me just set a cell value for this, so we can say my grid dot set cell value, and 6 0 I want to give it 2. So now if I run this, I have received error and set cell value 69 not 60 sorry. And you can see that we have now, you can change this to, it says cell editor and it has numbers between, it's number cell editor, and we have 1 up to 20. So like this you can work with the grid and tables in WX. Okay guys, this is the third part in Python GUI crash course. So in this part we are going to learn about the Kivy GUI framework. So Kivy is a free and open source Python library for developing mobile apps and other multi-touch applications, softwares with a natural user interface. So you can run Kivy on Android, iOS, Linux, OS X, and Windows. Also, you can use Kivy for desktop application development. So now let's just talk about the installation and also about the Kivy a little bit more. So in this video we're going to talk about the different concepts of Kivy library in Python programming language, and so we are going to cover different concepts and different widgets in Kivy. And this will be a longer video. Also, if you want to just check the table of content, I have added the link, the table of content to the video description. You can check that. So as you know, so this is the website of Kivy.org, and you can see that Kivy is an open source Python library for rapid development of applications that make use of innovative user interfaces such as multi-touch apps. So it means that using Kivy you can build graphical user interface that can run on different platforms. So you can see that the best thing about the Kivy is that it's cross-platform. So it means that Kivy runs on Linux, Windows, OS X, Android, iOS, and also Raspberry Pi. So the same code that you're going to build for desktop, you can run that on, for example, on Windows, you can run that on Android, iOS, and also Raspberry Pi. So you can see it's telling that you can run the same code on all supported platforms. And also the best thing is that it's business friendly. It means that Kivy is 100% free to use. Now if you compare this with the libraries like PyQt5, now PyQt5 is not free, and we have also PyQt5 another GUI library for Python programming language. It's also not free. You can use the you can also use the commercial license for those libraries. We have TKinter. It is a built-in GUI library in Python programming language, but the problem is this, that it has old widgets styles, and also we have wxPython. It's also a good library that's also free. So for the Kivy, it's good that Kivy is 100% free to use under an MIT license, and also it has LGPL3 for the previous versions. And also you can see it's GPU accelerated. It means that it runs on graphic process unit, and it's using OpenGL under the hood, and the graphic engine is built over OpenGL ES2, so I think it's embedded system OpenGL. So also one of the best thing about the Kivy is that it has its own language. So if you see the documentation of Kivy about the Kivy language, it's called Kivy design language, and it's very good, and you can separate your main logic from the presentation or from the coding. So if you're familiar with this, some frameworks, some GUI frameworks like Qt5 C++, they have their own language, like they're calling QML, Qt markup language. So that has JavaScript syntax. Now the same concept is with the Kivy. It has its own language and called Kivy design language. So Kivy provides a design language specifically geared towards easy and scalable GUI design. So the language makes it simple to separate your interface design, your GUI interface design, from the main application logic, from the main coding. So That's one of the best thing about the Kivy. We will see about this. We will talk about the Kivy language more in the later part of the videos when we create examples of the Kivy language. So also there are different widgets that you can use in Kivy. For example, it's divided into different parts. We have UX widgets, and it is a classical user interface widgets, and it's label, button, checkbox, image, slider, progress bar, a text input, toggle button, switch, and also they have video widget. And that we will talk about these widgets in the later parts. Also in the layout section, so layouts is one of the main important concept, because when you're going to develop a GUI application, so it's important to know about the layout management for the application. So you can see we have anchor layout, box layout, float layout. We have a bunch of layouts: grid layout, page layout, relative layout, scatter layout. You can see that there are different layouts that they are supporting. Also in the complex UX widgets, they have bubble, drop down list, file chooser, pop-up, spinners, recycler, recycle view, tapped panel, video player, and V keyboard. It means the virtual keyboard. And these are the behavior widgets and also the screen manager. So you can see that it is a complete GUI framework, and it supports different kinds of widgets that you can use. So now we are going to create our first example in Kivy. Okay, before starting our first example in Kivy, you need to install Kivy. So if you open the documentation of Kivy, and there's a lot of things that you can use for different operating system, but we are using Windows. Now for the installation, the first thing you need to install the dependency for the Kivy. So you need to install this dependency. So this is the SDL2 and also glue. So these are the dependencies that you can just install this. So this is the first step of installing of this. And after that, you can if you're not using glue, it's telling that for Python 3.5 plus you can also use the angle backend instead of glue. So if you're not using this, you can use this, but it's good that you can just copy this and install this. And after that, you can just simply install Kivy. So pip install Kivy, and the Kivy will be installed. So it's important to first install the dependency, and after that you need to install this. If you do this before installing dependency, you will receive error. So like this, you will install the Kivy. So I've already installed now. So I've opened my PyCharm ID, and I'm going to just create my first window in the Kivy. So the first thing I'm going to just import from Kivy. I want to, from Kivy.app, I'm going to import app. And after this, so we need to create the object or the instance of this app, because this is the starting point of our Kivy application. So now I'm going to just create the object of app, and after this you need to just run this app. So app.run. You can see by creating of 3 lines of code. Now if I run this, and you will see a window. So you can see that by 3 lines of code we have created our first window in Kivy. So we will talk about this in the later part of the videos, but for right now, just you can see we have imported the app class from the Kivy package, and after that we have created the object of app, and we have run our app. So the result will be a simple window of Kivy. So now in this part we are going to extend our application, our Kivy application, and we are going to just create a widget. So it will be a label widget. So now also we are going to extend our this app. We are going to just create a class, our main window class that extends from the app. So now let's get started. So I'm going to just remove this. Okay, and instead of this, I'm going to just create a class. I call it window. Now this window class extends from the app. So now if you're familiar with the object-oriented programming, when you extend a class from the base class, so in here this is our base class, and now this is our derived class. Now our this window class can access to all properties of this app class. So I will show you that practically. Now let me just pause this. Right now I'm not going to write anything in here. Okay, now we need to just create the object of our this window class. So I'm going to just call it window. Now because we are extending from the app, now this window object can access to the run function of this app class. So you could just simply say window.run. Now if you run this, you will see that I'm receiving the same window. But now this time we have organized our code. We have just created our main class that extends from the app class, and we have done our creating of object in here. Okay, now we need to just create a label in here. So for this I'm going to just another from Kivy .uix .label. So all the widgets are related to the UIX Kivy.uix class. We are going to just import label. Now in here, instead of passing, we need to create a method that's called div_build. I will talk about this. So in here we need to just return a label, and we are going to text of hello Kivy application. So now let me just first run this, and after that I will talk about the code. Okay, so you can see that I am receiving hello Kivy application. Now, so let me just describe the code. First, I have imported my label from the Kivy.uix. Because in here I'm extending from the app class, now I can access to the build property, to the build function of the app class. So I can simply use div_build. Now what's this build in here? So this method returns the window content. So this build returns the window content. In this case, in here we have a simple label that's telling that hello Kivy application. So just this is the build is using to return a window content. And in this example, we are returning a label with the text of hello Kivy application. And this app is, as I have said before, this app class is the starting point of Kivy application. So now, also you can add text. Right now we haven't learned about the Kivy language, but we have used just a widget of the label, and we have created. So now you can just give a font. For example, if you want to change the font size, let me just give a font size. And for the font size, I'm going to just give it, for example, 25 SP. So now if I run this, you can see that I have now the text of my label is a little bigger. So now if you want to, for example, change the font size, right now in this example we are going to just work with widgets. In the next part we will talk about the Kivy language. So let me just comment this, and instead of this, so this time I'm going to just return a label, and for the text I'm going to just say, for example, hello Kivy application. And for the font size, I'm going to just give a font size for this. So font size is 25 SP. And now I need to just create a color for this. So now I'm not going to give this in here. So instead I'm going to just create a list, so that I want to, it holds my color. So I'm going to just give a color in here, and the color I want to give a color, so a color code in here 333. And for the text I'm going to just give it hello. So after this I'm going to just give another color. So this time this is 333 and 3FF. And for the text I'm going to just give it Kivy application. So now let me just run this. Let me just check that. So where's the problem? It's not rendering the color for us. Okay guys, so now if you see documentation of the Kivy for the label, you can see so this is, we are going to give a color. Now the problem with our code is this, that we haven't enabled the markup. So you can see that we need to add a markup to true. So now for this in here I'm going to just a markup, and I want to enable the markup to true. So now if I run this, you can see that we are receiving hello Kivy application. So like this you can just create a simple widget in Kivy. Okay guys, now it's time to talk about the Kivy language. So Kivy introduced its own language for design that's called Kivy language. And using this Kivy language, you can separate the logic from the presentation. So you can separate your main coding from the design of the application. So if you see the documentation of Kivy, so now Kivy design language, so it's a design language. Kivy provides a design language specifically geared towards easy and scalable GUI design. So the language makes it simple to separate the interface design from the application logic. And so now let's just create the example, and you will be new. So if you remember from the previous example, we have just created a hello Kivy application. Now this time, instead of let me just remove this, and now this time instead of I'm going to just return a label, and I'm not going to add any text in here because I want to do this using my Kivy file. So you can see now I have just a basic window with no label for the text. So now I'm going to create a new file where my main file is located. So I'm going to just call it window.kivy. So now in my window.kivy, let me just first write the code, and after that I will describe. So the first thing you need to include your Kivy version. So I'm using Kivy 1.10.0, so you can add your Kivy version. So after this, now we need to create our label in here. So label. After this, I'm going to just create a text in here. I call it hello Kivy application. So before running, let me just describe this code. So at the top we have included our Kivy version. So this is called the directive. And after that we have defined the rules for our label. So the rule indicates that we are going to modify the label class by setting the text to hello Kivy application. So these are the rules that you can modify, that you can define for your every class. For example, if you have button or if you have checkboxes. So for right now we are going to just do this for the label. Now if I run this, let me just run this. So let me just close this and let me run it. Okay, so you can see that we are receiving hello Kivy application. We don't have the text in here, but we have the text in our label. Now if I change this to hello Kivy, now if I run it again, you can see hello Kivy. Now what's the main point in this example? And there will be a question on your mind that how this code knows about this window.kivy that we have a label in here. So this is one of the confusing part for those who are new in Kivy. So now you can see that in my Python file, in my .py file, I have a class called window. So make this point. My class name is window. So you need to create your Kivy.kivy file according to your main class. So you can see I have written window.kivy because this class name is window. For example, if I change this to, for example, window app, and if I extend from window app, you can see that there is no problem because we have window in our Kivy. So now if I run this, you can see no problem, we have hello Kivy. If you change this to, for example, window test, and if you run this, oh sorry, we need to also change this to window test. And now if I run this, we are not receiving the text in here. Now let me just run it again. You can see that we are not receiving. And if you change this to, for example, test, and like this, and if you change this to test, and you can see we will not also receive the text in here. So it's the important point. When you want to make this to window, you need to create your Kivy file according to the name of the class that you have. If you bring change, if this there will be change in your and the name of your class and the name of your Kivy file, you will not receive the widget. So right now you will see that we are, let me just say it to window, and right now if I run this, you can see that we are receiving hello Kivy. So this was the important point on the Kivy that you should know about this. So this is a little bit confusing, but now it's good to know about this. In this part I want to show you that how you can create button widget in Kivy, and also I want to show you that in two different ways. So the first way is that you can use the button widget class in Kivy, and also the second way is that you can use the Kivy file. And also I'm going to show you that how you can create your own widgets in Kivy, and also we will look at a simple example of event handling, event and callbacks handling in Kivy. So the first thing I need, so this was the code that I have created for the label. Now, so the first, I'm not going to touch this Kivy, so this .kivy file, because if I run this, you can see that I have just returned label widget and I have this Kivy. So instead of this label, I'm going to just import a button. So let me just call it, let me just import the button, and in here this time I'm not going to return anything because I'm not going to use for right now the Kivy. So in the later part I will change this code. So I'm going to just create object of button, and for the text I'm going to just say click me, and I'm going to just return the button object. So if I run this, you will see that I have a big button according to the window. So you can see that the whole window is button, and if I click this, you can see that it's a click me button. Now if you want to, we will not work in this way because we are going to work with the Kivy file. So first let me just show you this way. Now if you see the documentation of Kivy for the button, so the button is a label, so you can see it's a label, it's a type of label, with associated actions that are triggered when the button is pressed or released. So we have two actions for this. So we have on press and also we have on released. So you can see that you can create button and text, and you can add the font size for this. Now the main concept is that I want to show you that this is the callbacks. To attach a callback when the button is pressed, clicked or touched, we are going to use bind. So using bind you can attach the events or callbacks. So now let me just show you. For example, I have this button. Now I'm going to just create so this way is that if you want to create using the button widget itself, but if we are going to work with the Kivy file, we are not going to use .bind, the bind method. So now for example, I'm going to just create a click me method in here, or callback we can call it, and in here I'm going to just print whatever you want. For example, you can say clicked me, you clicked me, you clicked me, like this. And now we need to bind this to our button, so you can just simply say button dot bind, and you can see we have on press and also we have on release. So let me just show you on press, and this is self dot click me. Okay, now if I run this, and so let me just bring the, okay, now if I click, so you can see in here, you clicked me, you clicked me, you clicked me. So like this also you can use, if you want, you can use on release in here. So let me just, I haven't tested this, but let me just do this in here, that it's working or not. So if I say on release, and if I click, if I release, nothing's happening. Okay, no problem. I will check this. That okay, on release, I think. So released. Okay, no problem. So like this, you can use using the widget, but we are not going to use with. You can see that now it's working because the spelling was incorrect. So if I click, there's nothing happen. If I release the click, you can see you clicked me, or I'm saying you clicked me, you clicked me. So now this way was using the widget. Now sometimes and when you're going to work with the Kivy, you need to create your own widgets. So instead of returning the direct widgets from the from the Kivy, it's a good idea to create your own widgets. So now let's just do it, and we are going to just create our own widgets in here. So at the top, I'm going to first I'm going to just remove these from here, and at the top I'm going to just from .widget, I'm going to import widget, and in here I'm going to just create a class. I'm going to call it my widget, and it extends from the widget class. I'm not going to write something right now in here, and just I'm going to pass this. Now in your build, you need to just return your widget class like this. So right now if I run this, you will see that nothing will be happen. Instead of just a window, we have just a window. Okay, now after this, because we want to just create a button, so for this we need to bring some change to our Kivy file. So let me just open window.kivy, and here you can see I have label, and so let me just create. Now we need to just define our rules in here for the widget class. Okay, now let me just show you another thing about this widget. If you see the documentation for the widget class, it's telling that the widget class is base class required for creating widgets. So if you're going to create widgets like button, like checkboxes, or like labels, this is the main base class for those widgets. Also, these widgets, this widget class was designed with a couple of principles in mind. For example, it's event driven, also the separation of concern, and one of the best thing that I like it, so it has a bounding box or collision detection. So by using the collide point and also collide widget, you can detect the collision in the widgets. So we'll see this in the later parts of the video. And also you can see that we have on touch down, on touch move, on touch app, so that these are related to this. Okay, now, so in my window.kivy, I've created my widget. Also, one important issue, I will talk that about the indentation of the Kivy file. So take care about this. It's like Python. If in Python you have error in the indentation, you will receive an error. So the same idea is implemented in the Kivy file. For example, if I write something in here, I will receive an error. So make sure this. Okay, so now I'm going to just create a button. So for the button, I'm going to just give a text of, for example, click me. And now if I run this, so you can see that I have invalid indentation in my Kivy file. So make sure about this issue that you don't have any indentation error anywhere a Kivy file. So let me just remove this. Maybe the problem is from here because we have let me just check this, because we don't need the label anymore in our this Kivy file. Okay, so now I have my widget, my button, and let me just do it again in here. So this is my widget and this is my button, and my text is, for example, hello Kivy application. Now if I run this, okay, so you can see that I have this button in here. We will fix the position. Now let me just change this to click me, not hello Kivy application, to click me. Okay, now let me just set the position. So you can give the X and Y position. For example, I'm going to give it 100 by 100. So the X, Y, and Y position is in 100. So right now we haven't learned about the layout management, but we will talk about that. So you can see now it's 100 from the X and Y position, and we have a click me button in here. So also you can add more attributes to your this Kivy file. For example, you can set the size. So it's I think size of the text, for example, 120 and 50. Now if you run this, you will see the size of text is changed to 120 and 50. You can see, yeah, it's not size of text, but it's the size of our button. So you can see it's changed, and we have now a real button. Also you can add color. So for example, I want to add 0.5, so it's an RGBA, so red, green, blue, and also alpha. So 0.7 and 0 and 1. And let me just run this, and you will see that it's basically the color of my you can see that but I don't see any so let me just remove this and let me run it again. Okay, so think it's working, and you can change these. You can change these, and it will be known for you. So now you can set the font size also. Font size, for example, to 20. And one of the main pointers in this, that now you can add or bind events. For example, in here you can just simply say on press, and I'm going to, so you can interact with these, with your Python code, and also your design. So you can print the Python code in here. So let me just say the button is pressed, and now if I check this, and if I click on this, you can see that button is pressed. So the same also you can do with button released, okay, like this. So now if you want to bind an event from this main code in your Kivy file, how you can do that? So for example, in our main file, in here we need to, because button is a kind of widget, we need to create in here. So let me just say click me, and so for the click me, I'm going to just print hello, you clicked me. And now in here, let me just comment this. So you can see that the Python comment is also working in the Kivy file. So now if I run this, and if I press, you will see that I am not receiving anything in here. So if I click, you can see nothing happens because I have commented that. Okay, now in here I'm going to just create on press, and this time I'm not using the print in here, but I'm using a callback or a function from my main Python file. So you can access that to using root. So root dot click me, and you can see that it's simple in Kivy. Now if you run this, and if you click on click, so let me just, so you can see hello you click me, hello you click me. So like this you can work with event binding and also button. And also we have created, so this method is the best way, that we create our own widget and we return our widget in the build. And after that you can easily do this in here. So also you can add labels. So let me just show you. So we have button, and now in here we can add, also we need to add a label. So you can just say label, and so let me just bring it in here and label. So for example, the text for the label, I am going to say I'm a label. So now if you run this, you can see that we are receiving I am a label. So like this you can work with the button, and also even handlings in button. Alright guys, now in this part I want to show you that how you can reference a widget from your Kivy file into your main file in your Python file. So for example, I have a label in here, so I have created in the previous part, and this is a button. So when a user click on the button, so I want that the text of this label should be changed. Now if you see in my window.kivy, so I have created a label, but my Python file doesn't know about this label, so my widget class doesn't know about this label. So the first thing we need to just add an ID for this label. So for the ID, for example, I'm going to just give it label. Now after this, you need to add this label to your my widget class, because if you don't do this, you will receive error. So now let me just add in here. So I'm going to just call it my label, and I want this label, so I want to add that in my widget class. So now after doing this, now I'm going to open my Python file, and in the widget class, so first let me just show you that so let me just comment this print or leave it like this. Okay, now in here, so if you want to get the text from for example, if you want to get the text from the label, so you can use text. Using text, you can set the text to the label. Now you can simply say self dot my label dot text. This is changed text. So now if I run this, probably I'm receiving error. So 100% I'm receiving error. So now if I run this, even though I have assigned this my label in here, but if I run this, let me just run it. Okay, I haven't received an error from, I don't know. Okay, let me just click this. Okay, now it's working, and there's no problem for this. So let me just run it again. If you run this, you can see that I am receiving my text is changed and there's no problem. So if I remove this from here, for example, let me just remove this and let me just make this like label. So this time I want to access this directly from the label. Now in this time I will receive error, so let me just run it. I haven't tested this yet, but I will check this. Now if I click, yeah, I'm receiving error that my widget object has no attribute label. So by this reason, because this is our main rule class, so when you define for example an ID for label or any widget in here, if you want to access to the value, you need to do like this. You can just add, for example, let me just bring it back my label, and now you can see you are receiving this. So if I click on this, I have received error my widget. Okay, so it's because I need to change this to my label. And now if I run this, and if I click on this, you can see that changes text. This has changed text. So because we haven't learned about something, let me just add a position in here if I can do so. For example, pose 200 by 200, and let me just run it again. Okay, now you can see if I click on this, you can see this is changed text. So this is the text that we have assigned in here. So like this you can work. There are a lot that you can use. For example, sometimes you need to use properties for this purpose. So you can do like this if you want. Okay, now in this part we are going to talk about the layout management in Kivy, and we are going to talk about the different layouts that are available in Kivy. Especially we are going to create the example for the box layout. Now if you see the documentation, the docs for the Kivy, so for the Kivy widgets, now in the layout section we have different layouts. You can see that we have anchor layout, box layout, float layout, grid layout, page layout, relative layout. So that we will work on some of them layouts in this course. So the first layout that we are going to talk, that's called box layout. Now the box layout arranges children in a vertical and a horizontal box. So if you see in this image we have horizontal, so you can use horizontal in a horizontal state, and also you can use vertical state. And also there are two ways that you can create the layout. So first you can directly create the class of box layout, and you can do. And the second way is that you can use the Kivy file, and you can do that. So I will show you these two ways, and now let's just create our first coding. So this is my just a class box layout. I have just a simple class box layout, and I'm going to remove this return label. So now the first thing I need, I'm going to just import button, so because I need a button. And also I'm going to from Kivy.uix.boxLayout, I'm going to import box layout. So in the first we are going to, so let me just change this to box layout ex because it will conflict with this. So first we are going to just work on the using the class box layout class directly. So now in here the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a box layout object like this, and after that you need to specify that you want the horizontal, you need to specify the orientation. So you want horizontal or vertical, so you can just simply say orientation, and I want horizontal, so horizontal. Now I'm going to just create two buttons. So and the text, I'm going to just give it click 1 and btn 2 button, and for the text I'm going to just say click 2. Now after creating of these two buttons, we have created our layout and we have created these two buttons. Now we need to add these two buttons in the layout, in the box layout. So you can just simply say layout dot add widget, and in here this is the widget that you need to add. So I want to add my btn1 and layout dot add widget, and I'm going to add my btn2. So and then you need to return the layout. And also I need to just change this to box layout example ex. Okay, so now if I run this, let me just run this. Okay, now you can see we have two buttons and the orientation is horizontal. Now let me just add some more buttons. Let me just copy this, and let me just this is button 3, button 4, click 3, and this is click 4. Now I need to just add this, so layout add widget, I'm going to add button btn3, and I want to add btn4. So now if I run this, now you can see we have 4 buttons that are aligned horizontally in a box layout. Now if you change this to vertical, so let me just change it to vertical, and now if I run this, so you can see now it's my buttons are vertically aligned and like this. So let me just now create a little complex example. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, now so the first thing, I'm going to create a main layout. So I'm going to just call it main layout, and this is a kind of box layout, and the orientation is vertical. So okay, now after creating of the main layout, now I want to first create an hbox layout. Let me just call it hbox layout, and this is a kind of box layout, and for the orientation I'm going to just give it horizontal. And now I need to add 2 widgets. So first one is btn1 and button. So the text is click 1, and also I need a btn2, so button, and the text is click 2. So now after this we need to add these two buttons in the HBox layout, so dot add widget. I want to add my btn1, and let me just copy this and paste it in here. Also I want btn2, and let me just bring it in here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this because also I need to create a vertical box layout, and I'm going to change this to VBox layout, and the orientation should be vertical. And the same I need to btn3 and btn4, click 3 and also click 4, change this to btn3 and btn4. Okay, after this we need to add these two layouts that we have created in our main layout. So as you see at the top we have a main layout. Also I need to change this HBox layout to VBox layout. So I'm going to just copy this main layout, and I'm going to add the widget to my main layout. So the first one is HBox layout and main layout dot add widget, and the second one is VBox layout. Okay, after adding this, we need to return our main layout. Okay, so now if I run this, you can see that we have mixed the layouts together and we have a nice layout management. So okay, now you can see that like this we can use the box layout in Kivy. So this was using our directly that we have imported the box layout. Now if you want to use Kivy, so it's a good idea to use Kivy language for this. I've already created a box layout EX. Make sure that the name should be matched with this. So we have box layout EX and we have box layout EX. And now the first thing I need, I'm going to remove these from here, and I'm going to create a class called my box layout. So now this box layout extends from the box layout, and we don't want to add anything in here. And in your build you need to just return your my box layout. Okay, now we are going to start our coding in the Kivy file. So the first thing we need to import the version of Kivy. So what version of Kivy you want to use? So my Kivy version is 1.10.0, and after this we need to just use this my box layout class in here, because we want to define the rules for this class. So first we need to just give the orientation. So for the orientation, for example, I'm going to use horizontal, and we need to add our button in here, and we are going to add a text. So for the text I'm going to just say click 1, and also I'm going to just give a background color for this. So we can use RGBA, so 0, for example, let me just use 1, 0, or 1 and 1, whatever you want you can use. So, and also you can just give the font underscore size, so I'm going to give it 20. Now we need to create another button. So for another button, for the text, I'm going to just give it a click 2, and the background color, so let me just give it 0 1 1 1, and the font size is 20. Now I'm going to just copy this because I want some more buttons in here. So this is click 3, and let me change this to 1 1 and 0. Let me just add so the indentation. So okay, now let me just copy this and let me just add once more. Okay, this is click 4, and you can change the color like this. Now let me just run this and we will check that it's working, or we are receiving. Okay, now you can see that it's working, and we have these buttons in here, and with different colors, and it is aligned horizontally. So if you change this to vertical, and you can see that we have a vertical. So let me change the orientation to vertical, and now if you run this, you can see that the buttons are aligned vertically. Now like this, you can use box layout in Kivy. Okay guys, now let's talk about the anchor layout and create an example of anchor layout. So if you see, anchor layout aligns its children to a border at the top of the border, at the bottom of the border, at the left or at the right or center. So you can see in this image, it's the image of anchor layout, you can see that the anchor layout is used for aligning the children to one of the corners. So it may be at the left corner, at the top corner, at the center corner. So like this, you can use anchor layout. So there are two ways that you can create. You can use directly the anchor layout class, and also you can work with the Kivy file. So now let me just show you. So I have just some code that I have created. Now after this, I'm going to just import from Kivy.uix.anchor layout. I'm going to import anchor layout. So now in here, first let me just create anchor layout. I'm going to just call it in layout 1. So anchor layout, and now you need to specify the anchor. So I want to just use for the anchor X, I'm going to use right, and for the Y, so I'm going to use it bottom. Now also I need to import buttons, so let me just from Kivy.uix.button, I'm going to import button, and let me just create a button in here, btn button, and for the text I'm going to just say click, not clock, click 1, and also I'm going to just specify a size hand for the button. It's the size of the button, so 0.3 and 0.3. okay, so we need to create another anchor layout. So let me just create an layout 2. So this layout is good if you're using with multiple layouts, and it will be a good idea to use it. So now in here we need to specify the anchor X, so it should be left, and the anchor Y, it should be top. And let me just create another button, so button, and the text is click 2, and the size hint should be for example 0. Whatever you want, and let me just give it 0.2 and 0.2. Okay, now we need to add these buttons to the anchor layout. So for the first button, I'm going to add widget, and I want to add my btn, so first btn, and for the 2 I want to add my second button, so the name is button 1. After this also we need to create a box layout, because we need to add these 2 anchor layouts to the box layout. So from Kivy.uix box layout, we are going to import box layout. So let me just call it box layout, and we are going to add a box layout. So now you can simply add box layout dot add widget. So first anchor layout and box layout dot add widget. So this is the second anchor layout, and we need to just simply return the box layout. So the code is simple. We have 2 buttons, we have 2 anchor layouts, we have added the button to the specific anchor layout, and after that we have created an hbox layout, and we have added the 2 anchor layouts to the hbox layout. Now if I run this, okay, so you can see these are the 2 buttons, and so you can see that the alignment, so we have specified in here, so the btn, so the first btn and also the second btn. So this was using the classes. Now if you want to use Kivy, for example Kivy file also you can do. Let me just remove these code from here, from the build, and I'm going to just create a class. So I call it my anchor layout, and it extends from the anchor layout, and I can pass this. So we need to just return my anchor layout in here. So I've already created anchor layout, my Kivy file. So first we need to specify the version of the Kivy that you're using. So I'm using 1.10.0. So now we need to add our class that we want to specify the rules for that. Now you need to just create anchor X. So I want right, for example, and anchor Y, so top. And now we need to just create button, and for the text I'm going to just say click 1, and for the size hint I should give it 0.5. Let's just create another button. So let me just the text is click 2, and this should be size hint, size hint, and let me just copy this, and this should be 3 and 3, like this. Okay, so now if I run this, now you can see that I have 2 buttons. If I change the color, you will see this. Let me just change the color. You can just add a background color. Let me just copy, okay, paste it in here. So background color, and let me add it in here and just change this to, for example, like this. So let me just run it again. You can see that we have two buttons in here. So like this, you can use anchor layout in Kivy. Let's just talk about the float layout in Kivy. So a float layout honors the pose hint and the size hint properties of its children. So you can see that this is the image. Now let's just create an example. So I've already created some code, so it's my class. And now in the build, so first I need to import from Kivy.uix.float layout, import float layout, and also from Kivy.uix.button I'm going to import button. So first we need to create the object of our float layout, and we need to specify the size for this layout. So for example 300 by 300. After this we are going to just create a button, and I call it button, and you can just give a text for this, for example click me, whatever you want. And okay, so also I need to specify a size hint. Basically it is just the size of our this button. And now we need to add this button to our layout, and we need to return the layout. So now if you run this, you can see that we have added successfully a button in the float layout, and you can see also you can specify the pose for the button, for example 30-30. So it's the X and Y position of the button. You can see. So now this was using the float layout class. Now we are going to do this using our Kivy file. So I'm going to remove this, and I don't need this button anymore, and I'm going to just create a class. I call it my float layout, that it extends from the float layout, and we are going to just pass in here, and here we need to return my float layout. Okay, now I've already created my Kivy file, and this is float layout ex, so it's according to my main class. And also now I need to define rules for my float layout. So for this, first I need to just specify the version of Kivy that we are using. So I'm going to use this version. And now we need to define the rules for this class. Okay, now I'm going to just create a button. So for this button, the text is click 1. So I need to just give it text, and I need a size underscore hint, and this should be 0.4 and 0.3. So this is basically the size of our button, and we are going to just give background color, so whatever you want. So it's an RGBA value, you can give it, and you can give a pose hint. So this is basically the position of the button, so the click 1 button, and X 0, and it should be at the top of the X, and this should be 1. So I'm going to just copy this because I'm going to use this button. Okay, so this is click 2, and I don't want to change this, so the color should be just, I need to change this, so I'm going to just say right to 1 and y to 0. So now if I run this, okay, now you can see that I have two buttons, and this is the position that we have given in here, so the pause hint for the click 1 and also the pause hint for the click 2. So also you can, if you want, you can make a one main button class, and for example I'm going to just create a main button class in here, and let me just, now I can add this background color and this pose hint. Let me the size hint, let me just, you can add whatever you want, but because this is similar to each other, and like this. Okay, now, and we need to remove this also. And now if you check this, let me just run it. So we have an error. Text my float, and where is the error I have? So let me just remove this button and let me check it. Okay, the error is from this the indentation of this button, so let me just make it background dash color to 0111, and the size hint to 0.4 and 0.3. Let me just run it again. Okay, then you can see that the result is the same, but this time so these two were shared in our two buttons, so I have just created a button, and now you can see that we have these two buttons and the same color. So like this you can use float layout in Kivy. Alright guys, in this part we are going to talk about the grid layout. You can create grid layout. So if you see documentation of Kivy, now the grid layout arranges children in a matrix. So it takes the available space and divides it into columns and rows. So in a grid layout we have columns and we have rows. So we need to specify the column and rows in a grid layout. So one of these should be specified. If you don't do this, you will receive error. So you can see in the image, so we have in here we have 3 columns, and like this we have 3 rows, you can see. So like this you can use grid layout. Now let me just show you the example. We are going to use, first we are going to use the directly class usage. So now let me just import from Kivy .uix .grid layout. I'm going to import grid layout, and also I'm going to, from Kivy.uix.button, I want to import button. So now in here the first thing I need to just create a grid layout, so grid layout object, and then now in here you need to specify the columns or rows. So I want the columns to like this, because I'm not going to create any complex layout, just I'm going to show you the basic working on the grid layout. So but you can add the columns, the rows as you want. So now let me just add the widget directly to this. So add widget, and button. So the text is, for example, click 1, and also I need to give a size hint x. So size hint x, and I'm going to just give it to none. And now this is the size x, and also you can give the size y. So if you see now the column width and row height, so it's telling that the column width or row height are determined in 3 steps. So this is the we can give the for example column, and this is so the size hint x and size hint y of the children are taken into account. So if no widgets have a size hint, the maximum size is used for all children. So it's you can give this or whatever you want. If you don't want to give this, it's telling that if no widgets have a size hint, the maximum size is used for all children. So we have given a size hint x in here to none, and also let me just give a width of 100 for this. Now I need to just copy this because I want to add one more button in here, maybe some more buttons. So this is click 2, and so I'm going to give these default like this, and let me just this time I'm going to just remove these 2 parameters that I have in here. Just I'm going to give it text. So this is click 3, and let me just add it once more. This is click 4, and I'm going to remove these 2 from here, and at the end we are going to just return our layout, not lambda, our layout. So now if I run this, let me just run this. So now you can see that we have specified 2 columns. So this is my first column, and so this is my first column, and this is my second column. And for these 2 we have I specified the width and also size hint, but for this 2 we haven't do this. So now let's just do this using our Kivy file. How you can do this using the Kivy file. So I've already created a great layout ex, so it is according to this main class app. And the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a class. I call it my grid layout. So this grid layout extends from the grid layout, and I'm going to just say pass in here. So let me remove these codes from here, and instead of this I'm going to just return my grid layout class. So in the Kivy file, so the first thing we need to specify the version of our Kivy. So Kivy 1.10.0, and after this now we need to specify the rules for our this grid layout class, and let me just add this in here. And now we need to specify the calls. Let me just give it 2, and also let me just give the spacing to 10. And I'm going to create a button. So the text is click 1, and also you can give a size hint, and as we have given size hint x, and for this I'm going to just say none. Also let me just give a background color for my this button. So it's optional, you can give or if you don't want. So let me just give it like this, and this is an RGBA color, and I'm going to also give a width, so width of 50. So now this was my first button, and let me just create another button in here, and So the indentation is very important in the Kivy file. So okay, now in the second button I'm going to just give a text of click to and a background color. Let me just copy this background color and paste it in here. So this time I'm going to change this to 1 and change this to 0. Let's just create me some more buttons, 1 or 2 more buttons. So button, and the text is click 3, and we need to give a size hint of none for this, and also a background color. Let me change this to 1 and 0. Also you can give a width. So let me just create another button in here. And the text is click 4, and just I'm going to give a background color, and I'm going to make it like this button. So paste it in here, and you can change this the color. So now let me just run this, and I'm going to check that it's working. Okay, yeah, now you can see that this is the click 4. This is our grid layout, that we have 2 columns. So this is the first column and this is the second column, and these two buttons, there is a width, and also we have given a size hint X, and for these 2 buttons we don't have any width and size hint X. So like this you can work with the grid layout in Kivy. In this part we are going to talk about using relative layout in Kivy. So let me just show you the docs for the relative layout in Kivy. So this layout allows you to set relative coordinates for children, and if you want absolute positioning, use float layout. So we have already used float layout. Now the float layout is used for positioning on absolute. And if you want relative coordinates, then you can use relative layout. So now you can see that the relative layout class behaves just like the regular float layout, except that its child widget are positioned relative to the layout. So now let's just create an example, and I'm going to first import from Kivy.uix.relative layout, import relative layout. And at the top I'm going to just directly use the relative layout in my Kivy file. So I'm going to just create a class, call it my relative layout, and this layout extends from the relative layout. And in our main app we need to just simply return my relative layouts. Okay. So after this, now I'm going to open, I've created a Kivy relative layout exe.kivy. So it's according to the name is according to my main app class, and now I need to define rules for this my relative layout class. So we are going to start from importing the Kivy version, and now so let me just create this. So before this we need to define a button in here. So this button will be the main button for the design and the font size of our buttons that we are going to create in this my relative layout class. So for the font size I'm going to just give it 25, and for the so let me just make it like this. Font size is 25, and also I need to give a size hint. So the size, the width and height of the button, so 0.3 and 0.3. Now in my main this my relative, I'm going to just create button. So this should be my first button, and I'm going to just call it click 1. And also you can give a background color, so let me just give it background color. So it should be 0 1 1 1. It's an RGBA color. And also you can give a pose hint. So now using this pose hint, you can specify the relativeness of this widget. So for example, in the X, I'm going to give it 0%, and in the Y, I'm going to give it also 0%. Okay, so now let me just create another button, because I need some more buttons to show you. So button, and the text is click 2, and also we need to just add the same background. I will change the background color, not the same, but we need to add a pose hint also in here. And for the color, let me just change this to 1 and change this to 0. And for the pose hint, for the X, I'm going to give it 0, and for the top, I'm going to give it 1. So not 1, but for this we need to give for the top, or just make it to Y. So for the Y, 0, and make this to the right, so because we want it should be in the right. So for the right, I'm going to give it 1. Now just create another button, and I call it button, and the text is click 3. We need to add this background color also, and I need to change the background to make it 1 and make it 0. Also we need to give a pose hint. Now we need to give a center X, because this button I want it should be in the center, and 0.5, and the center Y is also 0.5. Okay, let's just create another button, and so the text is click 4, and we need to give a background color. Let me just make it 1 1 1, and also a pose hint. So for the X, I'm going to give it 0, and for the top, I want to give it 1. Just let me just create another button, and this will be my last button. So, and the text is click 5, and we need to give a background color. I'm going to just use the same background color, and also a pose hint. And for the pose hint, we need to give an right and top. So for the right, I'm going to give it 1, and for the top also 1. So this is our just basic some buttons that we have created. Now if I run this, let me just run this. Okay, so we have button, but it's looking weird. I don't want this result, so let me just check my these sizes. Okay, now x0 and so x, yeah, this is 0.1, it's not 0.1, it's just 1. So because I have copied this and now we have problem in here. So let me just run it again. Okay, now you can see that we have 5 buttons and with the relative positions. So now if I make it smaller, you can see that we are receiving, it's adjusting itself according to the window size. So like this you can use relative layout in Kivy. So now let's just talk about the stack layout in Kivy. So the stack layout arranges children vertically or horizontally, as many as the layout can fit. So the size of the individual children widgets do not have to be uniform. So now let's just let me just show you an example and you will know that what I mean. So first of all, I'm going to just from kivy.uix.stack layout, I'm going to import stack layout, and from kivy.uix.button, I'm going to import button. Now in here, the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a layout object, so stack layout. First I'm going to show you using the code, and after that we will work on the Kivy file. Okay, now I'm going to just create for I in range, I'm going to create 20 buttons and btn button, and for the text I'm going to get the text from the this I value. So for example, button 1, button 2, because it's an integer, I need to convert that to string. And after that I'm going to give a width. So for the initial width of the button I'm going to give it 40, but after that I'm going to increase the button width by multiplying 5, like this. And also you can just give a size hint and none. We have error in size hint. Okay, size underscore hint is none and 0.15. And after this we need to add these buttons to our layout, because now we have not one button, we have more buttons, and we need to just simply return the layout. Okay, now so if I run this, now you can see that these are my buttons that I have. You can see, so the width is increasing, and you can see that if I make it now, if I make it bigger, you can see it's arranging itself according to the layout, so like this. So it's called stack layout. Now this was using the we have used the class. Now we are going to do this using the Kivy layout. So how you can do that? Let me just remove these, and at the top I need to create a class, for example, whatever you want, but you can create my stack layout and it extends from the stack layout. And in here we need to just return this. Return my my stack layout. So my stack layout. Okay, so after this I have created a Kivy file, so stack layout .kivy. So now I need to just define rules for my this stack layout. First I need to specify the version of the Kivy that I'm using, and now I can add this class, and in this class I can give orientation. So you can have orientation for the stack layout if you see the docs documentation. So it's telling that orientation, so orientation of the layout, orientation is an option property, and default is to LR left right and TB top bottom, and these are the valid orientation, LR TB, and we have TB top bottom left right, and we have RL TB, and these are that are available. Also, a change in version 1.5 now correctly orientation now correctly handles all valid combination of left right, right left, top bottom, and bottom top, if I'm not wrong. So for the TB, okay. So it's telling that before this version only LR TB and TB LR were supported. So now let me just give orientation to RL TB, and the padding I'm going to give it 10. So now we need to just specify button, and the text I'm going to just give it click 1, and the size hint is 0.6 and 0.2. And the background color is 0, 1, 1, 1. So let me just create another button, and let me just copy these codes and paste it in here. So the text is click 2, and the size int is 0.4 and 0.4, and we can give a color for this like this. And let me just add another button in here. Okay, so for the text, let me change this to click 3 and 0.3 and also 0.2, and this is the background color like this. And let me just create another button in here. So the text is click 4, and the size hint is 0.4 and 0.3, and the background color is 1, 1 and 1. So now let's just run this and let's check the result. So now you can see that we have our buttons, and if I maximize my window, you can see that it's stacked like this. It's changing according to the layout that we have, according to the window of the layout. So you can see. So like this, you can use stack layout in Okay guys, in this part we're going to talk about the checkbox widget. That's how you can create a checkbox widget in Kivy. So now let's just I have created a class checkbox, so it's my main root class, and the first thing I'm going to just import the checkbox class from the Kivy. So .ux.checkbox import checkbox. After this, I'm going to create a grid layout. So from Kivy.uix dot from Kivy dot uix dot the from is from Kivy dot uix dot grid layout, I'm going to import grid layout. So now I'm going to just create a new class in here. I call it checkbox class. So it extends from the grid layout. Let me add my constructor, diff init and super dot init. Okay, now in here the first thing we need, as we have learned in the grid layout, we need to create the column for the grid layout. So we are going to just use toColumn, and after that we need to create our checkbox. So self dot add widget, because I'm extending from the grid layout now, I can easily access to this add widget using this self keyword. So self dot add widget, and I'm going also we need to import label. So from Kivy dot uix dot label, not layout but label, we are going to import label. So we need to just create a label. So for the text I'm going to just give Python, and now we need to create our self.check, our checkbox and the active. So I'm going to just give it true, and also now we need to add this checkbox self.add widget to the let me just add my checkbox in my layout. So self.check. So this was our first checkbox. Let me just copy this. You can add some more checkboxes in here. So the label is C++ or whatever you want. Let me just write Java, and self.check checkbox, and it is good. Let me just copy once more. This time I want C++. So checkbox, and also we need to return this checkbox class in our main class. Return and checkbox class. So now let me just run this, and I'm going to check this. Okay, now you can see that we have so by the default you can see active is the true, and we have created this checkbox. Now I want to show you that how you can handle the click event for this checkbox. For example, if you click on this, how you can add callbacks to the checkbox. So now first of all, I need to just create a label. So I'm going to I have imported label, yeah. So self.label and or whatever you want. So self dot, let me give it my label and the label. So for the text I'm going to give it label. For right now I'm going to just give it label, and now I want to add this label to the my widget, so my grid layout, not my widget. I'm going to add this widget to the layout, my label. And if you run this, you will see that I have a layout in my grid layout. I have a label in my grid layout, so you can see it's label. Now when the user checked or unchecked the checkbox, I want to change the text of this label. So for this, first of all, I'm going to just define a new method in here. I'm going to call it on check box active. And now you need to give the self and also the instance of your checkbox. I'm going to just give it checkbox, and also we need to give a value in here. Now we are going to check if value. So if value, we are going to just self.myLabel.text. We are going to change the text of the label, and I want to say the checkbox. The checkbox is active, and in the else case I'm going to just say self.myLabel.text, and I'm going to just say the checkbox is whatever you want, is inactive, or you can say it unchecked. So inactive. So now we have created this method. Now we need to bind this method in our checkbox. So let me just say self.check.bind. So .bind, and so you can give active in here, and after that you need to add your method in here. So def on checkbox active, this is my method. So now let me just run this, and okay, now if so it's not working. Okay, so because we have all our checkboxes, just we have self.check. Now it's working in our C++. So you can see the checkbox is active, and the checkbox is active and inactive. So like this you can use this in Kivy. Now let me show you that how you can do this in Kivy file, and how you can create the checkbox in the Kivy file. And you can see that I have already created a checkbox.exe.kivy. So it is according to my main this checkbox.exe. So now I need to comment this class. So let me just comment this, and let me remove this return. Okay, so now I need to create a new class in here because this time I'm going to use a Kivy file. So I'm going to just call it class my box layout, and or whatever you want, you can call it my grid layout or box layout. Let me just use grid layout, so change this to grid layout and not box layout. It extends from the grid layout. Now let me just pause this for right now. Okay, now and in here we need to just return this my grid layout, and let me return my grid layout. So after this, let me just open my Kivy file. I need to define rules for my my grid layout class that I have created. So first I need to just add the version of Kivy that I'm using. So it's related to what version that you're using, you can just add. And now we need to just define the rules for this my grid layout. Okay, so in here the first thing I need to add columns. So I want 2 columns, and also let me just add a spacing to 10. Now I need to add a label, define a label, and for the text I'm going to just give Python. and the font size I'm going to just define 30. So also you can give a color if you want. You can just add a color for this label. So this was my first label. Now I need to add checkbox for this label. So you can just simply say checkbox, and we are not going to add, you can add color or something else, but we will add callbacks for this. For right now I'm going to just say checkbox. Now if I run this, let me just check that I have a checkbox or not, a label with a checkbox. Okay, now you can see that I have a label and also with a checkbox, and I'm using a grid layout with a 2 columns. So now after this, we are going to do the same process, and we need to just add the same, let me just copy this. Sometimes when you copy in Kivy, especially in the Kivy file, you will receive indentation problem. So it's a good idea to do not copy. I'm going to just copy because the video will be longer, but if you write this, it's a good idea. So now for this I'm going to just change this to Java, and so you can change the color to what color you want, and like this. So after this I need to just copy once more because I need to add for C++. And also you can change the color. Let me just change this to 1 1 and 0. Now let me just run this and check this, that I have these 3 checkboxes. Yeah, you can see that now we have successfully created the checkboxes using the Kivy file. Now there will be a question in your mind that how you can handle the callbacks for this. Now let me just show you handling the callbacks for this. Okay, now for this, the first thing I need to just create a label in the Kivy file first. So label, and for the text I'm going to just give it label, and the font size I want to give it 20. Also because I'm going to right now our main .py doesn't know about this label. So for this, because if you want to access to this label, you need to add an ID for this label. So I'm going to just call it my label. And after this, you need to reference this label in your this grid layout. So in here you need to just reference this. I'm going to call it label, and I want to reference my label. And after this, in our main .py, so in here we need to create the method that we want, the callback that we want. So I'm going to just call it def checkbox click. You can give let me just, this is the instance, you can give it, for example, checkbox or whatever you want, and this is the value. And then here we are going to check that if value is true, we are going to just say self.label. You can use this way if you want, if value, or you can say value true. There's the both are the same and there is no problem. Self.label.text. This is the label that I have referenced it from my Kivy, and I'm going to just say checkbox checked, and in the else case I'm going to just say self.label.text and just checkbox and checked. Okay, now we've created this callback. Now we need to just bind this with our checkbox. So now we are going to just do this for our all three checkboxes. So you can just use on active and root dot. You can get the method using the root because we have our root class. So checkbox underscore click, and in here you need to just add the self, the parent, and also we are going to use the self dot active. And let me just copy this because we need this for our three checkboxes. Now let me just run this and we are going to check that it's working or not. So we have invalid indentation. So you can see that when you're doing copy, now where is the indentation problem? Let me just remove these two checkbox, these two binding even. Maybe the problem is in there, and let me just run it again. Yeah, so also we have error in our coding, so no problem. First we are going to attribute checkbox click. Okay, we will check this because we have a misspelling in here. It is I think like this. Okay, so now let me just copy this, and this time I should not receive an error. And yeah, let me just run it again. This time it should work if there is no problem of indentation. Okay, now we don't have any indentation problem. Now if I check, you can see checkbox checked and checkbox unchecked. So you can do this for all your checkboxes. So like this, you can work with a checkbox in Kivy. In this Kivy video, we are going to learn that how you can add images to your Kivy application. So now let's get started. We will do this by two ways. So the first way is using the class, and the second way is using the Kivy file. So the first thing we need, we are going to just from Kivy.uix.image, we are going to import image, and now we need to just create the object of image. So I'm going to just say img. So there are two ways that you can load image. The first way is that you can use the images from your directory, and the second way is that you can use from the internet. That's called async image. So I will show you the both way. So you can just simply add the source in here. So I have already added an image to my working directory, and I want to call it its name is my pic.I think it's GPG, and we are going to just return this image. So return img, and now let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see that we have our image in our Kivy application. So now you can do some more with this image. For example, you can set the position. You can say image dot pose. It is a tuple, so we can give the value of 300 and 300. And if you run this, you can see that we have the image in here at the x. This is the x and y position for the image. And also you can set the opacity for the image. For example, you can just say image dot opacity, and it is between 1 and 0, so I'm going to give it 0.5. Now if you run this, so now you can see we have the opacity of 0.5 for the image. So now let me just now show you how you can fetch the how you can load the images from the internet. So for this I'm going to just copy, or not copy, just comment these. Okay, so now in here the first thing we need to import from Kivy.uix.image dot it is, or we can do in here, so async image. Yeah, so we're going to use a sync image for this. I'm going to just say img async image, and in here you need to add the source for the image. So I have already copied an image like this, and now let me just run. So now I'm waiting for the image. So now you can see we have our image in here. So like this you can work with images. Now let me just show you using the Kivy file how you can do this in the Kivy file. Okay, now in here I'm going to just define a class. I call it my image that extends from the image. So I'm going to just pass in here, and in my image window class, let me just comment this, and I want to return my image class. So now in my Kivy file I have already created an image window.kivy. Make sure that the name should be the same as your this class, so it's image window.kivy. I want to define rules for this my image. So starting with the Kivy version, I'm going to just say write the Kivy version in here, 1.10.0. okay, now in here we are going to just say my image, and so we need to specify the source. So my source is it was my pic.png, and if you run this, so let me just save this and let me run it. So now this time you can see that we are using the Kivy file and we are receiving the image. So there's no image. Let me just check that where's the problem. Image window, my pic.p, oh sorry, we need to specify the image in here. So image, and we are going to just add the source in here. So if you run this, this time you'll see the image. Again, not image. Okay guys, so we don't need this image, and yeah, it's GPG not PNG, and let me just add this again, and let me just run it. So it was wrong, so you can see it's my pic.jpg. And now you can see that this time we have used the Kivy file and we have successfully loaded the image. So like this you can work with the images in Kivy. Hello YouTubers, and in this Kivy video we are going to learn how you can create a slider in Kivy. So the slider widget looks like a scroll bar, and Kivy supports horizontal and also vertical orientation of sliders. So now there are two ways that you can create, and we are going to I'm going to show you the process for the both way. So now first we need to import this. So from Kivy.uix.slider import slider, and you can just simply create the slider object, and for example you can say slider and a slider. You can just return the slider, and if I run this, you can see that now I have a nice slider in here. So now let's just extend this, and we are going to just also we are going to talk about the binding of callbacks in a slider. For this I'm going to let me just copy this. I have created a new Python file, and I'm going to remove this because I will add the source code. By this reason I am going to just make a new file in here. So in here I'm going to just create a class. I call it for example my layout, and it extends from, let me import from Kivy.uix.gridLayout, import grid layout, and it extends from the grid layout. So this is my init method, and this is my super. Okay, now after this, the first thing we need to specify the columns for the grid layout. I want it should be 2, and now I'm going to just create my slider in here. So I'm going to just say slider, and you can set the mean for the slider. I'm going to just set the mean to 0 and the max to 100. So after this we need to add this widget to our this grid layout. So you can, because we're extending from the grid layout, now you can access to that widget using the self. So you can just say self.add_widget, and we are going to add this slider. So because we are going to also use the callbacks for this, so we need to just create a label in here. So first let me just import from Kivy.uix.label, import label. So self.label and label. So for the text I'm going to just give it 0, and now I need to add this. So self.add_widget, I want to add my label. So now let me just check this, and in here I need to return my layout. So return my layout, and if I run this, okay, so now you can see that we have our this slider, and also we have our this text to 0. Now how you can bind a callback to this, for example, or a method. If a user so let me just show you. When we do like this, we need to change the value of this text. So for this we are going to just create a new method in here, and I'm going to just call it diff on value change. And you need to give the self, and also we need to give the instance of the our slider. Also you need to give the value. Now we are going to just say self.label.text. We are going to change the text of the label to for example you can say value is dot format, and we are going to just convert our value to integer, and we are going to print the value. Now in your slider you can just simply bind this. So self.slider.bind, and so you can simply say the value to self.on change value, and let me just run this. So if you can see that the value is changing values. So this was using the class. Now let's create the same functionality using our Kivy file. Okay, so I've created a new Python file, and now in here I'm going to just create a class. I call it my layout, and let me just import from Kivy.uix.grid layout. I'm going to import grid layout. Now this class extends from the grid layout, and I don't need to add anything in here. So let me just say pause, and in here I'm going to just return my layout class. So I have already created a Kivy file at name of slider window.kivy, so make sure that this should be the same as your app class. And now we need to define rules for this my layout. So first we need to just add the version of Kivy, so Kivy 1.10.0, and so in here the first thing we need to give the columns, so I'm going to just give it 2, and now we can say slider. You can give the main value to 0, and also you can give the max value to 100. So now if you run this, let me just run this, that I'm receiving any slider or not. Okay, so now I have received slider. Now we are going to add a label also. So let me open this. Okay, so in here let me just create a label, and for the ID I'm going to give it label, and for the text I want to give it 0. So now if I run this, you will see that I have also a label, but we don't have any functionality for this. You can simply easily bind this in your Kivy file. So where you have your slider, because we have an ID for the label, so you can just say on value, and we want to change the text of the label to you need to convert this to string, and or we don't need to do this, we just say self.value, and let me just run this. And if I change this, okay, only accept str, so we need to convert this to str. We need to add this. Okay, now if I change this, you can see that we are not receiving the integer, but it is I think float. So you can just convert this to int now. So you can say int, typecast this to int, and now if I run this, you can see that now the value is changing. So like this you can work with a slider in Kivy. In this Kivy video we are going to learn that how you can create text input in Kivy. So now let's get started. First I'm going to just import from Kivy.uix.text import, import text input. So you can just simply create a text input. So you can say text input, you need to create the object of text input, and let me just return the text input, and if you run this you will see a text input. So you can see that we have received this. Now you can add some more features for this text input. For example, in here you can just set the font size, and I want 50. Now if you run this, and now you can see we have a bigger size of font. For example, if you want to remove this multi-line, for example, I don't want the multi-line, so for this you can just make it false. So in here you can add multi-line and make it to false. So now if you run this, you will see that we don't have any multi-line for the text input. So if I write something and if I hit enter, you can see that I cannot write in multi-line. So also you can use Kivy, Kivy file for creating of this. For this I'm going to just create a new class. I call it my text input, and let me just import from Kivy.uix. You can use text input, also you can use widget. So I'm going to just use widget, and it extends from the widget class, and we are going to just pass this. Now I have already created a Kivy file. This is the same as my app class name at name of text window.kivy. And also in here you need to, let me just comment this, and we are going to return this my text input class. Okay, now in the Kivy file, the first thing we need to specify the version of Kivy, and we need to define rules for this my text input. So I'm going to just add text input in here. Now if you run this, let me just run it. You can see that we have a text input in here. Now if you want to, you can change the width and height. For example, I want the width should be as my width of the window, so root.width. And now if you run this, you can see now the width of the text input is according to the window. Also you can change the height. So for the height you can say root.height, and also let me just make the multi-line to false. Now if you run this, you can see we are receiving a nice text input, and you can see that but the multi-line is false. You cannot enter to text to the next line. So like this you can work with the text input in Kivy. Alright guys, this is our fourth part in Python GUI crash course. So in this part we're going to talk about the TKinter. So TKinter is another library for GUI development in Python programming language. And the best thing about TKinter is that it's completely free, and you don't need to worry about the commercial license of TKinter because it is free. So also for the installation of TKinter, you don't need to install because it's a built-in library in Python. When you install Python, it will be installed by default. So now let's create our examples in TKinter GUI library. In this part I'm going to show you that how you can create your first window in TKinter. I'm using PyCharm IDE for this complete course. So first of all you need to import TKinter as TK. So after importing TKinter, we need to create an instance of the TKinter. So you can simply create tk.tk, and now we need to create our window title. So title, and you can give whatever title you want. For example, I want to give TKinter first window. And after this we need to set a size for our TKinter window. So I want it should be 500 by 400, the width and height of our window. Now after this, I'm going to create an icon for my window. So you can simply write icon bitmap, and in here you need to write your icon name. So it is wm icon bitmap, and in here you can write your icon name. So make sure that you have an icon in your working directory. So my icon name is my icon.ico. Now after this and the last line of code that we are going to write, we need to start our GUI. So you can simply write when.mainLoop. So now if I run this, you can see this is my first window in TKinter. Also you can see I have a nice icon for my window. In this part we are going to use object-oriented concept for creating of our window in TKinter. So in the previous part we have created our window, but in this part we are going to use a main class for creating of our window. So let's get started. First of all, I'm going to, from TKinter, I want to import all. Now I need to create a class, and I want to call the class whatever you want. For example, I want to call this window, and my this class extends from TK, and this is my constructor or init method in here. And after this is my super function, and in the super function you need to write your window and also self, the parent. Now we need to add our title. So because we have a class window and it inherits from our TK, so now you can simply write self.title, and you can give your title window title. So TKinter OOP window. Now we need to set the main size, so self.main size, and for the main size I want to give it 500 by 400. And at the end we are going to create our icon. So icon bitmap, and my icon is my icon.ico. So we have created our class. The last thing we need to create the object of our class, because right now if we run this there is nothing to be done with this window. So we need to create the object of our window, and after this we need to start our main loop of the TKinter. So main loop. Now if I run this, you can see I have the same window, but now it's a more clean code we have. So you can see TKinter OOP window, and we have a nice window in TKinter. In this part I want to show you that how you can create your first widget or label in TKinter. So I have copied my previous code for creating of window, and I'm going to just change the title to TKinter label like this. So now I'm going to create a new method or function in here. So I'm going to call it div create label. So label is a widget in TKinter. You can simply write self.label, or we are going to just make it like label, and you can use label. The first parameter you can give it self, and another one is the text. So it's the text for the label that we want to give. So for example, this is I'm going to write TKinter label creation, and also you can give a background or a foreground for your label. For example, for the background or for right now I don't want to give any background or foreground. So this is my label. Now I need to add this label to the layout. So we will talk about layout in the later parts, but we are going to use a grid layout. So self dot label dot grid, and you can give the column, so I want it should be in column 0, and also you can give a row, so in the row 0, so like this. And now I need to just call this method in my class, so self dot create label. Now if I run this, you can see I have a nice label in here. It's telling me TKinter label creation. Also, you can change the font of your label. So in here I'm going to create a label font variable, and in the tuple you can write the type of the font, the size of the font, and also the style, that it should be bold or italic or some other kind. So now in here you can just simply add a font, or in here you can simply label dot config, and for the font you can add label font. So now if I run this, you can see I have a bigger font in here. Also, you can give a foreground and also background for your font. So for example, you can give a BG. So for the BG I want to give it black, and for the FG I want to give it yellow. So now if you run this, you can see I have a background and also foreground for my TKinter label. In this part I'm going to show you that how you can create GUI button in TKinter. So now let's get started. I have just a class window. This is just the code for creation of my window, and let me change the title to buttons in TKinter. Okay, so first of all, let me just create a label, and or just I'm going to first create a button in here. So for creating a button, you can just simply write self.button, and you can simply write TTK. Also, you need to import TTK because we are going to use this for creation of button. It has good GUI widgets. So from TKinter import TTK. TTK.button. Okay, now you can give some arguments. So the first one is self. We are going to give self, and the second one is the text that you want to give. So for example, I want to give it click, and also, or you can give it click me, and like this. Okay, now I want to add this button to the grid layout. So self dot button dot grid, and I want it should be in column 0 and in the row 0. Okay, so right now if I run this, let me just run this. Okay, you can see that I have a click me button in here, so you can check click me. Right now there's no functionality for this click me button, but we are going to add a functionality to this. Okay, so how you can add comments to your button. For example, if a user click on this, you want that something should be happen. So for this, first of all, let me just create a label in here. So self.label. This time I'm going to use ttk.label, and the parent is self, and you can give a text. So let me just give it TKinter application. And also we need to add this to the layout or grid layout, and you need to give to the column 1, and for the row I'm going to give it 0, like this. Okay, so now we have also, if I run this, you will see that we have a label in here, so TKinter application. Now we are going to just create a click me, so click me method, or you can give it for example click underscore me. The first thing we need to configure a text to our label. So you can give it self.label.config or configure. So the text I want to give, so it's a change text. So text is changed, and also I'm going to give self.label.configure, and you can give a foreground, for example fg. For example, I want to give it red, and also you can give it a bg background yellow. And now self.button.configure, and this is also, I want to change when I click on that, I want to change the label text with also the button text. So button text changed, button changed, like this. I'm going to write this. Okay, so after creating this, now you can simply add a comment in here. So comment, and we are going to give self.clickMe. So self.clickMe. Now let me just run this. So now if I click on this click me button, you can see text is changed, and also the color is not changed. And let me just or just make it foreground, and now let me run it. So also we have this BGS unknown. Let me just give it background like this. So now you can see also the text of our button has changed, and also you can see the label text is also changed when we click on this button. In this part, I'm going to talk about a geometry manager in TKinter. So there are different geometry manager or layout management in TKinter that you can use. So we have Pack. So if you are planning to design a simple layout, so it's good to use Pack. Another layout that we have that's called Grid. So it's the mostly used layouts in Python TKinter. So we will use Grid a lot, and the best thing about Grid is that you can configure your widgets in a row and column. So it's like table that has row and columns. So the last one is Place. So it's not mostly used layouts, but it's good because by using Place you can configure your widgets in X and Y coordinates. So now let me show you the example of these. So first let me show you the Pack. So let me call it create layout. And let me first create a label in here, and I call it pack layout example, and you can simply pack this like this. Okay, so there are different parameters that you can use. So first let me just call this self.createLayout, and if you run this, what's the error? Str object has no TK. Okay, so because we are in the class, we need to give self in here. So now let me just run this. So sorry, also we need to give text in here, so like this. Okay, now let me just run this. Okay, now you can see that we have pack layout example. Now let me just add some more widgets in here. So I want to add button and self, and the text is not going to be expand, so not going to be expand. So it is just a simple and pack layout, and we are not going, it should be expand. So in the second button, let me just copy this and paste it in here. This is if you give expand in here, so let me just give it expand to 1, it will expand and it does not fill the X position. So let me expand and not fill X. Now let me just run this and you will see that what is different between these two pack. Okay, so now you can see it do not fill, but it expands. So now let me just add another one, so like this. Okay, so if you, for example, make the expand 1 and fill to 1, it fill X and also it expands. So I have expand, and let me just fill also. So fill and X. Now let me just run this. Let me call it fill X and expand. So now you can see we have also fill and also we have expand. So also you can, there are some more that you can specify the site. For example, let me just copy, or just let me just create another button in here, and this says self, and you can give the text, for example, left. The text is left, and let me just pack this, and you can give the side to the left. Okay, so now let me just copy this button and add like this. So this is, for example, center, and this is right. Now if I run this, so side center must be top, bottom, left, right. Oh sorry, let me just give this left because I'm going to use left. Okay, now let me just run this. You can see that now we have the side is in the left. So if you change this to right, for example, let me change this first one to the right, and if I run this, okay, you can see that this my left button is in the right. So this was creation of uh, pack. And also you can use grid. I have said that using grid you can add your widgets in a column and row. So you can simply use grid, and in here you need to give the column, for example column 0, and I want it should be in row 0. And for this for the button, let me just make it grid, and for this also let me just add in column for example 1 and also row 1. And now if I run this, so now you can see that this is the row and column 0, and this is the column 1 and also row 1. And if you change the column to 0, you will see that our button is in here, so like this. Okay, now we are going to talk about place. So using a place, I have said that by place you can manage your widgets in X and Y position. So you can use absolute positioning in place. So let me just first show you the absolute positioning, and let me change this to dot place. So you can give X, for example 20, and for example Y to 20, and if you run this, you can see that we have the X and Y position for our this button. It's absolute positioning. It's not a good idea to use absolute positioning in our layout management. So another way is that you can use the, let me just copy this, the relative positioning, and it is a good idea. So in TKinter mostly you will see that I have always used in this video the grid because it is a good layout, and sometimes I use pack. Okay, so now you can give simply rel X, and for example 0.8, and you can give rel Y 0.9, and you can give rel width, for example 10, and you can give also you can give anchor. So anchor, for example in E it is northeast, like this. So now if you run this, so you can see I have in here, because I haven't a lot used this layout, but we will always use the grid layout and also sometimes the pack layout in TKinter. In this part I want to show you that how you can create text box or text entry in TKinter. So now let's get started. I have my window class, it's just a window code. Now also I need to import a TTK, so from TKinter import TTK. And after this, now for creation, let me just create first a method. I call it text entry, for example, whatever you want, but text entry, or you can give it text box, there's no problem. Now the first thing I need, first I'm going to create a variable of self.name, and it is a string var. Now I need to create a label for this, so ttk.label. The first parameter is the self, and also we need to give the text for our label, so it is for example enter your name. Now after this we need to add this to our grid layout, so I want to add this in column 0 and in row 0, like this. After this we are going to create our text box. You can use entry in TTK if you want to create a text box, so you can just simply use self.textbox ttk.entry. Okay, now the first thing is the parameter that the first thing is the it is our self we need to give the parent. class, and for we need to give a width, so I want it should be 20, and also I want to give the text variable that I have created in here. So text variable, and it is self.name. Okay, so after this, now we need to add this to our layout. So let me just copy this grid, and this time I want it should be in row 1. After this, we need to create a button, so self.button and ttk.button. The parent is self, and also we need to give the text to this, so click me. After this, I want to add this button to the layout, so this time I want it should be in row 2. Okay, now first I need to just call my this TextIn3 method in my class. So self.TextIn3, and if I run this, okay, so right now you can see I have just my label and I don't have the button and the TextIn3 because in here I have copied this and I have forgot to change this to text box and change this to the button, so like this. Now if I run this, you can see I have just a label with enter your name and click me. So right now we don't have any functionality for the click me. Now at the top, let me just create a method, so for the click me, and in here I want to change the label text, so when a user click, and I want to give the text to hello, and whatever the user write in the text box. So I want to get that and concatenate that with the hello, so self.name.get. And now you need to just in your button you need to add a comment, and this is a self.click me. And now let me just run this, and if I write something in here and if I click me, so you can see this is my name, and you can whatever you want you can add and click me, so hello John. In this part I want to show you that how you can focus on a widget in TKinter. So if you run our previous example for the text box, we have our text box, but in here we want to focus in our this text box like this. Okay, so for this you can just simply add in here, you can add a focus, so in your text box you can add self.textbox.focus. And now if I run this, you can see I have the focus in here, it's focusing like this. So if I run it again, you can see I have the focus in this text box. Also you can if you want you can disable a widget. For example, I want to disable this button, you can simply write self.button.configure, and you can add the state to your button. So I want to, it should be a disabled button. Okay, now if I run this again, you can see that my button is disabled. In this part I want to show you that how you can create combo box in TKinter. So now let's get started. I have just window, the boilerplate code for creation of the window. Also I need to import from TKinter, import TTK. Okay, so the first thing we are going to create a method called create combo. So now first we need to create our text variable. We will need this in the later, so let me just call it self.language, and it is string var. Now after this we need to create our combo box, so self.combo box, ttk.combo box. We need to give the parent to self, and we need to give the width for our combo box, for example 20, and we need to give our text variable to self.language. Now we need to add some items to our combo box, so self.combo box, and we need to add the values to our this combo box. It's a tuple, so I want to add Python, Java, C++, C#, Ruby, or for example you can add for example PHP and CSS. Okay, so it's good. Now after this we need to add our this combo, so self.combobox.grade. So I want it should be in column 1 and row 1 like this. Okay, so I need to call my this method at the top, so self.createCombo, and if I run this you will see that I have a combo box with the items that we have created in here. Now I want to add some functionality to this. I need to add a button with also a label. So for this let me just create a label in here, so self.label and ttk.label, it's self, and the text is, for example, I want to select your favorite, select your language, for example, like this. Okay, now after this we need to add this to our label, so our grid, so let me just change this to the label, label, and this time it should be in column 0 and row 0. Now also we need to create a button, so ttk.button, and for it's the parent itself, and for the text I'm going to give for example click me, and also we will create a command for right now let me just create the widget. Let me add this to the layout, so grid layout, and change this to button. This time it should be in column 1 and row 1. Now if I run this you will see that I have a label with I have in here, so I think it's just a little bit sorry, the combo, it should be in row 0. Yeah, now let me just run it again. Okay, so now you can see this is our and this is our text. Also let me just make my layout much more. Let me just bring some more change to my button layout, so I want it should be in column 2 and row 0. So now if I run this, okay, now you can see it's nice looking, and you can click in here and it should be changed. So now we need to create a method for our push button. So let me just call it if click me, and we need to change when a user for example select a language from our combo box, and when he click on our button, I want that the label, the language should be written in the label. So self.label.configure, and you can add the text, for example selected, and you can concat this with the item that is taken from the combo box. So self.language .get. And the last thing we need in the button, we need to add this comment. So comment self. Click me. Now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I, for example, select Python, if I click on click me, so you can see selected Python. If I click on PHP, if I so selected PHP, and if I click on C++, click me, selected C++. In this part I want to show you that how you can create a radio button in TKinter. So I have my window code, and let me just import TTK. Okay, so let me just create some, for example, color 1, some variables in here, blue and for color 2 it is red, and for color 3 it is for example gold, or whatever you want. So now we are going to create our radio button in here. So you can just simply create radio, and now we need 3 radio button. So first let me just create my text variable. So radio values, and this time we need an int var because it should be integer. Now we need to create our first radio button. So write 1 and ttk dot radio button self, and also you need to give the text. So the text I want color 1 for the text, and the value I want to give it 1, like this. And also the variable, so I want to give it so that I have created at the top self.rate values, self.rate values, okay, like this. So now let me just add this in the grid. So self.grade, and I want it should be in column 0 and row 0. Also you can add a sticky to the layout. So for the sticky I want to give it W, and also for the column span, so column span I want it should be, so it's a lowercase s. So column span, so for the column span I want to give it 3. So self.rate 1, I have forgot to add this dot grade. Okay, now I want to add 2 more radio buttons in here. So let me just copy this and paste. This time it is red 2, and I want the colors 2, and for the value I want it should be 2, like this. And for the column, this time I want 0, and for the row it should be in the row 1, like this. Let me just copy once more, this time radio 3, and for radio 3 the color should be the text should be 3, and also the value I want to give it the third value, the 3, and you can add this in here. This time it should be in 2, in row 2, like this. Okay, so now let me just call my this self dot create radio, and let me just run this. I have error, so unknown variable we have in here. So oh sorry, we have misspelling the variable, so it should be like this. Let me just copy this. Okay, so now if I run this, again error. So object has no attribute right 1. Okay, I have forgot to also add self in here because we need these values out of this method. So self.read3. Okay, now if I run this, okay, so now you can see we have 3 radio buttons in here: blue, red, gold. Now how you can handle when a user, for example, click on this. Okay, so for this, for handling the events in a radio button, let me just create a new method in here. So I call it def rate event. So now in here I'm going to first get the value, so that which radio button is selected. You can use self dot rate values dot get. Okay, now after this I'm going to check this. So if rate selected is 1, so we need to change the color to the background color to the red color. So background to the color 1, and elif, so elif our rate selected is 2, I want to change this. So let me just copy this and paste it in here. I want to change this to the another color, and in also elif, so elif our rate selected is 3, I want to change this to my third color. So also now you need to add the events in here. So you need to add comment, and we are going to add self.rate event. Let me just copy and add this in my 3 radio buttons. So like this and like this. Now let me just run my this. Okay, if I click on blue, so my color is changed to blue. If I click on red, it's changed to red. And if I click on gold, it's changed into gold. In this part I want to show you that how you can create check buttons in TKinter. So first of all, I'm going to import TTK. So for creation of check button, I'm going to create a method. So def create a check buttons, and I want to create 3 check buttons. So first, there are different check buttons in TKinter that you can use. For example, we have disable check button, we have unchecked, and also we have enabled check button. So first let me create a disable check button. So ttk dot check button, the parent is self and the text is, for example, this enabled, and the state is the state I want to give it is a disabled state. So now let me just add this to the my grade. So check dot grade, and I want it should be in row 0 and column 1, like this way. So let me just call my this cell dot create check button method in my class. If I run this, so we have a check button, but it is a disabled check button. We cannot do anything with this. So another check button is that let me just copy this and paste it in here. It's check 2, and I want it should be in column 1. In so let me just change this to column 0, and this should be in column 1. Okay, so this is the text is unchecked, so this is an unchecked check button, and if you run this, we don't need to give a state for this. And if you run this, okay, so you can see we have it's by default checked, so by default unchecked, sorry, it's by default unchecked. So the another one is enabled, so it's an enabled check button. It's like it's not a checked, but it's enabled. So check 3, and the text I want to give it enabled, and I want to add this in column 2. So now if I run this, you can see that it is an enabled like this. In this part I want to show you that how you can create a scroll text control in TKinter GUI. So first of all, we need to import this widget. So from TKinter, import scroll text, and now we need to create a method in here. So def create, let me call it scroll text. Now after this, we need to give a scroll width and height for this. So I want to give it 30, and for the scroll height I want to give it 10. So the first thing we need, now let me just create a scroll text, and now I'm going to use the scrolled text dot scrolled text, and in here you need to first give the parent itself, and we need to give the width and height. So the width is our scroll width, and the height is our scroll height. And after this we are going to give a wrap. So let me first let me just don't give a wrap, and I will give that. So now we need to add this to our grade. So scroll text dot grade, so in the column 0, and also we need to give a column span, so 3, like this. Okay, now we need to call this method in here, self dot create scroll text, and if I run this, so you can see I have a scroll text in here. Also, if you want, you can give a wrap, so wrap and tk dot word. So let me just from TKinter import tk. Oh, I don't need, because I have imported all. Okay, so now let me just run this, and or I want to just give it word. So let me just run it. Okay, let me just import TKinter as TK. So import TKinter as TK and tk.word. Now let me just run it. Okay, so must be column span and the column span is 3. So okay, sorry, I have give this in the wrong place because I need to give this in here, so like this. Now let me just run it again. Okay, now you can see we have a text area, text control like this. So you can see we have a scroll in here, so when we can scroll this. In this part I want to show you that how you can create a label frame. So using a label frame you can label a widget. So now let me just first import, so from TKinter import TTK, and the first thing I need, I'm going to create self.label frame. Okay, ttk.label frame. We are going to use this, and we need to give the first one is self, and we need to give a text. For example, you want to give whatever you want. Let me just give it TKinter label frame. So after this we need to add this label frame to the grade layout. So column 0, row, I want to give row 7, and also padding X, I want to give a pad X 20 and a padding Y to 40, like this. Okay, so after this let me just create a class called div create labels, and I want to create some label in here. So ttk dot label, and I want to add this label in the label frame. So self dot label frame like this, and you can give a text. So for the text I want to give it label 1, and you can directly add this to your grid layout. So dot grade column 0, and also you can give a row, so also row 0. Let me just copy this, and I want to add 3 label frame in here. So self, let me just give it label 2, and this time I want it should be in row 1, and label 3, and this time it's in row 2nd. Also you need to call this create labels method in here. So now let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see this is a label frame that we have added this 3 label in a label frame. In this part I want to show you that how you can create menu and also menu items in TKinter. So now let's get started. I'm going to create a new method in here, so div create menu. So the first thing I need, I'm going to create a menu bar. So menu bar menu, and you need to give the parent to self. Also we need to config this, so self.config, and we are going to give our menu to menu bar, so menu bar. Now after creating menu bar, we need to create so a file menu. So file menu, and now we are going to give the menu in here, and also we need to give the menu bar, and also you can give a tear off. So the first time I'm not going to give a tear off, but I will show you that what it does mean. Now we have file menu. After this we need to add some, for example, we need to add some items like new, exit, open in our this menu. So I can add menu bar dot add cascade. So for the label I'm going to give it file, and for the menu I want to give it file menu. Now after this, let me add some add comment. So the label should be new, and file menu dot add comment, and the label is exit. And also you can add file menu dot add separator. So I want to add a separator between these two, and also I need an open. So file menu dot add comment, and I want the label should be open, like this. So now we are going to add another menu to menu bar. It is a help menu, and menu, so menu bar like this. And now I can add, so menu bar dot add cascade, cascade. So the label is help, and the menu is help menu. So after this, now let me just add help menu, and I want to add just about item in my this. So label, and I call it about. So now we have created this, and now let me just call my this menu in here. Let me call this my this method. So create menu, and now I'm going to run this. Okay, so now you can see we have a file, and we have about. So if you see the tier off is for this, if you don't give the tier off, so by default you can for example you can divide this menu like this. So you can, if you click in this, we have our menu items in here. So if I give tier off, so let me just add the tier off. You can add that in our so in here file menu bar, and in here I'm going to add a tier off to 0. So now if I run this, you can see I don't have that in here right now, but for help I have. Let me just add this also in my help. So let me just copy this and paste this in here. Now let me just run this. Okay, now you can see we have this menu with menu items. In this part I want to show you that how you can add comments to your menu item. So I have created this menu with menu items. For example, if I want to click on exit, my window should be exit. So for this we are going to add comments on our menu items. Now I'm going to create a new method in here. So let me just create, and I call it window close, or you can write like this, window close. Okay, so you can simply write self.quit, and also you can destroy so the window, so self.destroy, and at the end you can exit. Okay, so now we have created this method, and now I want to connect this with my exit. So in your exit you can add a comment like this, and you can write your close window close in here. Now let me just run this. So now if I click on exit, you can see my window is closed. So let me do it once again. Exit. Okay, now we are going to learn about creation of tab widgets in TKinter. So now let's get started. The first thing I'm going to import from TKinter, import TTK. Okay, so after this, now first of all you need to create a tab control using a notebook, ttk.notebook. So let me just create a tab control, and ttk.notebook, and you need to give the self as a parent. Now I want to create my first tab, so I call it tab 1, and we are going to use .frame for this, and we are going to add tab control in our first tab. Okay, and now we are going to get the tab control and .add, and we are going to add the table in here, and not table, tab 1, sorry. And also we need to give the text for our tab 1. So the text I want to give it, for example, whatever you want. For example, I want to give it example 1. And now the same we are going to create tab 2. So ttk.frame, and we need to add our tab control to our frame, and after this we need to add our tab 2 to our tab control. So tab 2, and the text is, let me just give it example 2. And after this we need to pack our tab control. So tab control dot pack, and you need to give expand to 1, and also you need to give fill to bot. Pack is also one of kind of labels in TKinter that you can use like grid. Okay, so after this, now let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see we have two tabs. This is my example 1 and this is my example 2. So you can add widgets to these tabs as you wish. In this part we are going to add widgets, GUI widgets in our tabs. So we have created tabs in the previous part. Now we are going to add widgets. So just now I'm going to bring some change to my code from the previous part. So I want to give self.tab1, and I want to give self.tab2, and we need to just change this to self.tab1, and also this self.tab2. So the result will be the same, but we need these tabs in our methods, so you can see. Okay, so now I'm going to create a new method in here. I call it add widgets, like this. The first thing I need, I'm going to create a label frame, so I call it label frame. Label frame. Now I want to add my tab 1 to this label frame, and I'm going to give a text to this that's called, for example, example 1 tab. Okay, and now we need to add this label frame to the grid layout like this. So for the column I want to give it 0, and for the row I want to give it 0, and also I want to give a padding X to 8 and a pad Y to 4. Okay, so after this, now I need to create a label, so I call it label, and I want to add this label to the label frame. And for the text, I want to just give it, for example, enter your name. And now we need to label dot grade. We are going to add this in column 0 and row 0 like this. So now we have created label. Now we need to create the text edit. So text edit, and it is an entry, so entry, and I want to add this to my label frame, and I want to give a width of 200 or 25 like this. So after this we need to add this to the grid layout, and I want to give column 1 and I want to give row 0. So after this we need to create our label 2. So label 2, and this is label, and I want to add label frame, and for the text I want to give enter your password, so like this. And after this we need to label 2.grid, add this in column 0 and row 1. So these are our text edit and 2 labels. Now I'm going to create another text edit. So let me just call it text edit 2, and it is an entry. I want to add this in my label frame, and I want to give width of 25. Now I want to text edit 2.grade. So we need to add this in column 1 and row 1, so like this. Okay, so after this we need to create another label frame for our tab 2. So these widgets are related to tab 1, and we need to create so another tab that right now there is nothing, because so let me just call this in here. So self.add widgets. Now let me just run this. Okay, so you can see in the first tab we have these 2 items. We do enter your password, so I will make it correct, but we should have enter your name and also enter your password. So now we need to add some items to our example 2, to our tab 2. So let me call it so tab 2. So now first thing we need to create a new label frame for this. So I call it label frame 2. So label frame 2, and this is a label frame, and we want to add tab 2 in our label frame. And for the text I want to give it second tab example like this. Okay, now we need to add this to the grid, so grid layout, and we need to give the column to 0. We need to add this to column 0 and row 0. So okay, so after adding grid, now we need to add some labels to our this text edit. So first let me correct this, that where's the problem for this. So the problem is in our label 2, because we are adding label 1 and label 2 in the same column and row. So I need to change the row of this to 1. So now if I run this, you can see I have these items, enter your name, password, in our first tab, and in the second tab let me just copy these all so let me just copy and paste this in my second in here, and I need to just change this to label frame 2 because this time we have label frame 2. Okay, so let me just run this. Okay, so you can see this is our example 1 tab and this is our example 2 tab, second tab example. That successfully we have added some widgets in our tabs. Now we are going to talk about creation of message box in TKinter. So there are different message box in TKinter. For example, we have information message box, warning message box, error message box. So we will see one by one. So the first thing I'm going to create a new method in here. I call it create button. So and I'm going to just create a self.btn, a simple button in here. Also I need to import ttk, so from TKinter import ttk. Okay, ttk.button, and I want to give it self, and for the text I want to give it open message box, or just let me like this. Okay, and let me just now self.btn.grade, and I want to add this in column, for example column 10 and row 10. So now you can call this self.create button, and if you run this you'll see that we have a button in here. So it's not okay because we don't have, and let me just change this to 1 to 1 because we don't have more items. And okay, now you can see we have open message box in here. Now after this let me just create a new method in here, and I call it info message. So this will be an info message box. Now you can simply use okay, so also you need to import message box from TKinter. So from TKinter import message box as message, like this. So let me just change this file name because it will conflict with my message box that I have in TKinter. Okay, now I have changed this to a message box because I have created the file at the name of messagebox.py, and it will conflict with our TKinter module. So now we are going to just because okay, so this is message dot, and you can see we have different message boxes, and this time we need show info. So dot show info, and you can it needs some parameters. So the first one is you can give a title, so I am going to give it Python info message box, or TKinter. So TKinter info message box, and also you can give for example the description. So this GUI is built in Python TKinter. Okay, so now you can add comment. So let me add comment, and we are going to call this self.info message. Now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I click on this, we are getting error. TKinter message box has no attribute show info. So let me just import this again from TKinter, import message box as message. We have error. Let me just check. Okay, so the problem is here, it is a lowercase s and it's like this, show info. So now let me just run this, and also this is also smaller, this like this, show info. Now it's correct. Okay, so now if I click on open message box, you can see we have a message box. You can see this is title, and this is this GUI is built in Python TKinter. This is an information message box. Now the another message box that we are going to talk and create example, that's called a warning message box. So diff warn message, and you can simply use message.show warning. So warning message title, and in here you can add this is a warning. Okay, so now let me just change my comment to warn message. So warn message, and now if I run this and if I click on open message box, you can see this is warning. We have title with text. Another message box that we are going to create, so that's called error message box. So diff error message. You can simply write message.show error, and error message title, and this is an error message box. Okay, let me just add this error message in here, self.error message, and now I'm going to run this. If I click on this, you can see that this is an error message box. Now we're going to create a multi-choice box in TKinter. So for this, I'm going to create a new method in here. So let me just call it diff choice box, and now I can create an answer variable and message dot. You can use ask a question, or for example ask yes no cancel. So there are different that you can use, but we're going to use ask yes no cancel. So you can give a title, so it needs a title, a message. So I'm going to give it a multi choice box title, and you can give whatever you want. So for example, do you want to quit? So do you want to quit? And now if answer, so we have misspelling in answer, so this like this. Okay, so if answer is true, so if it was yes, we are going to quit our application. So if answer is true, we are going to quit the application. Now we need to add this in our button, so let me create a comment and self.choice box. Let me just run this. Okay, so now if I click on open choice box, you can see we have choices. Do you want to quit? Yes, no, cancel. If you click on yes, the application will be cancelled. Now we are going to create spin box in TKinter. So creation of spin box is so simple. Let me just create a method of spin box, and so self.spin, and you can use spin box. So TTK by default doesn't have spin box. We need to use the widget from the TKinter. So as you know, using the widgets from TKinter is not looking good, but you can add a spin box to your TTK, and you can use the modern layout from TTK. So right now we are going to just use the custom spin box from the TKinter library. So now first parameter is the self, and we need to give from, so it should be from 0, the spin box, and 2, I want to give it to 10, whatever you want you can give. And now I can add this to my spin.grade, and I want to add this in column 0 and row 0. So now if I call my self.spin box, and if I run this, you can see I have the spin box like this. Also you can handle callback for the spin box if you want. For this, let me just create a text control. So scroll width to 30, and also scroll height to 10, and now I can self.control text and scroll. I also need to import, I think, scroll text, so let me just import from TKinter import scroll text. Okay, now we are going to use the scroll text in here. Scroll text and self, you can give the width to scroll width and height to scroll height, like this. And also let me just give a wrap to the word. Now after this we need to self.control text dot grade, and we are going to add this in column 1 and also row 2, like this. Okay, so now we need to create our callback for our spin box. I want to create this at the top in here. I call it diff spin callback. First I need to get the value from the spin box, so you can use self.spin.get, and after that you can whatever you can print the value, you can set the value to the scroll text that we have created. Let me just set that self.control text.insert. So insert, and I want to insert the value, and in the spin box you need to add just a comment. So in your spin box in here you need to add a comment of self.spin callback, like this. Okay, now let me just run this. So unknown width, okay, I got the problem, so it's in here, width. Now let me just run this. Okay, So if I, for example, you can see we have the callback in here, and we can do like this. Now it's time to create progress bar in TKinter. So now let's get started. The first thing we need, I'm going to just make a little bit nice GUI. So I want to first create a label frame. So I want to create the label frame in my main window class, so I call it label frame. And we need to import, so from TKinter import ttk. Okay, so ttk.labelFrame. Now it needs the self parameter, it's for the parent, and the text I want to give it a progress bar example, like this. Okay. Now let me just self.labelFrame, and I want to add this in column 0 and also row 0 in my layout. After this, I'm going to create a method called create progress bar. Like this. Okay. So first let me just create two buttons, one for starting our progress bar and the second for stopping of our progress bar. So self dot button 1 and ttk dot button, and I want to add the label frame to my, because I want to add this button to my label frame, and also the text I want to give it start progress bar. Now let me just self.button1.grade, and I want this in column 0 and also row 0. So after this, let me just copy my this code, because I want two buttons. So this should be for my second button, and this time I want it should be stop progress bar, and also let me change this to button 2 and column 0 and row 2. Okay, so now let me just call this okay. So after creation of these buttons, now I want to just create my run progress bar and also stop progress bar. Okay, so in here the first I want to just start progress. So you can simply write self before this I have forgot to create my progress bar, so before writing this, let me just create my progress bar. So self dot progress bar, and we are using ttk dot progress bar. The parent is self, and we need to give an orientation. So orient, we want horizontal progress bar, so horizontal. And also you can give the length of your progress bar. So for the length you can give it, for example, 200 ET, and for the mode we can give it for example we can give it determinate. Okay, so now we need to add this to our grid layout. So self dot progress bar dot grid, and for the column I want 0, and for the row I want it should be in row 3. let me just give a padding y to 10. Okay, so now we are going to work on our start and stop progress bar. So you can simply write self.progressbar.start. So you can use start, or you can use this start, and we don't need want to give. If you want, you can give a parameter. So let me just show you. We have interval you can give, but I don't want to give any interval. So another one is the stop progress bar, for stopping of our progress bar. So def stop progress, and for this also you can simply write self.progressbar.stop. Okay, now we have two buttons, and the first button, let me just add a command. So it is self.start progress bar, and for my stop, let me just a command self.stop progress bar. Okay, now let me just run this, and hopefully we don't get any error. Okay, we don't have progress bar, obviously, because we haven't called our def create progress bar in here. Self.create progress bar. Now let me just run this again. Okay, now we have our two progress bar, our two buttons with progress bar. If I click on start progress bar, you can see we have the progress bar, it's running. And if I click on a stop progress bar, now it's stopped. Start progress bar, stopped. In this part, we are going to learn creating of canvas in TKinter. So how you can create canvas in TKinter? So let me just create a method. I call it def create canvas, and also we are going to add for example a circle to the canvas, or okay, so let me just first create a canvas object. So canvas, and you need to add some parameters, for example arguments, self, and for the BG it's a background color, I want to give it blue, and also you can give the height. So for the height I want to give it 250, and for the width I want to give it 300. And now I want to create the coordinates or chord. So 10, 50, 240, and also 210. After this, we need to add this canvas to the our layout. So we are going to use pack layout. So pack, and we need to give a expand. So expand is yes, and the fill is bot, like this. Fill is bot. Okay, so after this, now we need to create an arc. Sorry, we are going to create an arc, not circle. So now let me just create canvas dot create. So we have different, you can use create arc, create line, create image, create polygon, rectangle, and different. We are going to just use a create arc, and we are going to give the code, so the coordinates that we have created, and we need to give start to 0, also extend to 150, and the fill should be red. So the fill of our arc should be red. Now you can use canvas dot pack, like this. Okay, so now let me just call this self dot create canvas, and now if I run this, you can see I have an arc in the canvas. So I have window, in the window I have canvas, and in the canvas I have this arc. If you want to remove this the color of the color, you can comment this pack, and if you run this, you can see we have just color the canvas, not all the window. So like this you can create canvas. So we have created canvas, and also we have added an arc to the canvas. This time, instead of adding an arc, we are going to add an image to our canvas. Make sure that you have installed PIL or PIL library. It is a library for image processing in Python. Also make sure that you have added an image to your working directory, as I have already added. So now let's get started. First I need to import from PIL. I'm going to import image tk, so image tk. Also I need to import image. Now in here I'm going to just remove this arc, and let me just comment this now, and also you can change this. For example, I want this time a red. Okay, now we are going to create an image object, so I call it image, and I want to open my image. So my image name is, you can give your image name in here, whatever it is. And after this we are going to create our canvas image, so canvas dot image, and I'm going to use image tk dot photo image, and I need to add my img in here. And now you can use canvas dot create image, so you can use this create image, and you need to give this 0 0. Also you need to add the image, so image, it is canvas dot image, and also we need to give an anchor of northwest, so NW, like this. Now let me just run this. You can see now we have image in our canvas. So we have, you can see that this is our image, a nice cake in the canvas. In this part I want to show you that how you can add or embed matplotlib in TKinter window. So matplotlib is a data visualization library in Python programming language. So before this, make sure that you have installed matplotlib, and also you have some familiarity with matplotlib. Okay, now let's get started. I have my window. Now I need some imports. So from matplotlib.figure, I'm going to import figure because I want to create some charts in here, some figures. Okay, and after this we need to import from matplotlib.backends tk. So you can use this and different, for example, you can embed in GTK3, or you can embed even in PyQt5. So because we are going to, so you can use Qt4, Qt5. We need TKEGG because it is TKinter. So from that we need to import a figure canvas tk agg, and also we need to import navigation toolbar, so navigation toolbar tk.tkagg. Okay, so after importing of these, now let me just create a method in here, and I want to just add, okay, so let me div create mat canvas. So this is a canvas that we are going to add our matplotlib graph. So first we need to create a figure, so figure, and we need to add the figure size. So for the fixed size, I want it should be 5 5. it's a tuple, and DPI or density pixel, I want to give it 100. After this we need to add subplot. So if you're familiar with plotting in Matplotlib, you will know about these concepts. So you can use if.add subplot, and we are going to add this subplot. After this we need to add some data because we want to plot the data. So I'm going to just plot this data. So what data, whatever you want, you can just leave the data in here. And so for example, this is my another data. So 8, for example, 3, 4, 1, 2, 9, 8, or 2, like this. So let me just remove these two. Okay, so now it's good. After this we need to create a canvas, a figure canvas. Let me just call it canvas, and it is a figure canvas TKEG, and we need to add our figure in here, and the second parameter is self. After this we need to show the canvas, so canvas.show, and now we need to get the TK widget for the canvas, so get underscore TK widget, and we need to pack this. We need to give a side for this, so side, and it is bottom. Also we need to give a fill, so we want it should be a complete fill, and we need to expand to true. So after this we need to so for right now, also you can create a toolbar if you want, but I don't want to create toolbar. I have just imported in here, but you can use. So let me now just add this, so canvas dot underscore TK. So let me just check this. So canvas dot underscore TK canvas dot pack, and now also side to top, and we need, it should be fill. Also we need to make the expand to true, like this. Okay, so now let me just call this method, and hopefully we don't get any error. Self dot create matte canvas. So now I'm waiting. Canvas dot show, we have an error right there, or no? Okay, so now you can see this is how we have embedded Matplotlib in TKinter window, like this. You can make it bigger and you can make it smaller. Now I want to show you that how you can add legends and also navigation toolbar to your Matplotlib in TKinter. So I've imported my library, my classes that I want. So now let me just create matte canvas. The first thing I need, I'm going to create a figure, so figure canvas, and this time it's I want to give a fixed size, so it's not, it is just a figure, not figure canvas. So figure, and I want to give a fixed size, so it's a tuple of 12.5, and I want to give a face color, so face color to the white. Sorry. Okay, after this we need to create axis, so axis, fig dot add subplot. And now it's time to create our values. So first x values 1 2 3 4, and I have y value 0, so y values 0. So this is a list of 6, 7.5, 8, and also 7.5. And also y values 1. For this I'm going to give it 5.5, 6.5, 8, and 6. Also we have y values 2, 6.5, 7, 8, and also 7. Now we need to create our access. So for our these values, so t0 access dot plot, and we need to add our x value and y value 0. So this is also for plotting of our axis. So t1 axis dot plot x values and y value 1. And for the t2 axis dot plot, and this is x value and also y value 2. So now we have created this, and now we need to create our y and also x label, or we can call it our legends. So this is the label, and access dot set underscore y label, it is a vertical label, and access dot set underscore x label, horizontal label. After this, now we need to add this to the grade like this, and we are going to create the legend. So fig dot legend, we need to create legend for our t0, t1, and also t2 plots, and we can give first line, second line, and also third line. And also we need to add an upper right. So after creating of our legends, now we need to create our canvas. So canvas and figure canvas TKEG, and we want to add our fig and also self. So we need to show the canvas, canvas dot show, and we need to get the TK widget, so dot get TK widget dot pack, and we need to add the same value that we have added in the previous part. So it is bottom, and the fill is bot, and the expand, so the expand is true, like this. Now after this, let me first run this, and after that I will add my navigation toolbar. So now canvas dot underscore tk canvas dot pack, and let me add the same these in here. This time we need to change the side to top. Let me just call this method and self dot create matte canvas, and I'm going to run this. Okay, so now you can see we have our these are the legends that we have our three lines, and vertical label and horizontal label. Now how you can add a navigation toolbar. So for this, now for navigation toolbar in here, we are going to create our navigation toolbar. So I'm going to call it toolbar and navigation toolbar. We need to add this to the canvas and the parent is self, and also we need to update the toolbar, so update. Now let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see we have this toolbar in here, and you can zoom it like this, and you can save the figure, and you can do a lot of things with this. In this part I want to show you that how you can create a dialog widget in TKinter. So how you can open a browser file using a dialog widget in TKinter. So now let's get started. The first thing I need some imports. So from TKinter import ttk, and also okay, so first thing I'm going to create a label frame. So cell.label frame and ttk.label frame. So you need to give the parent to self. Also we need to give a text to open a file. Now after this we need to add this to our grid layout, so like this. So now I want it should be in column 0, in row 1, and also path X to 20 and path Y to 20. Okay, so after this I'm going to create a button that when we click on the button we need to browse, open the browse widget. So let me just call it div create button, and in here let me just create self.button ttk dot, or we can just use, okay, so let me just use button, we don't need to add self. Okay, so button ttk dot button, and you need to give the parent to self, and also okay, so we need to add this button to the label frame, and after that we need to give the text, so browse file, and okay, so now we need to add this to the grid, so button dot grid, and I want the column should be 1 and the row should be 1. After this we need to write the file dialog, and now we need to first create a file name, so let me call it file name, and file dialog, so we need to import file dialog in here. From TKinter import file dialog. Okay, so file dialog dot ask, you can see we have ask directory, ask open file name, open file. We need to use ask open file name. So also we need to give the initial dir, so this is the initial directory. So for the initial directory, I want to give the default, and I want to give a title for this, so select a file, and also we need to specify the file type, so what file should be open. So let me add a file type. So the file type that we need to use, that is we need to use a JPEG, and dot JPG, and so the another one is we need to use all files. So also we are going to open all files, and you need to give the extension, so asterisk dot asterisk. Okay, like this. So now after this creating our file name, we need to create a label. So let me just create a label, and ttk dot label, we need to add this to the label frame, so self dot label frame. And right now I don't want to give any text for this. Now I want to add this to the grid layout, so it should be in column 1 and it should be in row 2. Label dot configure, and the text is self dot file name. So self, it's not self, but it is file name, like this. Okay, so now we are going to add a command in here, so in our button, and it is self.file dialog. Now if I run this, okay, so I need to call my this diff create button in here. Self.create button, and now if I run this, you can see I have a browse file, and you can choose a file, for example, whatever you want, and you can see we have the path in here. In this part I want to show you that how you can connect your TKinter application with MySQL database. So for this purpose we are using MySQL client. So first of all, you need to install MySQL client by pip install MySQL client. I have already installed this and I don't want to install it again. Okay, now also you need to have I'm using WAMP server, and let me just create a database in here, my TKinter, and click on go. Okay, so okay, let me just create a table. I have created okay, so now my TKinter and create. So database my TKinter has been created. Now I don't want to add any table for this. Okay, so the first thing we need after creation of a database, now let me just first create let me just create a method in here, diff create button or create widgets, and first of all let me just import from TKinter, import ttk, and import MySQL DB as mdb. So we need to first create a button, so self dot or we are going to just use button ttk.button, and before this also I need to create a label frame, self.label frame ttk.label frame. The text is, I want to give it database connection, and also I want to add this label frame to the grid. I want to give column 0 and also row 0. Also you can give a path x to 20 and path y to 20. After this, now I want to add this button to the label frame, and you can give a text to this, so text, and this is a connection status. Now I need to add this to the grade, button grade, column 0 and row 0. So after this we need to create a label also. So self.label ttk.label, and I want this also in my, it should be in my label frame, and for the text, for right now I'm going to just give an hello, or you can leave it blank, or okay, so self.label grade, in column 0 it should be, and also row 1. After this creation of these widgets, now we need to create a connection DB method. So let me call it DB connect, and we are going to use a try, and here I'm going to create a mdb.connect. You need to add localhost. This is your host, and this is your username root, and I don't have password, and this is your database name, so it is my TKinter, like this. Okay, now if the connection was successful, I want to change the label text to the connected successfully. And if the connection was error, we need to give an except mdb.error, as e self.label.configure, and the text I want to give it not successfully connected, not successfully connected. Okay, after this now I'm going to just so now in here I'm going to add a comment to this, so comment, and I want to add self.db connect, and we need to call our this method in here, self.create widgets. Now if I run this right now, I will receive as okay, so I have received an error, so let me just check this. Okay guys, so the problem is unknown option comment. In here I have and the button I need to add an in, now it's comment. So now let me run it again. Okay, so right now if I click on connection status, you can see connected successfully, because right now we have my TKinter database. Now let me just change this to, for example, something that is not, we have for example this, we don't have this database. And if I run this again, and if I click on connection status, not successfully connected. So this was database connection in TKinter. In this part I want to show you that how you can insert data to MySQL database from TKinter. So I have already created some codes. So first I have imported MySQL DB, and also I have imported message, and I have just a label frame in here in my main window class, and also I have a create widgets that I have two labels with two text edits. So let me just run this. Also I have one button for inserting data. Now you can see I have just a label with text edit, and also enter name, enter password, and insert data. So also you need to open your web server, and in your database that we have created in previous part, I'm going to create a table of data. Now you need to give the number of columns, 3 I want it should be. So this is ID, and this is the name, and this is password. So it is integer, and let me just make it auto increment, and also primary key. You can give the length to, let me just okay, length to, for example, 20, and this is varchar 200, and also varchar 100. Now let me just save this. Okay, now my database is created with 3 fields, and right now if you see I don't have any data in this database. Now let me just create a new method in here, and I'm going to call it def db connect. So def db connect, and in here the first thing I need, I'm going to create a connection. So con mdb dot connect, and you need to give your local host in here. After that you need to give the username, it's root, and for the password I don't have, and my database name is my TKinter. And now after this we need to, because we are going to insert, we need to create the cursor object. So con dot cursor, and after this now we need to execute our query. So car dot execute. Okay, so it is an insert, so insert into, so our database name, table name is data, and we have 2 fields. The first one is name, and the second one is password, like this. And also you need to give the values. So values, let me just bring it in the down. Okay, so for the values I'm going to create some string placeholders. So because we have 2 data, and so like this is my first one, and this is my second one. And now we need to get our data from the text field that we have. So because we have 2 edit text, and now we need to get those from get the text. So I can join this, so join, and now in here I need to get this. So self dot text edit, this is the first text edit dot get. By using this you can get the first the first data from your edit text. And also we are going to do this for the second one. So dot join, and in here self dot text edit 2 dot get. Okay, so like this you can do. And after this we are going to just after inserting data we need to give a simple message box. So dot show info, inserting data or whatever you want, and let me just give data inserted successfully. Now after this we need to call our this db connect in our button. We need to give a comment, so comment self.db connect. Let me just run my this simple application. Okay, so now let me just data in here, for example whatever you want, and you can give a password and insert data. So data inserted successfully, and if I check my database, so this is the database, you can see I have the first data, and let me just add another one. This is the password, insert data, data inserted successfully, and if I check my database, so you can see I have the second data in here. In this part I'm going to show you that how you can create a simple list box in TKinter. So now let's get started. I'm going to create a new method. I call it diff create list box, and now I want to create the object of the list box. So a list box, and you need to give the parent to self. Now I need to add some data to this list box, so list box dot insert. So this is the index. So in the first index I want to add for example Python list box dot insert. So in the second I want to add C++, list box dot insert. In the third I want to add Java, list box dot insert. In the fourth I want to add C#. So you can add a lot of data, so let me just add one more. So in the fifth index I want to add for example Ruby or whatever you want, so Ruby. So just simple, you can simply create, and now let me just call my method in here. So self.create list box, and now if I run this, so I don't have the list box in here. Okay, so I need to pack this list box, add just a layout to this. So I'm using a pack layout. I want to pack this is a kind of layout, and now let me just run this. Okay, so now you can see we have these data as a list box in TKinter. In this part I want to show you that how you can create a color chooser in TKinter. So first of all you need to from TKinter import color chooser, so like this, and after this let me just create a button in here. So diff create button, and I'm going to just create, also let me just import from TKinter import ttk. Okay, now let me just create a btn ttk dot button, and it needs some, we need to give self, and the text I want to give open color chooser. So open color chooser like this. Okay, after this we need to add this to the grid layout, so it should be in column 0 and also row 0. And now after this I'm going to just create a method of diff color chooser in here. So diff color chooser, And in here we are going to create our color chooser. It's type of RGBX and also HX. Now you can simply use color chooser dot ask color, and just simple like this. You don't need to add any more thing. Now I need to add the comment in here. I want to call self dot color chooser, and also I need to call this create button in here. So now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I click on open color chooser, you can see we have a nice color chooser in here. Alright guys, so this is our fifth part on Python GUI crash course, and this will be our last part. So in this part we are going to talk about PyQt5. Now PyQt5 is another GUI framework for Python programming language. Also we can call it Qt for Python. It's because PyQt5 is the official Python binding for Qt5 C++. Now if you consider PyQt5 with PyQt5, there will be 99% similarities in the code. But PyQt5 also has its own license, commercial license and also free license. We will talk about this more in the later part of the video. Also for the installation, you can just use pip install PyQt5 and it will be installed. Okay guys, so now if you see the official documentation for Qt, now we can see it's Qt for Python, the official Python bindings for Qt, and create user interfaces with Qt for Python. Qt for Python is the project that provides the official set of Python bindings or PyQt that will supercharge your Python applications. So and you can see there are more reasons why you should consider Qt for Python. The first official release of the PyQt module is available now, and so you can see we can get this code, and also they have their examples, and you can see with the similarity of the codes we have Q push button, Q label alignment. So all of things of PyQt5 are available in PyQt2. Even though PyQt5 is related to Riverbank Computing Company and it's maintained by that company, but PyQt2 is maintained by Qt company. So now if you see more about this, Qt for Python offers the official Python bindings for Qt PyQt2 so that you can use Qt5 APIs in your Python applications, and a binding generator to tool Shubikin2, which can be used to expose C++ projects into Python. Now if you talk about the license, Qt for Python is available under the LGPL v3 and GPL v3. So for PyQt5 we had just I think it was GPL v3 and also commercial license, but for Python you have these license that you can use, and also we have a Qt commercial license that you can pay. And also for the installation you can just use through pip install PyQt2 and it will be installed. Also these are the general requirements, for example Python 3.5 plus and also 2.7, and also you can see you can use for Windows, macOS and also Linux. Now if you're familiar with Qt5 C++ framework, they have you can use Qt5 C++ for Android, iOS and also for embedded platforms, but PyQt2 is not supported for iOS and Android or embedded platforms. You can just create you can just use PyQt2 for creating GUI applications, and the most Linux embedded OS provides PyQt2 with their official package. In this part we are going to create our first window in PyQt2. So first of all we need to just import some classes. So from PyQt Qt widgets import Q application, and also I need to import Q widget. Also I need to import sys. Now I'm going to just create my main class. I call it window widget, and my this class extends from QWidget. Now there are different ways that you can create window. For example, you can use QMainWindow. Also, you can use QDialog. I will talk about this. So now I'm going to just create my init and also super method. So now in this example, we are going to just extend from QWidget in our this class. Now our this class window widget class can access to all features, attributes, and methods of this QWidget. So I will show you about this. Now after this, we are going to just create the object of this window widget. Let me just main and okay. So the first thing you need in every PyQt, sorry, not PyQt, in every PySide 2 application, you need to create the object of Q application. So Q application, and you need to pass sys.argv because it is used for argument. It's used for command line. And after this, we need to just create the object of our this window widget. So I call it, for example, window and window widget. And after this, we are going to just start our main loop, and this is the point for our main loop. And we can just say sys.exit and app.execute. Okay, now if you run this, you will see that we are not receiving any error, but there is no window. It's because we have created the window, but now we need to just show the window. Now because we are extending from QWidget, now there is a method in the QWidget that's called show method. Using show method, you can visible your, and you can just say self dot self.show. You can see that we have self. You can access to this using self. Now if I run this, okay, now you can see that I have a window in here. So right now we don't have any title for this window, and also we haven't set any width and height for this window, and also icon. So now let's just do this. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to talk about another class that you can use. For example, we have used a QWidget in here, but also you can use QMainWindow. So let me just QMainWindow, and I can say QMainWindow. And now if you run this, you will see that we have the same window. You can see that we have the window in here. Also you can use QDialog, but for the dialog it will be a dialog window, so you can just import QDialog, and you can just say QDialog, and if you run this, you will see a window dialog. You can see that we have a window dialog. Now what are difference between these three? So the QWidget is a base class for all other GUI elements, so in QWidget module, and it can constitute a window by itself or be part of the Q layout. So another one is QDialog. Now QDialog is usually used for displaying a temporary dialog when user input is required. And also we have QMainWindow. Now it's a convenience class that can be used as the main window of your application, and using QMainWindow you will access to the, for example, status bar, you can access to the toolbars, you can access to the menu bar and menu items, but for QWidget and QDialog we don't have. So now let me just change this to QWidget. Okay, now let's just add a title to our window, because right now we don't have any title for this. You can do in here directly, but it's a good idea to use a method, a separate method in here. I'm going to just create a method of div init UI, and now I can say self dot set window title, and you can give your title in here. For example, PyQt5 first window. And now if I run this, you'll see that I have a window with a title. I don't have any title. Oh, sorry, we need to call this method. I have forgot to call this. Also, you can just show this in here in your init UI, and you can just simply say self.init UI. Okay, now let me just run it again. So now you can see we have PyQt5 first window. And also you can set, for example, the geometry for the window. So you can say self.set geometry. So we have the X and Y position. So you can say it's X and Y position. And also we have the width and also the height of the window. So for the width I'm going to just give it 600, and for the height I'm going to give it 300, so make it 100. Now if I run this, you will see that we have our desired window size that we have created. Now you can see. And also you can set title, set icon to the window. So you can just say self dot set window icon. Now it needs a QIcon class, so for this you need to import that. You can just say from PyQt5 GUI import QIcon. And now in here you can just say QIcon, and you need to add your icon name. So I have already added an icon to my working directory, so you can just add the icon where you have your window.py file, and my icon name is pyicon.png. So now if I run this, you can see that I have my nice window with icon and also title. So like this you can create a window in PyQt5. Alright guys, now in this part we are going to just create some widgets in PyQt5, and also we are going to talk about signal and a slot mechanism in PyQt5. So now first let me just create a push button, and I'm going to just so let me remove these imports, because so this is my code from the previous part, just a simple window, and now I need to just import QPushButton in here. Using the QPushButton class we can create class, so you can create in here, but I'm going to just create a new method in here, and I call it, for example, div create widget. And now we need to create our push button in here, and let me just call it btn, and you can see QPushButton. And so I'm going to just say click solve, and now let me just call this method in here, so self dot create widget. And now if I run this, you will see that I will not have, so let me just check first. Yeah, you can see that I have button and the text is click. So now this was button. So if you want to set geometry for the button, also you can do, for example, you can say btn dot set geometry. So you can give the X and Y position and also width and height of the button. So like this, if I run this, you can see that I will have a bigger button. You can see. So I think the width is 100 and the height, the width is 100. Yeah. This is the width 100 and the height is 50, and from the X and Y position we have 50 spaces. So for example, if you want to set icon, you can do so. You can just say btn dot set icon, and we need to use Q icon, and you need to import this Q icon. So even though I have already imported this Q icon, you can see that from pysite2.qt GUI you need to import Q icon, and you need to give the icon name. So I have already an icon in my working directory, pyicon.png. so if you check, you will see that we have a button icon, we have a text, and with the icon of Python. Now if you like to change the icon size, you can just say btn dot set icon size, and you need to give a Q size. So you need to import this Q size. You can just if you're using PyCharm, you can just say Alt Enter and import this name, and from here you can see I have PyQt5. I'm not using PyQt5, I'm using pysite2 qtcore.qsize. You need to import, and if you see at the top we have imported this qtcore import qsize. Let me just cut this and bring this in here. Okay, now in here you need to give the size of the icon, so it will be width and height, so 40 and 50. And now if you run this, you will see that I have 40 and 50 icon. Okay, now if you want to set a tooltip, you can just say btn dot set tooltip, and you can say, for example, this is a button, and if you run this, you will see that we have a nice tooltip for our button. This is a button, and also you can mix the HTML, for example h2, and you can add h2, and if you run this you will see a bigger tooltip. So now this was creating of button. Let me just create a label, so the another widget that we are going to just create. So we are going to just create a label. I'm going to just call it create label, and for the label I need to first import QLabel at the top. So QLabel, and so in here I'm going to just use self.label. I'm using self because I will need this label for the later part of the video when I'm going to talk about the signal and the slots in Pysite2. So you can use QLabel, and you can give the text of the label. You can just say label 1, and also the parent is self, and if you run this you will see that we have a label at the top of the button, so label 1. Now you can set font for the label, so you can say self.label.set font, and you need to give a Q font. So we need to import this Q font. You can just Alt Enter and it will import Q font. Now let me just check that it imported. Yeah, you can see the Q font is related to Qt GUI, a library or class. Okay, now you need to give the type of the font, so you can give Times New Roman or you can give sans serif, whatever you want. And the second one is the size of the font, so I want to give it 15. And also you can set the style sheet, so let me just also set the style sheet for the label. So set style sheet, and I'm going to just say color red. And now if I run this, So you can see I have a red label, and if you see now the tooltip is in a bigger. So you can give another color, for example green, and it will be green. So now you can set the geometry for the label as we have set for the button. So it's the X and Y position and the width and height of the label. So we are going to just give it 120, 120, and the width and height is 200 and 200. So if you run this, you can see that we have an X and Y position. Now it's it is like 200 width, and also we will have 200 height for this label. It will be like a box label. So this was creating of label. Now we're going to talk about the signal and the slot mechanism in PyQt5. If you have watched the first part of the video in PyQt5, so like that, also you can use signal and a slot mechanism in PyQt5. For example, if you open your simple application, if I click on this, so in PyQt5, when you click on a widget or for example in a button, there will be a signal will be emitted. So for example, if I click on the button, click the signal will be emitted. So now when the click signal emitted, it needs a slot or a method. So let me just show you. For example, when I click on this, I want to change the text of this label. So for this we need to just create a method, or also we can call it a slot. So I'm going to just call it btn clicked. Okay, so the first thing we need to get the text from the label. So you can just say self dot. So we are going to just set the text to the label. So we can say set text, and I'm going to just say label text changed. So also I want to change the label style sheet also. So set style sheet. So by default you can see it is green, and I want to change that to, for example, brown. Okay, now we have created this, but right now there's nothing happens if we click on the button, because we need to connect this with the signal, clicked signal of the button. So in here you can just say btn dot clicked. So this is a signal for the button clicked, and we can just say connect, and we are going to just connect this with the self dot btn clicked. Now if you run this, okay, so if I click on this, you can see label text has changed and also the color. So like this you can create simple widgets and also work with the signal and slots in PyQt. In this part we are going to talk about the layout management in PyQt. So in every GUI framework, layout management is one of the important concepts, and every GUI framework has its own style for the layout management. As in PyQt, we have different layouts, and we are going to just talk about the VBox layout, HBox layout, and also grid layout. So VBox layout aligns the widget vertically, and HBox layout aligns the widget horizontally, but the grid layout aligns the widgets in a columns and rows. So now let's just create the example. The first thing I need, I'm going to just import QVBox layout and also QHBox layout. I need Q push button. So after this, now let me just create my layout in here. So div create layout, and the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a group box. Also in this part you will be familiar with the group box concept. So using group box you can add the widgets, you can group the widgets together. So we need to import group box also. So Q group box, because in this and here we need 4 buttons for the layout management. Okay, so first we are going to just create a group box and Q group box, and in here I'm going to just write what is your favorite programming language. Okay, so now after this we are going to just set the font for the group box. So group box dot set font, and we need to add Q font, and you can add whatever you want. You can add Times New Roman, or you can add sans serif, and what font you want. And this should be 13, so this is the size and this is the type. Also you need to import this, so it's related to Qt GUI. You can hit Alt Enter and it will be imported. So you can see that we have PyQt5 Qt5 GUI, and this is related Q font. So now after this we need to just create our HBox layout, so Q HBox layout, and also vertical box layout, VBox layout. So HBox is used for horizontally aligning, and VBox is used for vertically aligning. Now after this we need to just create some buttons. So let me just say button, Q push button, and this is Python, and also we are going to just set the icon for this. So btn.set icon, Q icon. I have already added some icons to my working directory, so pyicon.png, and btn.set icon size. So we need a Q size for this, 40 width, 40 height. So you need to import this. You can just hit Alt Enter, import this, and we need to import from PyQt5 Qt5.qsize. So after this we need to add this button to our HBox layout. So add widget, and we are going to add btn. So now let's just check this that it's working or not. So the first thing we need to add our group box that we have created. So we need to set a layout for the group box. We can just say group box dot set layout, and I'm going to just add HBox. And after this we are going to just say vbox dot add widget. We are going to add our group box to the vbox layout, and at the end we need to set the main window layout. It's important that you do this. If you don't do this, you will not see any widget. I will show you practically. So now let me just call this method in here at the top. So let me just say self dot create layout, and if I run this, okay, so you can see that I have a button in here, but with a group box, but we don't have any icon in here. Maybe the problem is we are just yeah, you can see it's Py icon. Okay, so for example, if I comment this self.set layout, now if I run this, you'll see that we are not receiving any widget or any button, because it's important when you create layout in PyQt5, you need to set the layout to the main window. Okay, now we need to just copy this button. We just need some more push buttons, and this is btn2, 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 and we are going to just change this to C++, and the icon is cpp.png. Let me just paste it in here. btn3, 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 and this should be let me just change the title to C#. So C#.png. But let me just paste once more btn4, 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 and this is btn4, and we are going to change this to java.png. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a nice layout management, mixing of the VBox layout and also HBox layout with the group boxes. So I think, yeah. So what's your favorite programming language? And you can see now it's resizing according to the window, and if you make it bigger you can see that we have our buttons. So this was our VBox layout and also HBox layout. Now we are going to just create our grid layout. Okay, so this is my file. I have just a simple window, and now I need to just copy I need to just create my grid layout. So you can see this is my PySide 2. Okay, so now we need to just say div create grid, and we need to copy some codes from our HBox and VBox layout. Let me just copy these code and paste it in here. So we need to import these. So we need to import group box, we need to import qfont. We don't need HBox layout. Instead we are going to change this to grid and change this to qgrid layout. We need to import this. You need to just say alt enter, and now we have our grid layout and our VBox, Q push button, and also Q size. It is PyQt5 Qt5, and we are going to change this to grid. Now this time we also need to specify the row and column for the button, because we are using grid layout. Now in a grid layout you can align the widgets in row and columns. So in here we need to just say 0 row and 0 column. And okay, so let me just copy this, and we need to add some more buttons, and this is btn2, 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 and for the btn2 we need to add the first column and change this to C++, and the icon is cpp.png. Let me paste it once more. And this is our btn3, btn3, and this time we need to add this in the first row and 0 column, and this should be C#. So the icon is C#.png, and just let me just add a button 4 in here. So btn4, 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 and I haven't changed this to btn3, and this is btn4, and this time for this we want the first row and first column. Change the title to java.png. Now after this we need to set the layout for our group box. So group box dot set layout to the grid, and we are going to just say vbox dot add widget. We are going to add the group box in here, and also we need to set our main window layout to vbox layout. So this is our grid layout code, and now if I run this, you will not see anything because we haven't called this method in here. So let me just say self dot create. So if you see, let me just call this, you can see we're not receiving anything. It is some empty window, and if I run this again, okay, now you can see that we have a nice layout management, but this time in a grid manner with row and columns. So like this you can do layout management in PySide 2. So now let's create combo box in PySide 2. So this is my basic window, and so the first thing I need to import from PySide 2, we need to import a Q combo box, and also we need to import a Q label and a QV box layout. So now in here I'm going to just create a div create combo method, and the first thing I need a QV box layout, and after this I need to create some combo box. So I'm going to just call it combo and Q combo box. This is combo box object, and now we need to add items to this combo box. You can just say self.combo dot add item, and we can add item to this. So self.combo dot add item, for example Java. Let me just copy this, not comment, and this is C++, and you can give it, for example, C#. And now we need to add our combo to the VBox layout. So we are going to just say self.combo, and also we need to set the main layout to the window. So self.set layout to the VBox layout. After this we need to just call this method in here, so self.create combo, and if I run this, you will see that I have a combo box in here. Okay, now how you can emit a signal from a combo box. For example, if I choose an item from the combo box, I have a label, and I want that the text of the label should be changed. So now for this, the first thing we need, there is a signal in combo box that's called current text changed. Now this signal needs a method or a slot. So now we need to create this in here. I'm going to just say call on changed, or you can say on combo change, whatever you want, you can just call it. Okay, so before this we need to just create a label. Let me just create a label in here. I call it self.label q label, and I don't want to add anything in here. I need to just say self.label dot set font to q font times New Roman. So this is the type of font, and this is the size, and I need to import this q font, alt enter, and it's related to Qt GUI class. And also you can say self.label dot set style sheet, and for the color I'm going to just give it red. So now in here, the first thing I need to get the value from the combo box, and you can say self.combo dot current text, and after this we need to set that to the label. So self.label dot set text, and I'm going to say selected item is dot format, and we are going to add our value. So now we need to connect this with the current text signal. So you can just say self.combo dot current text changed. So or we have let me just find this. So current text, and this is, we should give also changed. So in PyQt5 we have IntelliSense, but in PySide 2 we don't have. I don't know why. So set current text changed and dot connect with the self dot on changed. And now let me just run this. So I have an error object. PyQt combo box object has no attribute set current text changed. Let me just find it. Where is the problem? Oh, sorry guys, we are using set current text change. It's just current text changed. Okay, now if I run this, okay, now I have my combo box. If I select Java, C#, nothing happens. self.label.setText.format value dot current text, and okay guys, it's because we have created the label but we haven't added this to the layout. So vbox dot add widget and self dot label. And now let me just run it again. Okay, now if I select Java or C++, you can see selected items C++, Java, Python. In this part we are going to learn creating of QText edit in PySide 2. So first we need to import a QText edit, and also we need to use QMain window. And let me change this to QMain window, and I'm going to import QText edit. And you can just do in here, and in the init UI I'm going to just create a text edit. I call it QText edit, and text edit dot. Okay, so now if you run this, I have a text edit in here and a small text edit. So now you can add some features to this. For example, to this text edit dot set font q font. You can set the font for the text edit, so Times New Roman, and the size is 13. Let me just import this. Okay, also you can set the style sheet. So text edit dot set style sheet and color red. And now if you run this, so you can see I can write and the text color is changed, and also the size. So now I want it should be so like this. You can see we have a small text edit in here. I want it should be my whole window. So the text edit should be my whole window. So for this you can just say self dot set central widget to the text edit. And now, so the central widget is related to the QMain window. You cannot use the set central widget with the QWidget class or QDialog class. Now if I run this, and if I write something, hello world, please subscribe my channel. So you can see like this, you can work with the text edit in PySide 2. Also, even you don't need to add this because we are inside our this method. And now if you run this, you can see that we have our text edit in here. In this part we're going to learn that how you can create a spin box in PySite 2. So now let's just import our Q spin box and also our QV box layout and Q label. So let me just say diff create spin, and first I'm going to just create a QV box layout. Also I need to just create a Q spin box, and now we need to add this to the vbox layout. So self dot spin, and also we need to set the layout for our main window, and we are going to just say vbox. Let me also call this method. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a nice spin box. You can see that this is my spin box. Now how you can handle events for your spin box, and so for this, first we need to just create a label. So let me just create self dot label and Q label, and I can set the font for the label. So set font Q font times the Roman, and you can just give 13 and alt enter. So after this we can just say self dot label dot set style sheet, and for the color I'm going to just give it red. And we need to add this to the vbox layout. Dot add widget and self dot label. So now we need to create our method in here, or a slot we can call it. Okay, diff Spain changed, and first thing you need to get the spin value, and you can just say cell dot spin dot value, and after that you need to set the value to the text. So set text, and we can say spin value is dot format, and we are going to just add a spin value. So now we need to connect this with the value changed signal of the spin box. So you can just say self dot spin dot value changed dot connect, and we are going to just say self dot Spain changed. Now let me just run it again. So now if I change the value of, you can see spin value is 1 2 3 4 5 6. So like this you can work with the spin box in Python. In this part we are going to learn that how you can create checkboxes in PySite 2, and how you can add events to your checkbox. So I have already created this create checkbox method, and let me just call it in here. So also I have just created a group box with hbox and vbox layout. So after this we are going to just create our checkbox. Let me call it Q check1. Now we need to import a Q checkbox in here. So Q checkbox. Also I need to import Q label. So now after this, okay, now in here we need to create the object of Q checkbox, and I'm going to just give it Python. So the text, for the text I want to give it Python, and after this I'm going to just set the icon for my checkbox. So check1 dot set icon, and I can say Q icon and also your icon name, so PyIcon.png. And we need to just set the icon size, so icon size, Q size, and you need to give a size of 4040. We need to import this Q size, Alt Enter, and we need PySite2 Qt Core. It's related to Qt Core company, Qt Core class. So now we are going to just set the font for our checkbox. So set font and Q font, and we are going to just give, for example, sans serif. You can give a type of font in here, and this is the size 13. And we need to add this checkbox, so hbox.add widget to our horizontal box layout, so self.check1. And now let me just in here I'm going to just first say groupbox.set layout. I'm going to set the layout for my group box, and it is it should be hbox. And after this I'm going to just say vbox.add widget, and I want to add group box to my vbox layout, and at the end I need to just say self.set layout to the vbox layout. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a checkbox, just one checkbox. Okay, now you can see I have just this one checkbox. Now after this we need to just copy this. We need to add some more checkboxes and change this to check2, 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 and check2. Change this to C++ and cpp.png. Let's copy and paste once more. So this is check3, 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 and change this to check3. So this will be C#, and the icon is C#.png. And let me paste it again. Check4, 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 and you need to just bring change to this, and this should be java.png. So now let me run it again. You will see that I have 4 checkboxes. Now you can see that I have 4 checkboxes. Now how you can handle events for this. For example, if I check this checkbox, I want a label, and I want the text of this checkbox should be written in the label. So now for this, the first thing we need, we are going to just create a label. So I'm going to just say self.label qlabel. We need to just import this qlabel. So Alt Enter. Sorry, Q create class for this. We have already imported qlabel, and we don't need to import this again. And you can just set the font for the label. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. Change this to label, and so after this we need to just add this. So vbox.add widget self.label. Okay, so now we are going to create our method in here. So for handling events, I'm going to just say diff on toggled. So now we are going to just check that if self.check1 is checked. So if this was the case, I'm going to just change the label of the text. So set text, and I'm going to just say that you have checked dot format and self dot check1 dot text. I'm going to get the text of the check1 and print that in my label. So now we need to just copy this, and we need to add this for all of our checkbox. We are going to change this to check2 and change this to check2. So it's check3 and it's check3. Let me paste it again for my check4. This is not label 4, sorry, and this is check4. So now after this we need to just now connect this. So now you can do it in here. So we can say self dot check1 dot toggled. We are going to connect this with the toggled signal. So toggled dot connect, and it is self dot on toggled, and we are going to just copy this to add for all of our checkboxes. Change this to check2 and paste it in here. And this is check3 and this is check4. So now let's just run it again. And now if I choose Python, you can see you have selected Python, C++, or we can say C#, Java. So like this you can work with the checkboxes in PyQt. In this part I'm going to show you that how you can use a QCalendar widget and how you can create a nice calendar in PyQt. So now I'm going to just do this in my net UI in here. So first I'm going to just import QCalendar widget class. So first QVBox layout and QCalendar widget. So after this, in the init UI in here, so we need to just create a VBox layout, QVBox layout, and we are going to just create the object of QCalendar widget. And now if you okay, first let me just add this. So vbox.add widget, and I'm going to just add calendar, and I'm going to just set my main window layout to the VBox layout. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a nice calendar. You can see that I have a nice calendar, and this is the April 2020. So now right now we don't have any grid for this calendar, but you can add grid if you want. You can just say calendar dot set grid visible, and it takes a boolean value. By default it is false, but you can make it true. So now if you run this, you will see that we have a grid for our calendar. So like this. Alright guys, now let's create plain text edit in PyQt. So now first we need to just import QVBox layout and also QPlain text edit. So we have a text edit widget, but also we have a QPlain text edit. So when you're using QPlain text edit, you will access to some features like you can set placeholder, you can for example you can append plain text, like these kind of functionalities. So now okay, now in here the first thing I need to create a QVBox layout, and after this I need to just create a plain text edit object. So QPlain text edit, and now we need to just say vbox.add widget, and we are going to just add our plain text, and we need to just set our main layout to the VBox layout. Now if I run this, you'll see that I have a plain text edit. You can see that I have a plain text edit in here. So now you can set placeholder for this plain text edit if you want. You can just say plain text edit set placeholder text, and we can say please subscribe my channel. And now if I run this, you can see that we have a placeholder in here, and if I write something, the placeholder becomes invisible, and like this. Also, you can append text to the plain text edit. For example, I have a text of hello world, and I want to append this text to the my plain text. So you can just say plain text dot append plain text, and we are going to append the text. So now if I run this, you will see that I have hello world text, and you can see, and we can just write after that. And if you remove this, you can see we have our placeholder. So like this, you can work with the PyQt5 plain text edit. So in this part, we are going to learn adding a simple image to your PyQt5 window. So for this, I need to just import. So the first thing I'm going to just import label. We are going to use label and also qpexmap for doing this functionality. Now also you need to import qpexmap from, it's related to Qt GUI. And also let me just add an edge box layout. So create the object of edge box layout first, q edge box layout. I've imported edge box layout wrongly. Okay, q edge box layout, and after this we need to just create a label image. I call it label image and q label. And after this, I'm going to just create a pexmap object. I'm going to just say qpexmap, and we need to add the name of the image. So let me just use my an icon java.png, but you can use a bigger image, there is no problem, and you can do that. So now we can say label image dot set pexmap, and we are going to just set the pexmap. Now we can say edgebox dot add widget. We are going to add the label image, and we say that self dot set layout to the edge box layout. And now if I run this, you can see I have an image. It's not big image, but a simple image, but you can add a bigger image, there is no problem. You can add images in PyQt5 window like this. So in this part we are going to learn about creating of file dialog in PyQt5. So we are going to just create a file dialog that we can browse images. So now we need to just add some imports. So the first thing I need to import a qv box layout, a q label, a qpexmap. So it's related to Qt GUI, and Q file dialog. So in here we need to just import a qpexmap. So now let me just create my also I need a q push button, so q push button. Okay, now in here let me just create a qv box layout, and now I can add my button. So I can say button q push button. So I'm going to just say browse an image, and now I can add this to the vbox layout. So btn. Also I need to create a label, so self.label and qlabel, vbox.add widget, and I'm going to just add my label in here. and now I can say self dot set layout to the viewbox layout. So now after this we are going to just create a method in here. I'm going to just call it browse image, and first I'm going to just create an I can say for example file name and q file dialog dot get open file name, and now you can add for example the title to open file, and you can add the location, the default location. I'm going to just say C like this. Also now you can add the image type, so let me just say image files, and now you can specify the image files that what image you want. So now you can choose if you want for example I want PNG images and also GPG images. And now after this we are going to just create an image path, and we are going to just say file name 0, the 0 index, and now we need to just create a pex map, qpex map, and now you need to add this image path to the pex map, and at the end we need to set this pex map to the label, so dot set pex map, and we are going to just say qpex map, and we are going to add the pex map. So now we need to now connect this browse image with the button. I can say btn dot clicked dot connect self dot browse image. So now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I say browse an image, and if I choose an image, for example CSS, you can see that now we have our image in here. And also you can resize your image if you want. You can just do that in here, so self dot resize, and we are going to just get the width of our image and also the height of our image. So now if I run it again, and if I browse an image, and if I choose, so you can see now it's resized according to our window. So like this you can work browsing of an image in PyQt 2. In this PyQt 2 video we are going to learn creating of queue completer. So now so this is my basic window, and I have just changed the title. Now we need to import some classes. So for example I'm going to just import QHBox layout and also queue completer. Also I need to import a queue line edit. So now in my init UI method I'm going to just create an hbox layout, QHBox layout, and after this I'm going to just add some, for example, country names. Okay, so after adding this, now we need to create the object of our completer, so queue completer, and we need to add this country names in our queue completer. So now we need to create line edit, so let me just call it line edit, and this is the object of our queue line edit. And after this now we need to set this completer to our line edit, so line edit dot set completer, and it's completer, and we can simply add this line edit to the hbox layout. and we also need to set our main window layout to the hbox layout. So now let me just run this, and if I write something, for example you can see that I am receiving a completer box, and like this you can work with a queue completer in PySite 2. In this PySite 2 video, we are going to learn that how you can build a QLCD number and how you can use QLCD number class. So now let's just create, so these are my simple imports, my window, and let me just create div create LCD. So before this we need some imports at the top that we are going to just create a Q push button, and we are going to just create a Q VBox layout and a Q LCD number class. So create the object of Q VBox layout in the first step, and after this we can just create the object of our LCD, so QLCD number. And now if you say self.lcd.display, and if I write for example ET, and let me just first call this and self.create LCD, and also I need to add this LCD to my VBox layout, and at the end we need to set our main layout to the vertical box layout. So now if I run this, so I have error, Q box layout okay, we need to add our LCD widget, so sorry for this. So now if I run this, and you can see that we have our LCD number ET. So now let's just extend this and make it a little bit complex. Okay, so I'm going to just comment this ET in here, and I want to create, first I'm going to just say add some style to this LCD, so dot set style sheet, and for the background color I'm going to just say yellow. So now if I run this again, you will see that I have a yellow background in here. How the background has changed. So let's create a button in here, Q push button, and I'm going to just name it number generator, and I can set style sheet to this button. So set style sheet, you can give color for example red, and after this we are going to just add this to our VBox layout. So we can say VBox dot add widget and button. So now if you run this, so you can see that we have a button of number generator. So now I want when we click on this button, we want a random number should be generated in our LCD window. So let me just change this to, you can change this to background dash color. So background color, because I want to change the background of the button. If you want to just change the text of the button, you can just use color. So now we have created this. After this we are going to just create a method, I'm going to just say LCD generator, or let me just call it like this. And now we need to just create random and rand end, and I want number between 1 to 1000. Also we need to import this rand end, and we need random.randEnd, and now we need to set this to our LCD. self.lcd.display our random, and now we need to connect this with the button. So button dot clicked dot connect and self.lcd generator. So now if I run this, and if you click on this, you can see we are receiving the number between 1 to 1000. In this part we are going to learn that we can build a table widget in PyQt. So using table widget we can add items in column and rows. So now let's create our table widget, and let me just create it in here. So div create table, and now we need some imports. So from PyQt5 Qt5 we need to import qtable widget item and qtable widget, and also hbox layout. So first we are going to just create the object of qhbox layout, and after that we need to create the object of qtable widget, and now we need to specify the number of rows and columns for the table widget. So we can say dot set row count to 5, and table widget dot set column count to 3. So now we need to add items to this table widget. So we can say table widget dot set item, and you need to specify the number of row and columns. So for the 0 row and 0 column, I want to add, for example, name, and table widget dot set item, and the 0 row and first column I want to add email. So let me just copy this, and in the second column I want it should be, for example, so whatever you want, you can just add, for example, phone. So after this, now we need to set the items to these. So now right now, if you let me just show you. If I say, let me just add this to my hbox layout, add widget, I want to add my table widget, and self dot set layout to the my hbox layout. So this is the main layout for my window. Let me call this self dot create table. So now if I run this, you will see that I have a nice table widget. Okay, now you can see I have name, email, and also phone. So now let's just add items to there, and I'm going to just copy and paste it in here. So now in the first row and 0 column, I'm going to just give for the name, I want to just give a name, and in the first row and first column I'm going to just add the email address, and in the first row and second column I'm going to just add the phone number. So like this. Now we are going to just copy to add one more, and this time I'm going to change this to second row and 0 column, I want to add another name, and also change this to just second. So these are the second row and these are the column numbers, and you can change this to whatever you want, and you can add, this is for the phone number. And let me just copy this once more, and in the third row, so we don't need to bring change to the column numbers, and we can add just another name like this. So now if I run this, you will see that I have okay, now you can see that I have these names in my table widget. So like this, you can work with the PyQt table. Alright guys, now let's just create a list widget in PyQt. So using list widget, you can add items in a specific row and columns. In a specific, not row and columns, but in the specific indexes. For example, 0 index, first index, second index. So now we need to just import QList widget. So the first thing we need from PyQt2.qt widget, QList widget. And I need a VBox layout. Also, I'm going to just create a label because I will use I will add events for my list widget items. So now let's just create our method, and I'm going to just say def create list. And first we need to just create the object of VBox layout. We have created this a lot. Now we need to just create the list widget object. So after this, now you can add the items to the indexes. So self.list insert item. So in the 0 or in the first index, we are going to just add for example Python, and let me just add, so self.list.insert, so list.insert item. In the first index, I'm going to just add C++, and we can copy this. Let me just copy these two and paste it in here. So let me change this to C#, and also change this to second and also third. So for this Java, let me paste it again. So Ruby, Kotlin, and 6 and 7. Let me just add, for example, JavaScript, and let me just say Golang. So now if I run this, you will not see anything because we need to just add this list to our VBox layout. So VBox dot add widget self dot list, and we need to set the main layout to the VBox layout. Now we need to call this in here, so self.create list, and let me run this. So now you can see I have items in the specific indexes. So now how you can handle events, for example, if I click on this, so if I select an item, I want to get the current item. So for this, the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a label, so QLabel, and let me just Okay, so now we need to add this label. So vbox.add widget, and I want to add the label in here. And now we are going to just create a div list item, I'm going to just say. And first I'm going to just get the current item. So self.list.current item, and after this I'm going to just set the this to my label. So I need to just say self.label. So we can say self.label set text, and we are going to just say item.text, and we need to convert this to string. Okay, now we need to just connect this with our list widget. So self.list clicked connect, and we are going to just add this. So self.list item method. So now let me just run this again. Okay, so if I select, you can see Python, C#, JavaScript, like this, you can work with the list widget in PyQt 2. In this video, we are going to learn that how you can build different types of message boxes in PyQt 2. So we will learn how you can build, for example, information message box, about message box, and also warn message box, and also choice message box. So this is my simple window code, and now I need to just import the Q message box from PyQt 2, and so just I need to import this. Also I need a Q push button, so Q push button. Okay, in here let me just also add, for example, a Q VBox layout. Okay, now let me just create my push button in here. First I need to create the object of Q VBox layout, and btn Q push button, and open message box, and now I can add this to the add widget to my VBox layout, and we need to just set our main layout. So self.set layout to the VBox layout. Now in here I'm going to just say div create message or message box. Okay, so let me just create the object of Q message box. So we can say Q message box dot about. So you can see we have about. You need to give self, and also this is the title. I'm going to just say, for example, message box, and this is the text. This is a message box. Okay, now let me just call this in my this push button. So we can say connect this with the clicked signal. So dot clicked dot connect, and we are going to just say self dot create message. Now if I run this, and if I click on this, you can see that I am receiving about message box. Now if you change this to, for example, information, and if you run this, you can see we are receiving information message box. And if you change this to I think it's warning, and if you run this, So you can see that this is our warning message box. Okay, now let's create a multi-choice message box. For example, we have in this message box we will have button, for example, yes or no buttons. So for this, first let me just comment this, and now I'm going to just create a message in here, and I want qMessageBox.question. Now you can see that we need to give a parent title and also the choices. So we're going to just say self and the title to, for example, choice box, and now we can say qMessageBox dot yes or qMessageBox dot no. So now you can say that let me just in here. So if message is qMessageBox dot yes, I'm going to just print yes, and in the else case I'm going to just print no. So now let me just run this. Okay, so now if I click on this, I am receiving error. Let me just check this. Also I need to give the text of the message box, so let me just say this is text. Let me just say like this, and now let me run it again. And if I click on open message box, you can see that we have, for example, you can say what do you like Python, and so, or do you like something else. If I click on yes, you can see I'm receiving yes, so you can change this to yes. So like this you can work with the message box types in PyQt 2. In this video we are going to learn how you can build menu bar and menu items in PyQt 2, and also we will build toolbar. So you can see that this is my main window, and I have this time I'm extending from QMain window instead of QWidget. So if you want to access to menu bar and menu items and also toolbar, you need to extend from QMain window. So now let's create our menu in here. So def create menu. So the first thing I need, I'm going to just create a main menu. So let me call it main menu, and it is my main menu bar. So menu bar, and now I need to just create some, for example, a file menu, and I'm going to just say main menu dot add menu. So this is file, and we have edit menu, main menu dot add menu. So it is edit, and also I have a view, and I can say main menu dot add menu. This is view. So first let me just call this create menu, and now if I run this, you will see that I have my menu bar. Object has no attribute add menu. So now let me run it again. Okay, so you can see that I have my file edit and view in here. Now how you can add items to this menu bars. So for this we need to use QAction class. Using QAction you can add items and also icon for the items of your in the menu bar. So for this, for example, I'm going to just create a copy and QAction. You need to import this QAction. So QAction is related to the Qt widgets. Now if you see at the top, you can see we have QAction in here. So you can simply hit Alt Enter and it will be imported for you. So for this I'm going to also add an icon. So this is copy.png. I've already copied the icons to my working directory, and this is a copy. So you can now, if you want to add this, you can just say file menu. For example, I want to add in the file this, so you can say add action, and we are going to just add copy. And now if I run this again, and if I click on the file, I don't have in here, so I need to also add self in here. Let me just run it again. So this is the parent, and if I click on file, you can see we have copy with the icon. So now you can also set shortcut for this, so you can just say copy.set shortcut, and you can say, for example, Control+C, and we have okay. So now we need to just create some more. For example, let me just say save and Q action, Q icon. So the icon is save.png, save, and the parent is self, and you can just save.set shortcut, and we can say Control+S, and now we need to add this to our file menu. So let me just add save. So now let me just copy once more, and let me just paste it in here. So this time it's exit.png, and this is exit, and even I don't want to set shortcut for this, I want to add this in my, for example, view menu. So now if I run this, so we have file, a copy, and save. So you can see this is the shortcut, and in the view we have exit, sorry. So now how you can add events to this, how you can handle events. For example, if I click on the exit, I want the window should be closed. So for this, for the menu items, we have a signal that's called triggered. So now we want to create that. So in here I'm going to just create, for example, div exit, or we can say close window, and we are going to just say self.close. And now we can connect this with the exit. So I haven't changed this, exit and exit. So let me change this to close, not exit. So close or close window. Okay, now we can just simply say we can just close dot triggered dot connect, and we are going to just connect this close window. So now if I run this, and if I click on the exit, you can see our window is closed. So now if you want to add toolbar also you can do. So for this, for example, in here I'm going to just say adding toolbar. So we're going to just create a toolbar in here. So self dot add toolbar, and we are going to just say it's the name as a toolbar, and now we need to add actions to this toolbar. So we can say it's toolbar dot add action, and we want to add our copy action, and toolbar dot add action, save action, toolbar dot add action, and the last one is our close action. So now if I run this, now you can see that I have successfully added the toolbar. So you can it's a dockable toolbar, so you can change the position like this. So this was creating of toolbar and menu in PyQt 2. Alright guys, now let's create context menu in PyQt 2. So now you can see this is my window, and I'm extending from QMain window. So when you're going to work with the context menu, make sure that your main class extends from the QMain window. So now in the QMain window we have a method we need to just override that's called diff. So you can see we have a context menu event, and let me just remove this and let me just give event in here. So now we need to create first we need to just create a context menu in here. So I'm going to just call it QMenu, and we need to just import this, and it's related to the Qt widget. And after this we are going to just create our action. So let me just call it new. We can say context menu dot add action, and we are going to add these actions to our context menu. So this is new, and we have open. So context menu dot add action open, and also we have quit, or we can say close, context menu dot add action, and this is close. So now let me just okay, now we need to just add these actions. So I'm going to just say action context menu dot execute, and self dot map to global, and we are going to just get the post position. Okay, now let me just run this. You can see that now I have, if I right click, my context menu. Now if I click on the close, I want my window should be closed. So you can handle event in context menus. We can just simply say if action is this close, we are going to just self dot close the window. And now if I run this, right click, if I click on the close, you can see the window is closed. So this was working with PyQt 2 context menu. In this video I'm going to show you that how we can work with the QDial class in PyQt 2. So now first let me import my classes. I need a QViewBox layout, also I need QDial, and I need QLabel. So QLabel, and after this I need to just create my QDial in here. So I'm going to just say if create dial, and we need to create the object of our QVBox layout. And after this, I'm going to just create my dial in here. So I'm going to just say self.dial and QDial, and now we need to add this in the VBox layout. So self.dial, and I can set my main layout, so set layout to the VBox layout, and we need to just say self.create dial. Now if I run this, you will see that what I mean from the dial. You can see that this is our dial. Also, you can handle events for this when you are dialing, so let me just show you. And you can also add some features like self.dial.setMinimum, and it should be 0, and self.dial.setMaximum to 100, and self.dial.setValue to 50. Okay, now we need to just create our label in here. So self.label QLabel, and after creating of the label, so we need to just set the font for the label. So self.label.set font, and it is a Q font, and we are going to just give the font and also the font size to 15. Let me import the Q font. Okay, so now you need to add this. So vbox dot add widget, and I want to add my label. Okay, now let me just create my dial handler in here. I'm going to just say the diff on dial changed. You can give whatever. I'm going to just call it on dial. So the first thing we need, we are going to just get the value from the dial. So self.dial.value, and after this we need to just set this to the text. So dial value is dot format, and we are going to just add the value in here, and also we are going to set the style sheet of the so let me just say color to green. So now there is a signal in dial, a class that's called value changed. We need to connect our this dial with the value changed. So we can just say self.dial.value changed. So value changed dot connect. So we need to connect that with the on dial. So self.on dial. And now if I run this, okay, now if I change this, you can see that we have a dial, and now it's changing. The dial is changing. Like this, you can work with the PyQt dial. In this part, we are going to learn about creating of dockable widgets in PyQt. So this is my window, and make sure that you're extending from Q main window this time. So now we need some imports. We need a QDoc widget, and also I'm going to just create need a QTextEdit. Also I need from PyQt2.qt core import Qt. Now I'm going to just create this in the init UI, and so the first thing I need to create the QDoc widget object, and now also I need a list widget. So let me just import QList widget. Okay, so list widget, QList widget, and I need to create a list of items in here. For example, Python, Java, C#, and C++. So this is a simple list, Python list. And after this, now I want to just add this to my list widget. So list widget dot add items, and I want to add the list. Okay, so now after this, we want that this list widget should be dockable. This widget should be dockable, and we can dock this around the window. So you can just simply say that dock dot set widget, and I want to set my list widget. And also I'm going to just create a text edit. I want it should be in the central of my window, so set central widget, and I want it should be a Q text edit, because I want that my this list widget should be in the right of the my window. So I can just simply say self dot add dock widget, and I want it should be in the right Qt dot. So add dock widget, it should be in the right, it should be right dock widget area, and the it's a self.dock. We're going to just say it's dock. Okay, now let me just run this. So now you can see that in the right side I have my list widget, so it's dockable, and in the left side I have my text edit that I have created. Now I can dock this window wherever I want. You can see that like this you can work with the dock widget in PyQt 2. In this PyQt 2 video, we are going to learn about creating a font combo box in PyQt 2. So now we need to import this. First, I'm going to just import QVBox layout, and we need to import QFont combo box. And let me just create this in my NetUI. So first, I'm going to just create a QVBox layout. It's a vertical box layout, and after that, I'm going to just say font combo. It's the object of my font combo box. And now I can just set, for example, filters. There are different filters that you can use, and I can say set font filters and Q font combo box, and I want it is mono space fonts dot mono space fonts. And after this we need to just add this to our VBox layout. So VBox dot add widget font combo, and we are going to set the main layout to the VBox layout. And now if I run this, okay, now you can see that I have a font combo box, and there are different fonts that are available in PyQt 2. Alright guys, in this video we're going to learn that how you can build MDI or multi-document interface window in PyQt 2. So in a GUI application, sometimes you may need to open multiple documents or multiple windows. Now for this reason, for this purpose you can use MDI. So Now let's just create this. First we need some imports, and let me change this to Q main window, and we need Q main window. We need a QMDI sub window and also QMDI area. Okay, so first of all, at the top I'm going to just create a variable of count and initialize this to 0. So after this, in the init UI, I'm going to create my MDI object, so self.mdi QMDI area, and after this I'm going to just set this as a central widget, so self.set central widget, and I'm going to set the self.mdi. Okay, now after this I'm going to just create a menu bar, so self.menu bar, and also now we need to create just a file menu, so add a menu, and this is file. Now we need to add some actions to this, so file dot add action, so we are going to just add new file dot add action, so this is cascade, and file dot add action, this is tiled. Okay, so now if you run this, you will see that we have our MDI area, and this is the MDI area where we are going to create our windows, and this is our menu bar and menu items. Okay, so after this, now we need to just create a new method in here. I'm going to just call it diff window triggered, and just we are going to pass p also. So now we are going to check if p.text is new. We are going to just create new sub windows, so we can just say window widget dot count and window widget dot count plus 1. And now we need to create a QMDI sub window, and now we need to set a widget to our sub window. I'm going to just set a text edit, so set widget, and we need a Q text edit. Also we need to import this, so alt enter, and now we have imported the QText edit. So after this, now we need to just set the title for our sub windows, so set window title. So this is for every sub window we want to set the text edit, and also for every sub window we need to set a title. So we are going to just say sub window dot format window widget dot count, and after this we can just say self.mdi dot add sub window, and we are going to just add sub in here, and at the end we need to show the sub window, so self.show. So this was if our text is new, or if a user pressed the new item from the menu bar. Now we're going to just check that if our text is cascade. So we have yeah, it's cascade. So if this is the case, we are going to just say self.mdi dot cascade sub windows, and if p.text is tiled, we are going to just say self.mdi dot tile sub windows. Now after creating of this, we need to just connect this with our file. So you can just use the triggered signal for this, and in here we can say file dot triggered, and we are going to just pass Q action. We need to import the Q action. Alt enter, and now it's imported. Dot connect, it's not imported. Yeah, it's imported, and we're going to just connect with this window triggered. So we can say self dot window triggered. Now let me just run this. Okay, now if I click on the new, you can see I have new sub window. Now you can see we have a text edit in the sub window. And if I say new, you can see we have another sub window with a text edit. And you can just new, and now, so the problem we have in here, we don't have the, okay, so there is no problem. If I click on the cascade, so now you can see it's cascade. If I click on the tiled, you can see it's tiled. So the problem is, and here is that we are not receiving, for example, sub window 1, sub window 2. So I think we have just problem in here. Let me just change this to plus window widget dot count, and so yeah, we need to just typecast this with a string. And now let me just run this. And if I say new, okay, now you can see we have new window 1, new window 2, new window 3, and cascade and tiled. So like this you can work with the MDI windows in PyQt 2.